Good evening, everyone. God bless you. Thank you for being with us tonight, both in Vista at Dennis's home and those on the broadcast. Sana Kumara gave me a beautiful teaching earlier today, which I'd like to share with you. Love is the greatest power in the universe. It is the power that co-creates. It is the power that holds everything together in the universe and within ourselves. Just as the Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, so love is the way for the truth and the life to exist. Because love holds the universe together and holds us together, both figuratively and literally, we should study this wonderful virtue of love. Figuratively, love is the co-creative power that formed us in our mother's womb, through our father's seed and our mother's egg. Literally, love manifests through our beautiful bright red blood cells, which are alive in our bloodstream. This is God's river of life within us. Where there is love, there is light. Where there is light, there is faith. Where there is faith, there is hope. And where there is hope, all possibilities exist and miracles can happen. Thus, love is the requirement, the prerequisite for miracles. Men and women's love for each other, coupled with God's love, co-creates the cosmic potential for any possibility, even for miracles, to manifest. Love allows us to evolve. If we have no love, we are not evolving. When we have divine love in our hearts, we naturally evolve beautifully. In fact, the letters of love are in the word evolve, backwards. Recently, beloved Babaji gave a teaching through me on the requirement for us to manifest a higher level of love and a higher level of forgiveness. This is love and forgiveness of our enemies. He said that we should consciously choose to love and forgive our enemies even more than we love and forgive our friends, our loved ones, and ourselves. Why? Because this level of radical forgiveness and ruby love will help heal and save our planet, our civilization. If we don't have true love in our hearts, we really aren't a civilized society or a civilization at all. A civilization is built on the love of every citizen within it. To be civilized, we must know love. And to have a golden crystal age, Aquarian civilization, we must express divine love and all of its beautiful and myriad manifestations and virtuous expressions. Venusian love is the love that is expressed on the planet Venus, which is a highly evolved planet. And this love is pure love, accelerated love, ascended master love. Now, our scientists, astronauts, if they ever go there, will not see this civilization in 3D because being highly evolved and accelerated, it exists on a higher plane of being. Venus is a planet of love, and even our ancient mythologies speak of this. Venus herself is the goddess of love and beauty. And she is the feminine example of both this love and this beauty as an ideal, something that all of us, both women and men, can strive to realize within. Venus teaches us of perfect love, the love that casts out fear. Remember the scripture, perfect love casts out fear. And the love that saves even the most hardened of criminals, the most diabolical of demons. This level of love transforms in its perfection, in its bliss, in its divine patience and presence anyone who comes in contact with it, because this love is miraculous, transmutational, awesome. Think of when you have experienced the presence of perfect love in your life. Meditate on the state of being in which you were in, the consciousness that you perceived, and in that moment of sacred connectedness, were allowed to experience. How did that make you feel then? And remembering it, how does it make you feel now? Does this feeling within your heart and maybe your soul and your memory body accelerate your consciousness, your mindfulness, your joy, and even your creativity? To truly be a creative artisan and someone who can co-create with God, you must love, you must love, you must love. Love must abide, resound, vibrate, and accelerate in spirals of magnificence within your heart. Beloved Lady Master Nada gave a beautiful heart stream through me recently that tonight I was privileged to final edit, and it is now up on our website for all to read and study. And she spoke of the dynamic of the art of love and givingness and creativity. She said all true art is about love. And love encourages us to give, because love must be expressed. And so all true lovers are artists. And artists who are connected with their divine self naturally express love in what they create and offer the planet, the universe, and all life through their artistic expressions. She shared how within the flame of love and of every ray, all the colored rays, is a white fire core. And within that core of the white light, all the colors exist. And so no matter what ray you feel that you serve on, if you focus on the white fire core within that color, you will have all the colors. And you can manifest the blue aspect of love if you're serving on the pink ray, the yellow aspect of love, the green aspect of love, the violet aspect of love. And then incorporating all the rainbow aspects of whatever ray you're serving on, you fulfill all of the rays within that ray. And it's a beautiful thing. Love is the order of the day. Now, we may not think that love is something that orders our life, because order is like a Blu-ray aspect of something that's kind of regimented or organized. Yet, when we allow love to be the order of our day, guess what? Everything happens magically, magnificently, miraculously, and mysteriously, because God is within that order through the flame of love. So this love that is the new order of the day is the new order for the next cycle of evolution of ourselves and mankind, the next cycle of spiritual awakening, the next cycle of personal and planetary evolution resulting in the ascension. Ascension by ascension, as we individually rise and evolve and self-realize to be our true Buddha nature, we are helping the planet to also rise, be illumined, and ascend. We ascend daily as we express love. Remember this, we ascend daily as we express love. A part of us, through that expression of love, rises. We transmute the physical atoms and cells of our being into a higher atomic structure, vibration, and frequency. We accelerate our ascension when we consciously practice divine love. When we are devotional and adore God and the God light within everyone, everything within the entire creation itself. And of course within ourself in a non-egoic way. When we are devotional, we open the door within us for light and love to flow to the entire planet. Because through the open door of our hearts, God and the angelic kingdom and the wonderful ministering servants of heaven are able to project these higher frequencies through our chakras, because we are open to heaven's graces. To be a Christ, we must master perfect love through a balanced threefold flame, love, wisdom, and power in this tripartite flame in the secret chamber of our hearts, and by mastering the 7 rainbow rays. This is the definition of a Christed one who has balanced love, wisdom, and power in the center of their being in their hearts, and has mastered the initiations of of the 7 rainbow rays. Has walked the path over many lifetimes, put on that sacred garment like Jesus did as Joseph, who wore the coat of many colors. This was a sign of his mastery of the 7 rays, even as the Old Testament Joseph, who helped save his brothers, was sent to Egypt. They didn't know he went to Egypt. They thought he was dead. He was saved, became a favorite of the Pharaoh, interpreted the dreams, was set up in Egypt to help that civilization, saved grain for the lean 7 years, and then when his brothers came because they were seeking help from Egypt, they didn't recognize him at first, and then he revealed himself. That was a prior incarnation of beloved Jesus. And even in that life, he manifested the mastery of the 7 rainbow rays. He had the coat, the colorful coat of many colors. His Father gave it to him as his favorite, because the Father recognized that he had that mastery. To be a Buddha, we must master ruby love through the mastering of the 5 crystal rays, which represent our understanding of the feminine aspect of God as Mother. When we master the 5 crystal rays, we are in harmony with our soul and the Mother Light within us. We have balanced the Alpha and the Omega principles and frequencies. We are becoming more androgynous. The Buddha loves the Mother, and the Mother loves the Buddha. They form a perfect Tai Chi of Alpha Omega love. By various spiritual teachers and avatars and messengers bringing an understanding of Buddhism and of the Eastern teachings from India and China and Tibet, Burma, Nepal, to the West, these beings have helped to reconnect us with the Mother, to get in touch with the feminine part of our being through our soul. And by reconnecting us to the Mother, this allows a doorway to be opened to our Buddha nature, just as the Son of God opened the doorway to our Christ nature. The Divine Mother opens the doorway for us to know and experience and become our Buddha nature. Within that Buddha nature, we experience God's self-realization. Not the realization of our human self, the realization of our divine self. So we say God self-realization or divine self-realization. We can realize many things while upon earth from the human vantage point. We can become rich and famous and have all kinds of things materially. That type of realization is not divine self-realization. It could be a doorway to it if we're not attached, yet God's self-realization is true becoming, oneness, through stillness, by meditation, entering the great silence, feeling God's presence always, knowing the eternality of beingness that has always coexisted within us, which we now understand, we know, we feel, we grok, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically. All of these combined into one experience. When we grok something, we know it at every level of our being. It's incorporated and assimilated deep within us, and it remains there as an energy of self-realized consciousness. When you enter higher states of self-realization and divine consciousness, that energy accrues to your causal body and remains available for you to tap into in your meditation practice week after week, day after day, for you to re-experience the God light and to have a deeper and deeper level of communion and holy communication with your presence, with your Ascended Master sponsors, your guardian angel, anyone in the universe that you so choose to collaborate and communicate and cooperate with. There is no separation between us and our Godhood and with any other person within their Godhood, because our Buddha natures are part of the same eternal all Buddha nature and the all consciousness of the all Buddha. The universal awareness, the omnipresence, omniscience, and omnipotence of God, the Eternal One, the Creator, the Source. When we enter the source field of beingness through meditation and a constant practice of presence and maintenance or maintaining that state of awareness throughout our day, we have access to all light, all virtue, all knowledge and wisdom, all truth, because we've opened that doorway through the nexus of our hearts, the Christ, and the nexus of our higher mind, the Buddha. Opening these doorways of the heart and the higher mind allow us to experience our Christic nature, our Buddhic nature, and through the base chakra, our mother nature. And so the mother at the base, the Christ at the center of the heart, and the Buddha at the crown all work in consonance together to allow us to experience the perfect balance of Father Alpha, Mother Omega, giving birth to the Christ, light in the heart. And expanding that light through then all of the chakras to give birth within the earth of a new solar civilization, a divine culture of love, this higher Venusian love, yet now it's earth love, it's Terra love, it's Gaia love. Because our planet has to experience its own transformation, and every civilization, every culture must come into this new divine standard of beingness in the golden age awareness, whereby following the golden rule, we together are becoming one. We are already one in our higher self. We are remembering and self-realizing it again through our spiritual disciplines, our practices, our community efforts, our co-creative work. This is the message of Sanakumara through me tonight. And Dennis, if anyone has a question, I would love to be able to assist if I can.
I think we're kind of in awe and stunned by this great revelation. Boris, do you have a question for Sanakumara? Angela? I think there's a lot to take in, and a lot of inner understanding and grokking is taking place as it's being downloaded and assimilated.
Okay.
Thank you so much, David, for your
Well, thank you, and I can feel.
And
Thank you, Dennis. I can feel myself there in the room with you all, and you could meditate on the beautiful images of Sanakumara and Venus, which you may have done before I came on, and just allow your eyes to be open to drink in the essence of what Marius Michael George captured in those images of this perfect Venusian love, and let it just be assimilated into your cells and assimilated into your heart, your organs, your chakras, your soul, your heart, your mind, your throat chakra, everything, and just feel one with Venus, the planet, and the evolutions on Venus, to know this beautiful, beautiful divine love. And then let us, throughout this coming week, especially at Thanksgiving, in just 2 days, try to express through that gratefulness and Thanksgiving spirit love. Let's put aside all political stuff, not talk about politics or negativity of any kind. Keep within your family and your family culture, try to keep everyone up, raise the consciousness of everyone and allow them to enjoy the experience of what Thanksgiving is, which really is about celebrating love in a powerful new way. Now, Jesus is coming tomorrow during our morning broadcast, because I will be traveling with Mona on Thursday, actually pretty close to where you all are, to visit her family, and I'll be very close to you soon, physically, those of you in Vista, in that region. And, there's been a lot of small little earthquakes in California along the San Andreas Fault, and we're going to work on this while we're there, as well as just being that love that holds the balance, that maintains peace, that sustains the civilization and the culture as it should be, rather than maybe as it is now. So, thank you for being there. Is it possible for me to see all you just for a little bit with your camera, your webcam, and then I can just send love to everyone there? There you are. I see Boris. Well, I see 5 of you. Thanks for being there. I love you all. And happy Thanksgiving to everyone.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Happy Thanksgiving to you and your family. And all our friends up there. Patricia Murphy, too.
Okay. Hopefully you can meditate now, because I came in at the beginning of your time. So thanks for accommodating me.
God bless.
As your Serapis Bey I come, deliberate in my efforts to raise you up in light. I am inspired to bring you to a new level of beingness in God, beyond what you can even now conceive of as possible, yet which I accept as realizable, because you are of God, you are pure light, you are living love, you are virtuous, an immaculate idea in the mind of God, a holy one, a saint, if you choose. The ascension is more than a goal at the conclusion of one's life. It is a daily experience of being lifted up into the presence of the Eternal One through your own God presence by focused attention upon what is real within you? God. You ascend daily when you are assimilated and subsumed into your presence through your virtuous choices to be light, godly, pure. Therefore, when all of your daily choices to be in alignment with your presence conclude in that ultimate grace of the mystical union of your soul with your I Am presence, I am there witnessing that process, that initiation, that sublime, transcendent action. And yet daily I witness your choices. And blessed ones, I would adjure you to make deeper and more pronounced and decisive, active choices that will indeed lead to that ultimate initiation for souls upon earth. How does this play out in your lives? How are your daily choices a part of the greater choice to ascend? It is rather simple, blessed ones. Every choice is a choice to be or not to be God. What you subscribe to is your own co-creative vision of self through your will. And if you do not fully like or would permanently embrace who you are in this moment, you can transform your own vision of self. You can transmute what you have heretofore accepted and make it sublime. Allow it to be divine every moment. If you find that you have a few extra pounds upon your frame, envision yourself exactly as you would like to be, and then act in accord with that vision. If you find that you sometimes lapse into imperil and allow anger or a sense of self-righteousness to enter the field of your aura, then choose the understanding, the patience, the deep reverential state of saintliness, so that you may abide in that tranquil and humble mean of equilibrium that will bring you greater graces because you have consciously decided not to allow the angst of the lesser self to have its way in your life. If you find that somehow your health has waned and your body does not serve you as you would like it to, communicate with your precious body elemental. Embrace the love of this inner beingness of self, and then obey the inner voice at every turn throughout your day, your week, your month, your years, so that your temple of light created in the image and likeness of God will reflect your divinity, a youthful you that is alive, precious, joyful, and able to engage in any activity whatsoever as you choose. Or, blessed ones, is it better to come off the couch or the bed and walk in nature and be with loved ones and your heart friends in service, and to again and again claim the woe is me state? Oh, I am not well. Oh, I am sick. Oh, it is opposition, or I am bearing too much of the planetary weight. Nonsense! It is your choice to be well or to be ill. It is your choice to be well or to be ill. I, Serapis, send this ray into your spine. And if you can aver and declare your wholeness again and feel the power, the fire of your I am, willing, actionable presence, then, dearest ones, all discord, all lack of righteous choices will have no power over you any longer. Yes, I come with this fire because, dearest ones, it is time that some of you see the handwriting on the wall of your daily choices and know that your time may be limited in this incarnation if you do not mend your ways and take care of your temples of light. You thought I would come with some other message, and yet it is a practical one, even for this messenger himself, where I tell you that every choice results in whether you are in alignment or not, and God is no respecter of persons, even this one. And if you would continue to dwell in sympathy, which is simply a form of self-annihilation over time, then, dearest ones, go your way, away from the fire that we would deliver, and live in the comfortability of your lesser self. And if that is your choice, so be it. Yet we, Moria, Mother Mary, Lanello, the Divine Director, and I are here this day to embrace you as you embrace God, to adjure you to a greater fiery presence, and to take action where action is due, and to leave off of all compliance with the lesser self that weeps and moans and would assail you until there is nothing left of the light that we have bestowed upon you year after year within our dispensations of grace. Some of you have benched yourselves by your actions and choices. It is not the Master who is benched. It is you who have benched yourself. Therefore, rise out of this cannibalistic sense of either self-importance or self-pity, where lack can be let go of, where the omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent nature of God within your threefold flame may re-inspire you to be your true self every moment. Yes, I give a speech somewhat of this nature in my retreat at Luxor for the new initiates who come. And in the moment when the fire is felt inside and there's a stripping away of all aspects or many aspects of the lesser self, then I have the malleable material of greatness to work with. The God will remold into perfected light, beingness. And then the powerful divine presence emerges, and the soul sees its true reality and soars to that oneness state. Yes, one in your midst has been asking David for months and even years to have these fiery sessions. Well, you have had it, and I hope that you have had it with the lesser self. For when the fire comes, it must go into some place, you see. It must go into you for the remolding of your being and light. Yes, I burn away what is unreal through my pure vision of you as God realized. And if you can sustain this own self-awareness of who you are in God, then bravo, brava to you. For that is what will lead you quickly to your source. And you will self-identify so much with what is real and true, divine and pure, that it will be a pleasure for the Chohans to work with you, because there is nothing interfering with the higher collaborative work and the coordination of our conscious efforts with one another to bring about the kingdom of God upon earth. Yes, the Lord loves whom he chastiseth. And if you feel that chastising fire this day, praise God, for it is born of pure love for you. And if perchance you allow this fire to engulf you day after day, as you sit in meditation upon your presence and within your divine self, then that fire will continue to burnish you and to recrystallize within your selfhood all the essentials, the quintessential light of your adamantine nature, and you will be perfected in God as you accept God fully within. Now, blessed ones, from within this temple, the Masonic Temple in Livingston, Montana, I anchor a ray of the ascension current. So long as you hold services here, and during each service, whether morning or evening, whether daytime or nighttime, the light of this ascension current will draw forth for those who come an action of such indomitable fire that when you enter this sanctuary, you will feel it if you are sensitive. And as you sit in contemplation of your own ascension, this light will merge within you, within your spine, and bring you new life, new joy, new harmony, even new peace. And there will be a restoration of health and vitality, I say, for those who prove my words by their presence. And the vitality will grow. And all infidelities between you and your lesser self will be banished and no more. And all that is of the white ray of the ascension will glow within your world and being. I also anchor this light in Mount Shasta at the homes where services there are held. In Vista, California, in that sanctuary of light, the retreat of Lady Clarity. In Chicago and Bloomingdale, and the home of our precious Carol Wells, whose heart is always aflame with love for the Spirit Most Holy. And I acclaim that it will also be anchored elsewhere when enough of a momentum of God power, wisdom, and love has been anchored through constancy, through services provided, and through devotees' presence. And in coming months or years, if you seek this dispensation to be where you abide, contact me through the messenger, through an email or a letter, and we shall see what grace can be bestowed. Yes, I also see this energy field in Sweden, in Bergvik, in the home of the two devotees of light. For they have maintained that vigil for years on behalf of the Brotherhood. Now I ask you to put into the flame any sense of lack, want, or need. And now embrace their opposites, abundance, what God desires, and even the opulence and the magnificence of the cornucopia of light, virtues, and even the supply that you require for your lives. If you focus on what you truly require and let go of what you have previously humanly desired, the real will appear in your midst if you are true to your vision and accept it as a reality. You know this teaching, you know this law, and yet still at times various ones of you embrace lack, need, and want through your words, your desires, and your actions. So shift and make your words, actions, and desires godly, divine, perfect, and it shall be so. It is a cosmic law that is fulfilled in the I Am name, and you know it. Now, as you listen to the sacred music, played by your AV technician today and the past, and composed in a previous life of the brother Tom Miller. Music that brings you to Luxor. Embrace the presence of the initiates of the ascension flame as they embrace you. And as I stand before you, each one also, and gaze into your eyes, I pray that my fire will raise you this day into a new realm of love and light, and that you will know my love for you and why I have been so fiery on your behalf, each one. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Friday night Diamond Crystal Purity service from Livingston, from our Sanctuary of the Heart, with a special memorial service tonight for our beloved Patricia Murphy, also known as Patricia Carlson to many of you. And she was knighted by the Masters, and her knighted name was Lady Glow Ray. Lady Glow Ray, Glow, capital Ray. So we welcome you, our beloved Lady Glow Ray from the etheric, tonight to be with us in spirit and as tangibly as you can be. I'd like to sing first song number 122, The Gift of Love, and the words will be on the screen, so you'll see them before your very eyes. So, The Gift of Love.
Bringing all his gift of
In the name of the mighty I Am God, presence of all life, we call to the heart of the great central sun, beloved Alpha and Omega, Helios and Vesta, and all cosmic beings, solar lords, hierarchies of the sun, to shine forth your light upon each and every one of us this night, and upon the spirit, the soul of Patricia Murphy. We pray now for the great release of light that can come forth through her causal body unto the earth and unto each and every one of us as we attend to her memories this night as we participate in the alchemy of the commemoration of a great soul, a great spirit, a friend, a heart friend, a beloved of God. We ask that a portion of the mantle and the causal body of Patricia be bestowed upon each and every one of us. Her joy, her joyful spirit, her smile, her laugh, her tender regard for each and every one, her constancy, her dedication, her love. And as we commemorate this soul, we also invite all ascended beings who have ever ascended through the Heart Center movement and other spiritual movements to be with us tonight, to witness to this great individual, the personality who has become the divine individuality of her own God presence in the ascension and the light. For as Kuthumi has revealed to me this night, she ascended on Mother's Day because she was both a mother of the Heart Center movement and a mother to many of us in previous lives, as well as simply one who mothered everyone who came unto her and who was influenced by her through her counseling and her sacred work with the Ascended Masters within two major communities of light in this lifetime. Thank you, beloved Kuthumi. Thank you, beloved Patricia, for overshining us this night in the light of God that always prevails. Well, fresh off the Creative Arts team's altar, we have a version of a prayer that I composed a while back that Nancy Colsey wrote the music to. It's called I Am Rejuvenated, I Am Renewed, and for those who have a prayer book, it's 60.016, so you can share with others who may be here who do not have it. And the melody is very catchy, very lively, and very invigorating, as you'll see. So it's 60.016 as a song, and we actually go through it all the way through twice because it's so quick. So here we go.
I am rejuvenated, I am renewed, I am refreshed, recharged, replenished, and bejeweled. God's resurrection fire now surges through my form. I am now liberated, I am reborn. I am rebirthed in God, I'm pure and free and clear. I am delivered from my past, I'm full of cheer. I am a being of light with many gifts divine. I am a son of God, I'm shining mighty fire. I am rejuvenated, I am renewed, I am refreshed, recharged, replenished, and bejeweled. God's resurrection fire now surges through my form. I am now liberated, I am reborn. I am rebirthed in God, I'm pure and free and clear. I am delivered from my past, I'm full of cheer. I am a being of light with many gifts divine. I am a son of God, I'm shining mighty fine. Hail, resurrection angels, hail, resurrection angels, hail Jesus the Christ, hail Jesus the Christ. I am rejuvenated, I am renewed, I am refreshed, recharged, replenished, and bejeweled. God's resurrection fire now surges through my form. I am now liberated, I am reborn. I am rebirthed in God, I'm pure Son of God, outshining my divine. I am rejuvenated, I am renewed, I am refreshed, recharged, replenished, and bejeweled. God's resurrection fire now surges through my form. I am now liberated, I am reborn. I am rebirthed in God, I'm pure and free and clear. I am delivered from my past, I'm full of cheer. I am a being of light with many gifts divine. I am a son of God, outshining my divine. Hail, resurrection angels, hail, resurrection angels. Hail Jesus the Christ, hail Jesus the Christ.
So you have to resurrect before you ascend. So that tune is so catchy. When I mow the lawn, and we have a lot of lawn, that's going through my head constantly for hours. So thank you, Nancy, for the melody. We have a wonderful sharing by Patricia herself when she offered us the story of her life, encapsulated in about 18 minutes, back on August 20th, 2015, in what we call our Heart From Wisdom interview series. So there's no video with this. However, during the audio, Boyd's going to show many images of Patricia taken by us and Heart Friends through her 16 years of activity through the Heart Center movement. So here we go.
My name is Patricia Murphy. I was born in 1934 in Chicago at St. Joseph's Hospital, and the oldest of 6 children. Lived in Highland Park, Illinois, a pleasant suburb. Grew up there, very inconspicuous life, mainly. I was my mother's helper, being the oldest of 6. Enjoyed school. My favorite person was my paternal grandmother, Grandma Murphy, who was a Catholic convert from being a German Lutheran, and always had a rosary by her bed, and would take me anywhere I wanted to go, like riding the escalators at Marshall Fields, for example. So I loved her very much. She died when I was 7, or passed on. Oh, and my twin sisters were born that same year, so there was lots of stress in the family during that time. Anyway, my next wonderful spiritual experience was going to a farm camp in Wisconsin called Swisscroft, where it was run by a woman and her mother, who had been a divine science minister who preached at the Blackstone Hotel in Chicago for years before that. And they would have the camp children, come into Grandma Tish's room every day for songs and prayers and inspirational poetry and stories and so forth. And I came to refer to that place as my little heaven on earth, because they stressed the loving cooperative community there. I went there when I was 10 and again at 11, and later became a counselor there for a couple of summers. When I went to high school at Highland Park High School, I was very shy, and a friend introduced me to her friends, and that was the group of girls that I stayed with pretty much throughout those high school years. And we used to go to a girl's house after school and play a game which we called Shooting the Bull. And it was sitting in a circle and telling each other what we liked about each other and what we could improve. And they always told me I was too quiet. But anyway, I think that was my first interest in psychology. Then when I was a teenager, I went to a ranch camp in Jackson Hole, Wyoming, where I had an adventure of following two other girls when we went on a horseback trip to, supposedly we were going to Alaska Basin up in the mountains, which was supposed to be this beautiful place. But the ranch owner decided at noon when we stopped for lunch on the trail that we didn't have time to get there and get back to the ranch by dark. So he had everyone turn around. Well, one of the counselors and another girl wanted to go see Alaska Basin, and they talked me into turning around and following them up the trail. And since it was single file horses, nobody noticed that we weren't with the group. And we rode that night and got to Alaska Basin shortly before dark. We're very hungry, had no food, had no warm clothing, built a fire, found some old fried potatoes at a campsite that were dumped on the ground and ate those. And our horses got away during the night, so the next day we had to walk down the trail to where we had left the other campers the day before. And these two girls decided that we should climb down the mountain instead of stay on the trail, which was a very bad decision. I was afraid but didn't want to be alone, so followed them. It took us 8 hours from noon to 8 o'clock that night to climb down the mountain, and we would come to places where we didn't think we could go up or down. My father later told me that that's how people die. They get stuck on a mountain and can't go up or down, and nobody finds them. But anyway, it was my first prayer experience where I felt a definite response. I got to a ledge where I didn't feel I could go up or down, and prayed and felt a sense of peace come over me, and we were able to take off our boots and throw them down ahead and climb in our bare feet the rest of the way. And anyway, we made it to the bottom of the mountain, slept another night there, very cold. Our matches had gotten wet, so we had no fire that night. That was at Jenny Lake. And the ranch owner found us the next morning and was very unhappy at losing his horses and, of course, endangering our own lives, and gave us a horse to ride back to the ranch. One horse for three of us, which we rode bareback, and every time we'd go uphill a little bit, the back person would fall off, and when we went downhill, the front person would fall off, and it must have been a funny sight. Anyway, so I went to college in Tucson, Arizona, where I met my first husband, who was in the Air Force, stationed at an air base nearby. And after I graduated, I went to California, to Sacramento, where he was stationed by then, to see if that relationship would work, and was there for a year as a public assistance social worker. Then got married, moved to upstate New York, where I had 3 children from this marriage. The middle child was born in Alaska. My husband was an adventurer and wanted to move to Alaska. So we went to Alaska when the first child was only 4 months old, and I got pregnant right away. Again, we lived in Alaska for a little over a year, cooking on a wood stove, no running water. That in itself was another adventure. And the birth of my second child happened in Fairbanks, Alaska. That was an adventure too, because the doctor gave me too much spinal and my lungs started paralyzing and I almost died. However, I didn't. And that pregnancy, my water had broken at night in this little town, Eagle, Alaska, where there was no way to get out of there except by plane. And that was my second profound prayer experience where my water broke and we had to charter the mail plane and it couldn't get there till the following morning. Everyone told me to lie down and I prayed about it and felt this same peace come over me that had come over me on the mountain in Wyoming, and just went about packing and getting ready and wasn't worried at all. The plane came in the morning. Then we couldn't land because of bad weather at Fairbanks and had to land in another town and wait till the weather cleared. And I never went into labor. Didn't get into the hospital till 4 o'clock the next afternoon. And that was when I had the surgery and my lungs started paralyzing. But anyway, it all turned out all right. We stayed in Alaska for a little while, then went back to upstate New York, and I left that marriage with the 3 children, went back to Illinois. My husband had problems with depression and some violence and wouldn't get help and so forth. So anyway, I went back to Illinois and had my third important prayer experience where I prayed for money to go to graduate school, and my step-grandmother called me and offered to help me financially to get started. So I went to the University of Chicago, got a master's degree in social work, and it was 2 weeks before my master's degree that second child, Billy, who had been born in Alaska, was at a social work picnic, hit by a car and killed. So, of course, that was a profoundly disturbing experience for me and my children. But I felt I'd had a lot of preparation for it, had read the teachings of Edgar Cayce, knew about reincarnation, and some people who had given life readings in those times and had given me a life reading said that Billy was only supposed to be with us for those 8 years. He was 8 years old at the time. And he had come as a helper to me and to his brother Scott, which was a new concept for me. You think of that you're supposed to help your children, as we are, of course, but I never thought about a child coming to help me, but he was supposed to help me through major changes in my life, divorce, going back to school, and so forth. And he was the most obvious angel of the 3. He was never any problem and always a help, always successful in anything he did, was a little angel. So then I became a social worker and moved to Evanston, which is where I lived when I found the teachings. I found the teachings in 1975 at a junior college where they had a Spirit Fest, and there was a poster of Mount Shasta, which was a beautiful poster with Mother's picture on it and teachings of the Ascended Masters on the poster, and it rang all kinds of bells with me. I went to the conference at Mount Shasta in 75 and felt like I was coming home. So I was with the Summit Lighthouse for many years, was involved with the Chicago Teaching Center, was director there for 4 years, and eventually moved to California, where I thought I'd live the rest of my life. And when the church moved there, then was sent back to Chicago by Mother when the teaching center had problems, and was there for another 4 years, and then moved to Montana when the church moved there, or shortly after, and had another marriage to a farmer in northeast Montana for 4 years. And when I came back from that was when, a few years after I came back from there, I guess, I went to a discussion group in Livingston where David was sharing that he was starting to receive dictations from the Ascended Masters, and he said it in such a casual, inconspicuous way that it almost didn't register. But he read a dictation by, I think it was Cyclopeia, that I recognized right away as being valid. So then I got involved with the Heart Center. Well, I first did some work in his art studio helping him because he was suddenly getting these dictations every morning, and he would take them by hand at home after his rosary and prayers and would bring them into the office, and I would type them in the computer. He applied to be a messenger for the Summit Lighthouse, as he was guided to do by Linello, and was told that he probably wouldn't be accepted, but he should apply anyway. So he did and wasn't accepted. And the Heart Center was supposed to move to Chicago. So I jumped the gun and laughed out loud, saying I always got sent back to Chicago no matter where I went, thinking I would be there the rest of my life. So I moved back to Chicago, and then the Heart Center board didn't move there, but I stayed there, and I think that's pretty much the spiritual highlights of my life. I'm in California now, and just yesterday discovered I was learning a new skill at 81 and had a wonderful experience doing counseling online by writing, which I could not imagine doing, but I found this company that has counselors doing counseling by writing. And people can also phone you, but I guess it's cheaper to just do the writing. And so had my first client yesterday, and she was very happy. We had several exchanges yesterday afternoon and evening, and I was excited because I found, oh my goodness, I couldn't imagine doing this by writing, but here I am doing counseling by writing.
Well, thank you, Patricia, very much for your wonderful stories. And if anyone would like to get counseling from you by writing, is there a website that they could go to?
Oh, yes, it's betterhelp.com. Betterhelp.com. However, I also do private practice, and they could call me directly.
Okay. Thank you so much, Patricia, for your wonderful life story, and especially the part about how your spiritual highlights have affected your life. And if you have one last message to give Heart Friends from your wonderful years of experience, is there anything else you'd like to say before we end?
Well, even as a child, when I would go to the Catholic Church, I wondered why God stopped talking to us 2,000 years ago. And so I think I was looking for a messenger even as a child, but didn't know it. And was so excited to find the teachings of the Ascended Masters when I finally did. So anyway, that's the sort of tone of my life, was looking for the teachings and finally finding them.
And you found it. Well, thank you very much. And again, Patricia, because you're not shy about your age, how old are you?
81.
Thank you again, Patricia, and we'll look forward to seeing you in person the next time we see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathleen.
And thank you for coming to Mount Shasta. You came here live to the Mount Shasta event, all the way on a train, 24 hours from San Diego up to Mount Shasta. It was wonderful to see you.
Yes, wouldn't have missed it. It was wonderful.
Thank you again.
Well, you're welcome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Boy, did you get chills during a lot of that? I love hearing her voice. It's so clear. She was so clear. Well, she loved Kuthumi, and Kuthumi loved her, and we have a song to Kuthumi. I'd like to play it now, number 27, Dearest Kuthumi. You probably remember the melody from the Summit for those who are in the Summit. It has new words that I composed. So the music is Kashmiri Love Song by Amy Woodford Findon. So please share with someone who has a book if you don't have one. 27. We have many sharings sent in by Heart Friends and the Heart Center movement across the world. So the first is from Carol Wells, who lives in Bloomingdale, which is a suburb of Chicago. Memories of my friend Patricia Murphy. Who was that gentle-faced woman with the loveliest soft blonde hair, always wearing pastel shirtwaists and present at every decree service? She was Patricia Murphy. And in the late 1980s, when I began attending services in Rogers Park, we became acquainted. I believe she lived in the building where the services were held. The far north side of Chicago, where this teaching center was located, wasn't the safest area. There were times when gunshots rang out during and after our evening services. However, not much daunted Patricia. I witnessed through our years of our friendship that she would go anywhere, everywhere, to be present with the messengers of the Brotherhood and to receive the delivery of the Word. Patricia was the epitome of the lifelong learner. Her thirst for knowledge regarding her profession and the teachings seemed insatiable. As a counselor, she was fascinated with the spiritual aspects of the human psyche, and she incorporated every spiritual tool she could get away with in her practice. In a few years, Patricia moved away from Chicago, I think to Montana. We would see each other at conferences and always have the most fulfilling conversations. Patricia, as usual, overflowed with information on the newest health book, the newest alternative physician or psychoanalyst she had met in person, the most recent workshop she had attended. In 2004, when Patricia found David in the Heart Center, the Masters desired the hub of our activity to be in Chicagoland. So a year later, Patricia moved to Downers Grove, a western suburb of the city. Since I had found the Heart Center at that time, Patricia and I were so happy to be serving together again, involved in the launch of a new and exciting dispensation. Patricia hosted the early Heart Center services in her Downers Grove home. Many of our broadcasts in 2005 and 2006 originated from her little living room. In a few years, she and other Heart Friends who had also moved to the Chicago area decided to move together to Stell, a community hidden in the northeastern Illinois cornfields. Again, in Patricia's living and dining rooms, we held services and meetings. Her Stell home was a darling ranch style with rooms she had painted in various pastel colors, just like the shirtwaists she used to wear when we first met. She told me that when her son Scott first came to visit her, he jokingly said, "Mom, your home looks like the inside of an Easter basket." Patricia laughed. Scott didn't know how much Ascended Master pastels meant to his mom. She had painted her home in causal body hues on purpose. During her Stell years, Patricia introduced me to the magnificent music of Andre Rieu, the Waltz King, whose showmanship and talent are bathing the earth with joy, happiness, and fun to this day. I also remember what a great baker and cook Patricia was. She created many delicious and healthy desserts for all of us, and she prepared the most scrumptious breakfasts on Sunday mornings to make sure we didn't face our long drives home on empty stomachs. After a few years, Patricia decided to move to California, close to family and Dennis's Vista Heart Friends group. She and I kept in touch via email and by phone occasionally, and still every conversation was filled with her wonderful discoveries in health and spirituality. When she decided to move to Livingston in 2018, I was able to visit her in her senior apartment during my attendance at the 2019 Summer Solstice event. We had a chance to pray together at the end of the visit. And now she is home. I am just imagining the Patricia, friend of God and the Brotherhood, supporter of God's plans and projects here on earth, is seated in a delicate white wicker settee, nestled among blossoming trees in the center of a magnificent flower garden. Seated to her right is none other than our beloved Kuthumi, and they are chatting and laughing as Patricia poses question after question about all things psychological. She is having the time of her life. Carol Wells. The next one is from Nancy Colsey, who couldn't make it tonight. She's not feeling well. I would have loved for her to read this, but I will go ahead and read it. Memories of Patricia Murphy from Nancy Colsey. I don't remember how I first met Patricia Murphy, although I've known her for many years and long before the Heart Center started in a previous dispensation. We were both Illinois girls, so we had that in common. I had aspired in my youth to become a high school guidance counselor. She went on to kind of live my dream, actually working for a time with students in one of my hometown's high schools in Palatine, Illinois. She eventually, for 2 separate periods of time, was director of the Chicago Teaching Center of a previous Ascended Master activity, which was located in Barrington, up the road from Palatine. Quite a big responsibility, which she embraced and fulfilled very ably. She was a key figure in the Stell community near Kankakee, Illinois, in which a number of Heart Center folks lived in the early years. Ken and I visited her at her home there in Stell, an impressive, eclectic community. She and I used to talk at conferences of the, quote, old church, end quote, as I called it. Then one year, I hadn't seen her in a while and was surprised to bump into her at FoodWorks here in Livingston. I asked her what she had been up to. She said, "I've been doing some transcribing." This piqued my interest, and I asked what she was working on. She informed me that David Lewis had begun taking dictations from the Ascended Masters, and it was a critical time because the Masters had given the CUT elders 2 weeks to recognize David's messengership. Finally, only Paul Haugen, among them, recognized David and tried to get others to see the light. It became necessary to found the new Heart Center dispensation. Patricia told me to contact David and he would send me Lanello's 33 founding dictations, which David did. Ken and I read them together, right away recognizing Lanello's vibration and realizing David was a legit messenger. Patricia graciously volunteered her home with a large living room in Golden Age Village, Emigrant, Montana, for meetings before the name the Heart Center was even formally adopted. I invited John and Nora Fanuzzi to a Sunday service, and they felt the inner confirmation. The seeds for our time at Wellspring Center had been planted. Ken Mueller was present again at Patricia's home for the first public dictation by Kuzco, with people in the community invited to attend. Thus, Patricia was intimately involved in the beginnings of the Heart Center activity. Over her long career, she practiced as a psychologist, counseling families, children, and even military personnel with PTSD on bases near San Diego and in Germany. She had a deep caring about and understanding of how people's tough backgrounds could present as problems later in life. She reminded me several times that not everyone had had such a rosy childhood as I. At one point, she came up for consideration as a counselor for Heart Friends, even to being allowed to offer this service during conference times. I recall David announcing the Masters' conclusion that they approved this, quoting the Ascended Masters as saying, "We trust you, Patricia." At one conference, she asked Ken and me to be guinea pigs to demonstrate a method for couples counseling she was using. It ended up being a lot of fun and instructive for all. I was asked to be Patricia's executor and legal power of attorney, which role I fulfilled, helping her write her will and advance directives and paying many bills, until it became evident that her best course of action would be to move to a facility in Missouri, closer to her sister, her daughter-in-law, and her son, whose advice she had begun to trust totally. So I then resigned that position. Before she moved back to the Midwest, she asked me to read to her an autobiography of a hands-on healer given to me by a heart friend. As her son Scott had been feeling heat in his hands and had some success in praying for friends' healings, I had sent him a copy. Scott was very taken with this book. He wanted his mom, Patricia, to read it too, so they could discuss it together. Patricia requested that I read it to her. I read the book aloud to Patricia, and she truly loved it. It was a good review for me, too, and fun to read together. She also very much enjoyed being read to. When we were going through her books, sorting out which ones she wanted to keep, she amazingly recalled all the classes they were from, who the instructors were, and could, in most cases, give a good synopsis of each book. I marveled at this and at her lifelong love of learning. Patricia had a naturally victorious spirit, and after she experienced a stroke with the resulting loss of some mobility, she could still be seen at the Livingston vegan potluck evenings, many concerts, and most services until it became too difficult for her to climb the stairs. She truly loved her service to the masters and to her clients and patients. While she was in Montana, she listened to Heart Center radio many hours each day. She was very devoted to David and his mission. I am grateful to have known Patricia. I know in Octaves of Light it will continue to be her joy to comfort and serve souls on their journeys. Those were probably the two longest sharings, so let's give a prayer to Kuthumi. It's the prayer of St. Francis, actually, 60.002 in the prayer book, 60.002. Most of us know it, or have at least given it before. Beloved Master Kuthumi, as St. Francis, radiate forth your light, as we are all now instruments of your peace throughout the world, together. Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. Where there is darkness, light. And where there is sadness, joy. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. So the next sharing is from Dennis Fisher, and as many of you know, before she moved back to Montana, she lived very close to Dennis and attended regularly. So we'll hear what he has to say. My first recollection of meeting Patricia is sitting next to her on a plane ride in Peru in 2012 with the Heart Center pilgrimage. Being next to her on that plane gave me an opportunity to have a casual conversation with Patricia and get to know her a little. I still remember her beautiful voice, Patricia's gentle way and her inner joy, her loving concern springing in her soft voice. I discovered that Patricia is very easy to talk to. Also, through our conversation, I realized Patricia is an amazing listener, too. After talking with her, I had felt heard, understood, and validated. I found out on that plane ride she worked as a counselor or therapist for the government and would be moving to Oceanside very soon. Her new job was serving at the Camp Pendleton Marine Base about 10 miles from me. That was the beginning of our divine love friendship. For the next 5 years, I would see her almost 3 times a week at my home for Tuesday meditation, Wednesday Mother Mary Rosary, and Thursday Kuan Yin Rosary services. We would also have occasional lunches and dinners together and share family, get birthdays and graduation parties. We would plan Heart Center events and meetings, including the snacks for our Tuesdays meditations together. Patricia is a great cook and baker. No sugar allowed. She took over as the divine mother of the Temple of Clarity for all who came. Always a perfect hostess and helpful angel to those who came that needed help. We went to conferences and other Heart Center events together, which deepened our divine love friendship. Patricia specialized in healing techniques to help people get over grief or trauma, post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. She assisted my sister recover from the loss of her daughter and my neighbor whose son died in a suicide free of charge. Patricia told me she really loved helping people. In 2017, after Patricia had a stroke, she moved back to Montana to be closer to David and the Heart Center events. She wanted to open a counseling office in Livingston where she could share her gifts with our Heart Center community. She was not going to let the stroke slow her down. She had other plans. We would talk on the phone once a week and go over the plans and see what is new. I guess my favorite memory of Patricia is that plane ride because it was the birth of a heart-love friendship. I shared the same birth year as her son Scott, 1959, and when she found out, she said to me, "You are my son too." and I'll never forget that. I love you, Patricia. Thank you for all of your love and guidance in my life and in my Chilaship. You are forever in my heart. Fly with the Angels in K-17. Dennis. And the next sharing is from our beloved Reverend Donna Korth from Sulphur Springs in Texas. And she sent a bunch of pictures, which did we show all of them pretty much? Okay. So many of those pictures that we saw, or a good number of them, were sent from Donna Korth. Dear friends, these are all pictures with Patricia in them on our pilgrimage to Canada, Ottawa, and Montreal in 2014. Number 33 was taken when Patricia and I, Donna Korth, went on a walk in a lovely garden park with the story of the crucifixion and resurrection and lovely carved statues. She seemed so happy, and she liked this particular statue, and so I stopped and took a picture of her in front of it. I don't know if you can find that, Boyd, but I first met Patricia at a Summit University conference when she was available to give people help as a psychologist. I got some very good advice from her regarding how to relate to my family while growing in a different spiritual direction than they were. Another memory, Patricia and I were roommates at a conference once, and I must have been snoring as in the middle of the night I felt someone pushing me back over on my side towards the wall. It was Patricia, and she was so apologetic for waking me up, but I had been keeping her awake. I also was very apologetic. I always enjoyed talking with Patricia as she was very aware of current events and prayed continually for everything and everyone. I also remember when she and Alice did the broadcast back when they both lived in Stell, Illinois. Patricia led the prayers and Alice did the broadcast, and they were a great team. Thank you for the opportunity to share these. Donna Korth. The next one is from Donna Drigan, another Donna. And Donna Drigan is from Baltimore. I first met Patricia when she lived in a Heart Friend community with other families in Illinois. When, in 2005, St. Germain asked for 12 Heart Friends to go on our first pilgrimage, which was to be in Mexico, I signed up, as did Patricia. Unfortunately, we ended up with 11 of us arriving in Mexico, but found a friend living there, and they had a friend visiting them from another country, so we wound up with 13. Doing and going every place and everything the masters had asked of us. Thank God we did due to the earthquake that occurred. The masters had said it would have been a 0.8 earthquake had we not had 12 Heart Friends following their instructions. We had a wonderful time. Later she moved to different places. When she ended up in Montana a few years ago, we reconnected. I tried to call now and then. When Patricia told me she was moving to Lakeside Meadows Nursing Home in Osage Beach, Missouri, I was concerned. The only one she had there was the ex-daughter-in-law that had helped her move. No Heart Friends lived there. I tried to call weekly. She had trouble with her computer and phone. Dennis had helped her with her computer. I called her on the morning of Good Friday. She had said she felt dizzy. Easter Sunday, when David said she had been taken to the hospital, I immediately called the nursing home to get the hospital number. The hospital could tell me nothing because I was not a relative. Then we received an email saying she had made her transition, and that was Monday, the day after Easter. So this was April 13th. Blessings, Donna Drigan. And the next one is from Lenore Harris, who lives in Reedley, which is near the heart chakra of California, and also fairly near, I guess it's a national park, right? Yosemite. When I think about Patricia, I think of her sweet smile, her soft voice, and her cute chuckle laugh. I was always happy to see her at Heart Center events, and she came to many. I was amazed at how young she seemed, almost to the end of her time here. She was still going to places like Germany for job stints as a counselor, even into her 80s. Can you imagine that? Counseling in Germany when she was already over 80 years old. She was in the right profession since she truly cared about helping people with their psychological, emotional issues. I'm sure she was good at it. A number of years ago, Patricia was excited about a method she had been using that involved tapping on your heart and maybe other organs. She shared this with our community in order to give people a tool to help themselves. The one thing I will always remember Patricia for is her courage and willingness to defend the New Heart Center in 2004 and 2005 by writing a public letter online that directly led me and Marcia Guyette Hammond to the Heart Center. For that and for her sweet soul, I am grateful. Lenore Harris. We have another song that Maria Min, I believe, created the music for, composed the music for, and these are words by Kathumi, dictated through me in Denver, Colorado at the airport on April 5th, 2007. And it was an amazing heartstream because it was poetic. It was just, the whole thing rhymed. So this is song 112, I Am the Song of Life.
I am the song of life, a sacred melody sublime, releasing chords of destiny throughout all space and time. I rise to heights of consciousness within the heart of God. His flaming presence I don't know, and comes in flaming beyond. My heart imbibes the essence of pure love in every ray, for when its streams flow freely, I am raised by sacred ray. God's coral gleam surrounds me as his angels chant in rhyme. Their lilting voices soothe my soul. Their crystal tones now shine, impressing patterns perfect deep within my soul and mind. I see the glory of creation shining pure divine. Oh Lord, your light is everywhere. I see your spirit true, your luminescence, mindfulness, my nature does in you. As music speaks, a light elixir fills my grateful heart. I am pure being, song sublime. I feel God's blazing start. My aura filled with liquid gold, our minds now merge as one. No shadow lingers where I am. I am
The next sharing is from Anita Hulbert, who lives near Seattle. In 2005, I went to the conference in Banff, where attendees were asked to consider volunteering for the Heart Center. It was there that I chose to transcribe heart streams and also contribute artistically. Quite soon after that, I received a call from Patricia Murphy. She was calling from her home and said David was staying there. Actually, I don't think I stayed there. Maybe one night in Chicago, but anyway. She made arrangements to teach me the transcribing procedure over the phone. Her pleasant communication really gave me insight into the faith that both she and David shared. It was truly the beginning of something big, starting as a very hands-on grassroots level. We have had other memorable encounters. At the fort of El Morya in India, we were chatting. I saw the amethyst brooch she was wearing. It reminded me of what Saint Germain said regarding one's first experiments in precipitation. He said to begin with visualizing and precipitating an amethyst in the form of a Maltese cross. Hers was absolutely beautiful and perfect. She said that Mark Prophet had blessed it. She also had a crystal teapot pendant. 2 years ago, during the summer conference, we went to Chico Hot Springs. I happened to be near Patricia, and she started talking. Maybe the water was relaxing, but she really told me quite a bit of her life story. I don't remember all of the details, but she had plenty of challenging situations arise, especially with her family. When things like that happen, when you give so much personal information, it is like a release of energy that requires closure. She had a review of her life, so to speak. I feel fortunate she spoke to me and imparted the energies of her forthcoming ascension. It was as though she had weathered this life and its experiences and was ready to move forward. I am grateful that she was an example of someone who could look and be so charming with such a sweet voice, yet also was able to do so much in her life and relationships. So the next one is short, and it's from Kathleen Alexander. Patricia Murphy was a sweet, determined, kind, and happy person. She was helpful for me personally with her EFT, and this is the tapping that was referred to, emotional freedom technique, aka tapping, and inner child psychology work that we did, usually over the phone. I remember her for so long that I'm not quite sure when we actually met in this life. I always remember her as a smiling, happy person. She was such a good sport during conferences, going on hikes well into her senior years. She was always ready to lend a helping hand whenever she could. I love to hear her stories about going to Germany and working with the American military families there. She did psychological counseling and I'm sure imparted many spiritual values. She was working and traveling well into her 70s, I think. Such a trooper. During the time that I knew her, she lived in Illinois, Montana, and California with months-long working stays in Germany. When I called her on her cell phone, I was never quite sure where she actually was. She could be anywhere around the globe. I know she had a mind of her own and sometimes clashed with friends and family, and she always remained an endearing person to me. Thank you, Patricia. I'm sure you're busy in heaven, running around doing many helpful things. You had a heart of gold here on earth, and I'm sure you have an even bigger heart now. Thank you for blessing my life, Kathleen. And the next is Alice Rogers, formerly known as Tucker for some of you. Patricia was my next-door neighbor in Stell, Illinois for a few years. She was quiet and kind and always loved to support any of the Stell Center's activities and also the Chicago group's activities. She and I even did audio broadcasts together for a while. Patricia was a gracious hostess, and David stayed at her lovely home when he came to Stell. She was very studious, always reading a book, loved community, and so was quite active in the small Stell community. Later, after I left Stell and others who were in our group left, she eventually moved to Vista, California, near Dennis Fisher, to live near her daughter and her grandchildren, whom she dearly loved. God bless you, Patricia, and know that your calm care in so many situations was appreciated. Thank you, Alice. And Catherine Kemick. I know this is very late and understand you may not be able to incorporate it with the Ascension service, but here goes. I had a challenge gathering memories and writing words. I met Patricia in New Orleans when Mother conducted a weekend service to clear the Gulf area of dark energies. We had lunch and just felt like sisters again. So many similar interests. Years later, 1999, at the ranch, I stayed for the summer, cooking breakfast for the SU retreat. There was Patricia. She told me she was counseling people by Mother's request and the inner child work she did. We chatted for a while. Christmas 2002. I received a Christmas card from her saying she was living in Montana ranch style. She told me Dr. Modi, the author of Remarkable Healings, was going to be in Chicago the first weekend of the new year. Am I going to go? I was snowed in, house sitting in Indiana, and doing a reading marathon of Remarkable Healing. Of course I would meet her there. The weather was near blizzard and challenged me to find the hotel in Chicago. Frazzled, I waited for the elevator doors to open, and when they opened, there stood Patricia, her shining, sweet, soft-spoken, smiling self saying, "I knew you were here." Another psychotherapist and keeper of the flame, Molly, unknown to us, arrived from Philadelphia. We had our team for what was ahead as a weekend of deep experiential work and meeting Dr. Modi. Years later, in 2018, Patricia contacted me to tell me she had been living in the San Diego area. I was planning a trip to the beach from Arizona, and of course we met again. She shared a blueberry banana cilantro shake and told me of Anthony Williams' book, which I skimmed. We played, viewed the movie Snowden, had lunch, visited Dennis Fisher's decrease session, and again, sisters together. I felt a deep concern for her situation and plans to move when she drove a fully packed car and returned to Montana again. Her brief message was she was settled in among friends again, carried her gentle, soft-spoken, smiling, and shining self. My heart feels her presence as I remember her. So I will share now some of my recollections of beloved Patricia. I will eternally be grateful that Patricia, who I realized had been my mother in a past life, supported me in the early years and actually even before I went public, as she did come to my art gallery many mornings and typed up what I wrote as those early heartstreams. Of course, I told her not to tell anyone, yet she couldn't keep her lips sealed. So I was trying to abide by what I knew to be the process for becoming a messenger that the summit had, I guess, developed. Actually, Mother established it, but virtually nobody knew about it. In fact, I didn't know about it, and I was in the leadership as the Keepers of the Flame manager for 2 years, and I never knew about it until this thing happened to me here in Livingston, just about 3 blocks from here at St. Mark's Church, maybe 4 blocks, and Jesus and Kuthumi contacted me. And then you know the rest of the story. But Patricia was so exuberant and enthusiastic about it that she just had to tell people, and you heard some of those stories. So I don't dishonor her for that. It was just her exuberance. When I looked up the record of Patricia's interactions with us in the Heart Center, she attended 35 on-site events and pilgrimages, 47 online events. She attended 61 Meru University courses. She placed 79 publication orders. And she had 2 soul-raising sessions, one in July 2016 and then a month later in August in 2016 in Mount Shasta. I re-listened to those yesterday and today. They were very beautiful, amazing revelations. And I'm not really at liberty to share much of anything except that one little teaching that came in the second one was so poignant and beautiful that I thought I'd encapsulate it for you. The Holy Spirit said that she should make the sign of the cross with her hands and visualize a blue cross. And the Holy Spirit said that when we do this, what is the center point of that cross? It's really the throat chakra. So it's the blue chakra. The interesting thing about the throat chakra is in all systems, the throat chakra is blue, right? In the summit, the I Am movement, Bridge to Freedom, and also in the Eastern tradition, if you start at the base, in their tradition, you go up red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Blue is still the throat in both systems. So when we make the sign of the cross, we're actually tapping. We're tapping. We're doing EFT. We're tapping here on the third eye. We're tapping on the sternum by the heart. We're tapping our shoulders, and we come back. And we're making a blue cross. That's the center point of that cross is the throat, the thyroid area, right? So the Holy Spirit gave this just this beautiful little teaching that I had never really thought of that we could visualize a blue cross when we cross ourselves, and it's protection. It is a dynamic energy field that we're creating by our consciousness. So I just thought that was really wonderful to share with all of you, and I got her permission to share it. So there's a couple emails that I found over the years. Patricia told me about a 7-part free documentary series on vaccines. This was back in 2011. And it's by somebody named Ty Bollinger, which some of you may have seen. And it dealt with the truth about cancer. So what's going on now? Vaccines. What are they trying to do? Create these vaccines. Are we going to take them? I hope we're never forced to. I won't. If they force me, I won't do it. And the Master said, don't do it. So it's interesting that came up in 2011. This was 9 years ago. Another email, she said, Dear David and Mona, thank you so much for your darling angel birthday card and loving notes. It meant a lot to me on my 77th birthday. I leave Tuesday for a counseling assignment at the U.S. Army base in Baumholder, Germany, in the Frankfurt area. I'll be working in the children's summer program for 2+ months, back August 27th. They've said not to expect pay for about 6 weeks. So I've borrowed money to get by, and after that I will enjoy catching up on bills and having a little spending money for the first time in a while. Have a wonderful conference in Minnesota. I'll miss seeing you all. Love and blessings, Patricia. Patricia donated and tithed regularly every month. And normally I wouldn't tell anyone this, but she's up there. So when we total up her donations, guess what? It came to just a few dollars under $33,000 that she donated over the years. I only say that because it's an alchemical number, and I thought it was phenomenal. Here is this senior lady, with probably not a lot of abundance, but she tithed regularly. That is the type of constancy that enables you to make your ascension. On January 16th, 2012, she emailed and said, I would like to do a presentation on emotional first aid, tapping the healer within. And according to our website, it said that she gave that presentation about a month later on February 9th, 2012. For a while, she had a Zero Limit study group, and that's the book on Ho'oponopono. And we received lots of her Jackie Larson e-cards over the years. Remember those, Mona? So the Jackie Larson e-cards. Used to get them from her and Dee Stewart and a few others. and Soledad Monroy and a few others. So her email is godfreygal@yahoo.com. Godfreygal, Godfregal @yahoo.com. So obviously she loved Godfrey, right? Godfrey Ray King and Godfrey the Master. I would like to share just one other poignant thing in her first soul-raising session, that the Holy Spirit came as a divine child, descending from heaven as a pure, undefiled example of divinity in this world. And I thought this was poignant because of all of Patricia's work with people on the inner child, right? The inner child. She did that inner child work for decades. We were encouraged to read all the books on the inner child, work on our psychology with our inner children, the boy child, the girl child, and all the other children inside of us, right? Aspects of our soul. And Patricia never stopped doing that. She was very childlike, even as an adult in her 70s and 80s. And her skin was so clear and pure, she did not look her age, and she definitely didn't act her age because she was a trooper par excellence. I mean, between her and Gloria Rojas and Constance Welzel, I have to say these ladies are the super troopers. They would come to every possible class they could, and they wouldn't let anything get in the way of coming. So the Master Kuthumi would share with us tonight that this woman, Lady Gloray, who was born May 25th, 1934 and passed April 13th, 2020, lived 4 1/4 score, 85 years. She would have been 86 in 3 days. She balanced 57% of her karma. You may have thought that maybe she would have balanced more with all that she did, but she came in with some considerable karma, and she did a tremendous work for the Great White Brotherhood, both with the Summit and with the Heart Center. She is with the Master Kuthumi and will work with him, and especially with children, for quite some time. She is a dedicated counselor and a divine social worker working on a new divine social order. And, we had this teaching from Mother Mary at the Healing Light Retreat just last year or earlier this year about the fact that in Mother Mary's retreat, there's a whole section now dealing with mental problems and how to deal with the increasing problems on the earth with people with mental aberrations and problems. And so I see Patricia also visiting Mother Mary's retreat. She loved Mother Mary, had statues of Mother Mary, absolutely adored Mother Mary, and helping families and children navigate relationships, deal with crises, issues, communication problems, deal with abuse of all kinds. And what ends up happening with these mental situations that come up, that for many people end up throwing them on the street, or they become homeless. It's a crisis now. It's terrible in Los Angeles, San Francisco, and many, many places. So Patricia is concerned about people. She's concerned about their ability to understand who they are as a son or daughter of God, a creature of the divine. a man or woman made in the image and likeness of God. As a mother of the Heart Center, one of the founding mothers, she was there for all of us to support us. And the one life where she was my mother was on Atlantis, and I don't know much about that life, yet what the Master showed me today was that she supported me then as she supported me later in this life, during the crucial time, during the time I was going through a divorce, when I was, in a sense, divorced from the previous activity that I was a part of for 30 years, from the time I was 18 till I was 48. Imagine my entire adult life was in the Summit Lighthouse for 30 years, and then losing most of my friends, being judged, being declared a psychic, false hierarchy, messenger, etc. Not to dwell on that, but Patricia was there as really, even though she didn't counsel me directly, I think she was counseling me with her loving support. What is a counselor? It is someone who we can receive support and comfort from, as well as information that will help us through our crisis. So she was there supporting me with her prayers, typing up those heartstreams, listening, participating, all those events. This counts for a lot. And God is very pleased with her. She ascended on Mother's Day. I saw her today in a beautiful white garment. She would often wear white, as you saw in the photographs, with sparkling gold and diamond jewels. Smiling, she looked, 18 years old. Beautiful, beautiful. Blue eyes, light blue eyes, beautiful blonde hair. A little longer than we normally saw her wearing it, because I think the masters, the ladies, like that longer hair, even though this is kind of how she presented herself to me. Really, she's a light being, like all ascended masters. And her message tonight for all of us is that we too can make it. How? Through constancy, support, faith, belief in ourselves, as well as the ones who we look to lead us and love us and support us. And no matter what you're going through in any stage of your life, if you would submit to the higher law of love, the highest laws of love, then you can make it. You can get through. If you lose a child, as some of you in this room have done, one of the hardest things that ever happens to a mother, you can make it through. It's always going to be there as a memory, as a painful, etching on your soul of what transpired. Yet, you know that the soul moves on. The soul will reincarnate or ascend. And you can still, through belief in yourself, inner work, inner child work, you can move on and be the victor. You can be the victor. And I'm seeing now gathering in heaven the hundreds and thousands of souls that she counseled during this life and that she prayed for as part of her ministry, her counseling ministry. She prayed for these people before sessions, after sessions, and the gratitude, the outpouring gratitude of all these souls for Patricia is amazing, and they are all applauding her victory. Some are reincarnated or back in embodiment. Some are still in embodiment, but their spirits are applauding her victory. And I think we should too. In concluding tonight, I would like to sing another song. Now, this is Jesus and the Elohim Peace. It's prayer 60.011. I am the flame of perfect peace. And it's to the music of Aloha Oi. And the words will be on the screen, so you won't really actually need a prayer book. It's so beautiful. And Patricia, we say to you, thank you for being on earth during this time when we were all connected and we were heart friends, and we still are heart friends. You will always be part of our hearts, as Dennis said. And we will call to you. She says, call to me. Call to her, especially for anything regarding counseling, inner child work, because this is her area of expertise, right? And yet she says, call to her for anything, anything. As a newly ascended master, she has a lot of authority to act in our world right now to deal with anything, coronavirus, everything. So here we go. Thank you so much for coming tonight. I know there were a couple other things that could have been said or people that could have shared, but I kind of set the matrix that it was due last week, so I don't desire to go over time tonight to honor our time. So I am the flame of perfect peace.
Peace around the world for all to understand. New waves of gold
my beloved Valentines, my precious hearts of love. I come this day with an anointing of spirit, the spirit of each one of you whom I cherish as sons and daughters of the one eternal God. And my cherishment is that of a mother who seeks ever to adorn her children with light, with beingness, and with the radiance of their own presence fully manifest as they ascend in consciousness daily to perceive more of the divine worlds and access all that is sweet and pure, undefiled and holy. Yes, I see you each as holy beings of light. For the majesty of the miracle and the mysticism of true love is foundational within the lives of those who are moving in the cosmic heartstream of God unto their own victorious oneness within their presence. And they may feel the currents of the Holy Spirit manifesting through their aura and chakras to bring them a greater anointing each day as they access light supernal, joy eternal within. Oh, how great is God, great in all things, within all places, within all spirit sparks, within all planetary homes and evolutions of light thereupon. When you tap into the greatness of God through joyful love of the Creator, you allow an avenue of God's graciousness to flow unto you and to manifest within your world. And then, dearest ones, utilizing this resource of great light, you move forward on your path to oneness, to your victory, wholly clothed in that divine radiance. The angels and the archangels are here to serve you, a type of divine communion each day, as you choose to associate with them through prayer and meditation, through fasting, and through beingness in God, within the framework of humility and within the science of divine beingness. When the angels are near to your hearts, you may feel a fluttering of that spiritual fire, bringing you greater opportunity to live in the integrity of your God presence. And when you know with a certitude that that brooding spirit manifests within you, coursing through your arteries and veins, and moving through the stream of your awareness and higher consciousness, then, blessed hearts, I also am there, wooing you nearer to God, dearer to God, through your adoration, your divine devotion of the Eternal One. Many pray to me, petitioning for this or that manifestation of mercy or grace, of healing or surcease from struggle, strain, stress, and suffering. I may bring all of these desires of their hearts when the opportunity presents itself through their receptivity and their acknowledgement of the God light within. Yet often, dearest ones, it requires a greater sacrifice, a greater surrender for them to receive this type of anointing that I provide you today. For this is where heaven meets earth, and where miracles may ensue to goad you higher and to coax you literally into the arms of the Divine One through the mothers of the Spirit in your midst. I am a mother ray of love to all who would have my intercessory light as a mediatrix of joy and as one who promotes harmony and peace among the brethren and the sisters through joyous communication and through loving each other fully as God loves all. So in this majesty of the mystical aspects of holy love, be adorned in this light, in these frequencies of solar beingness and joy. Come up higher, dearest ones, to aspire always unto God within your divinity, to know God intimately through every breath and heartbeat, to sing your own praises, your own melodies of devotion and harmonies of peace with the archangelic choirs, and feel the pulsations of these divine quintessences deep within, scouring out all that is unnecessary and impure, and releasing ampules of light to restore your soul again unto that oneness state of beingness in your presence. Oh, how I behold you, always as already self-realized, glorious within your divine priest or priestesshood. And those of you who have so consecrated and dedicated your lives to the holy cause of planetary freedom, enlightenment, and brother sisterhood, I say to you this day, keep on keeping on through the disciplines of the Spirit in which you engage, for these are manifesting in new and greater opportunities for you to serve on a planetary scale your holy brethren and sisters among all cultures and peoples. Yes, through the Essene way and the life of the initiate, you may access all truth, all wisdom, and the love that pervades these as the way, the truth, and the life of the Christly ones upon earth. And as you are anointed again and again with the holy oils of heaven, I, Mary, will come to bless and charge you with this angelic presence and future releases of light in great heartstreams of joy. Now the angels gather round about this place made holy through your devotions. And the Christ is centered here, high in the atmosphere, radiating forth his divine golden glory and cosmic rays of peace and presence. Feel them now interpenetrating into your soul with this great anointing light, and know the Savior's joyous love for you, each one, on this Sunday. Yes, the day of the sun's dawning within your life, your new life in Christ, in Buddha, and in the brother-sisterhood of the Spirit. I am your Mary, loving you unto the perfectionment of your hearts and to your freedom to be always and ever one with God. Thank you. From Venus I come, and a light here within your midst, to radiate forth that love that all evolutions upon Venus hold near and dear to our hearts, for the evolutions of earth, our holy brothers and sisters, moving through life in your domain. Dearest ones, we have been observing the release of love and light during this weekend from afar upon Venus. And you have truly endeared yourself unto us through these devotions, holy prayers, and times of silence. And there is now an extension of cosmic rays of holy love sent from our home so near to earth, perfuming the atmosphere of this sphere with the holy glory of God and with the bounties and beauties of spiritual grace. This is a planetary anointing that Sanakumara and I desired to manifest long ago, when the sails would be set through hearts upturned to God through love. And so there may be few among you here physically to receive this dispensation. I can assure you, blessed ones, that tens of thousands of angels of the sacred fire have come forth to support this divine endeavor and this release of solar joy and harmonic light today. Be uplifted now, O soul, in the spiritual fire of holy love, that same love felt by St. Francis, by Jesus, and the great adepts of East and West, through their communion with the archangelic realms and with the Father, Mother, God throughout the ages. Be born anew within this love and receive this holy communion from the tongues of angels and from those hands that descend from above to proffer unto you new spiritual gifts and holy graces of fire. Oh, how great is love as it restores the soul unto her God. Yes, dearest ones, love is the key to your divinity through humility and the agility of prayer and meditation, as through the sacred anointing offered by the Holy One of Israel, there is bestowed unto you this virtue again within. Blaze forth this joyous love now unto this company, O angels of love, cherubim and seraphim of the sacred fire. Charge forth this love to renew them again and again, and waves and currents of power, wisdom, and love, balanced and now expanded within their hearts. Blaze, oh blaze, the sacred fire, and carve away all burdens of the past, any sense of guilt or shame that each one has ever had throughout their lifetimes evolving here. Forgive them of their sins, their karma, O angels of transmutative love this day, and rebirth them in the spiritual quintessences, that the soul may enjoy this new reunion with the I Am within, precious, divine, radiant, and pure. Now there come legions of the sacred fire from other star systems beyond this galaxy to address the issues of today, the problems upon earth, and how there may be transformation and cosmic change to help usher in the golden crystal age of Aquarius through the initiates of the sacred fire here and throughout the several worlds. And a grace from Alpha and Omega descends into the earth, charging forth its radiance deep into the core, and then out, spiraling out to transmute all records of darkness and that which assails the lives, virtues, and fortunes of humanity. Blaze forth now this cosmic light and renew the earth in holiness and virtue again. Blaze, 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 blaze forth this cosmic light into every being who through their inner receptivity is able to receive this grace. Yes, legions of the Lord are here, dearest ones, and you shall ever remember this moment in cosmic time, for it is the point of the turning of worlds and for the onset of new dispensations and sacred powers and transformational energies within you that you may utilize for God good and for the salvation of all in the light. We now place a capstone of love upon this event and bless each one, both physically here and those attending online. Be sealed in the power of the Holy Spirit's sacred breath. And now live within this anointing forever in the light of God that always prevails. I am your Mother Venus. My caring heart is ever available to each of you as you request it in your midst for true love to reign supreme within you always. Thank you. I'd like to share one more thing, and that is that I had a little vision during one of the songs that I believe Lady Clarity showed me of this retreat over this home. And what I saw was that the retreat keeps expanding. And initially it was more of just like a beautiful sanctuary. Then there are other sacred rooms. And I saw a library. You know, Dennis fairly recently got, I think, almost all the Omraam books in English, right? So all of them. So as he received all those books and all the books that are upstairs and in your bedroom, I saw this library of all these tomes of light. And then there's a special room for healing, yet in this retreat, it is through healing love. It's through love. Because there's so much love shared here. I mean, it's a temple of clarity, yet it's also really a temple of love, divine love. And so people come for the healing of their souls, their spirits, their psyche, and their body temples on the etheric, and they are nurtured by every event that you have here, Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, Thursday nights, and now you're even doing things on the weekend, and then once or twice a year we come for one of these events, and there's an immense release of light. And all of this energy is invoked, and then the angels actually use a portion of it to expand this retreat. And this is how it works in heaven. Through devotees and their daily devotions, through their rosaries, their prayers, their meditations, all the light shared, even the social events where you just gather and have fun and talk and eat something, even that generates divine energy, which then feeds the expansion of this etheric retreat over this home. And of course, Lady Clarity is very busy orchestrating a lot of this because it's really, the temple's named after her, yet we are all participating even on the inner. So during these sacred events, we actually, in our higher bodies, participate in expanding the foundation. The neat thing about buildings in heaven is, they're never really in a place where they can't be expanded upon. It's a mystical yet great construction technique where you can just keep adding on, and it just expands geometrically and everything without there being a problem where you have to tear down walls or something. It's just the light is what, and the crystalline light is what expands these centers and these retreats. It's magical, it's beautiful. And so the more prayer we do, the more love that we share, we add to that crystalline matrix in the etheric plane that then allows there to be even more light released, more souls to come to receive nourishment and spiritual regeneration and like a heavenly haven, an oasis of light. Now, this whole area is so beautiful in Southern California that naturally people desire to be here physically, yet their souls also desire to be in this environs to receive the spiritual nourishment of the heaven world, and other centers like SRF and other spiritual communities like West Haven. They also have etheric temples over them. And maybe they're not full-blown cosmic retreats in some cases, yet because of the physical space that they inhabit and all the devotion that goes on there, there are etheric temples above them. They may not be as well known as some of the ones we know in the books, the masters and the retreats, etc., yet there are etheric temples over them. And they interpenetrate into our dimension. I mean, some of them are almost physical. I mean, they're so close to the physical that when people walk on the property, they feel elevated immediately. They feel the higher vibration, just like when people walk in this home. Many of them comment on how electromagnetically, spiritual the energies are. And it's because heaven is interpenetrating earth. So this is why it's important to come here physically to these events, because you generate even more of the energy that it takes to expand the etheric retreat when you're here physically. You can do it more tangibly than if you're only online. So not that it's a problem to be online, because not everybody can make it to everything, yet it's more pronounced, more emphatic, more profound when you're here physically. And so thank you all for coming from near and far, from Arizona, from Northern California, from Montana, and from Idaho, right? Did I catch all the states where you're from at this point? Arizona. There's like 3 of you from Arizona. Some of you, at least 3 of you from Mount Shasta. Some from LA, some from this area, 1 from Boise and 1 from Montana. So congratulate yourselves for being a part of this great alchemy. Yay. for Catholics, the Holy Family is very important. And although we know that the Holy Family is more than just Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, yet when we sing to them, and we will sing a song called Trinity, which we'll look up the number on. When we sing to them, they bring the whole family of angels, song number 149, Trinity. They bring the whole family of angels into play to help us with every aspect of our lives, especially our family life. Now, a lot of the drama and the karma of each lifetime is wrapped around our families, right? Interactions with parents, children, siblings, uncles, aunts, cousins, nephews, nieces, grandparents, grandchildren, etc. And when we invoke the Holy Family, there is a miracle light that comes to help us in all of our relationships, the interpersonal relationships, and the intrapersonal relationships with heaven's family, our greater, higher spiritual family, and our community too. You know, within our Heart Center community, we have many relationships, and some of these cross over from lifetime to lifetime, and we meet all of our beloveds that now we call heart friends, many of whom we've either been brother or sister with, married to, or related in some way, and we naturally have this resonance and sometimes the opposite with people that have maybe rubbed us wrong in the past, yet it's always an opportunity for resolution and for the expression of love. When we can resolve these differences and issues, our love grows, our love expands, and then as a community we can express and emanate so much love that it is world transformative. It really is. And, you know, last night I had an opportunity to ride in the vehicle of someone that's been coming regularly, Stephen. And it was just wonderful, those, 10 minutes of being in his presence, in his vehicle, on the way from Dennis's to the hotel where I'm staying, to just love this being and just get to know him a little bit more and feel his authentic personality and the speciality of his soul. We have to get to know each other more and learn and be expressive in those little moments of time and space of the deep soul individuality of that unique character and the unique son or daughter of God. When we do this, it helps heal us. When we get to know each other, it actually helps to heal us too, because a part of us is inside that person and a part of them is inside us. And when we interact and we express love, kindness, affection, and true generosity of spirit, it engenders this greater connection with all on earth, from the microcosm to the macrocosm. When we build these relationships and the frequencies around and within those relationships, it directly affects planetary peace. Did you know this? So the harmonics of our relationships are important for developing planetary harmony. It is a mystical and yet very magical dynamic that occurs. And so when we resolve our past issues with others in meetings and, whatever happens, it directly translates to the building of the kingdom of God on earth through our families and our greater community. It's really a powerful idea. I've never really, in all honesty, I haven't thought directly on this issue before. And yet, seeing it through the eyes and the lens of Metta and the Ascended Masters, I realize it is true. that everything is centered around our universe. And when we are in the center of perfect beingness, the center of the universe expands, our universe expands to include more of humanity and more of the general populace and more of God within every person alive on Earth. So we directly impact planetary peace when we deal with our core issues, our communication, our communion, and when we, are obedient to our divine presence, we directly impact the whole. And when we get this, then every aspect of our lives becomes highlighted. And we can go deeper and higher in thought, feeling, and word and action so that we can make a greater impact through love on all life. So, as initiates, everything is highlighted for us. Everything in our lives is suffused in light. And so, everything will come out. It always does. But for us, it seems to come out first. We're tested in a higher and greater way than anybody else on the planet, except those with greater attainment. They're tested even more than we are. Yet we're tested first to see what level of resolve we will have, what level of discipline and divine intention we will manifest. And if we get our victory in the little things in life, these directly translate to higher victories on, as above, so below. It really is an amazing alchemical formula when you think about it. So it's very fitting for us to consider, not in an egoic way. We're not saying we're better than anybody else. We're just saying that we have to be victorious in everything in our life, the little details. Turning off your phone. I think I've bemoaned that enough now. And hopefully I'll never have to speak about it again because it's just disconcerting. Yet those little things are now big things. They are big things. They become big things because everything is highlighted. Everything is like magnified. When we say, let me magnify the Lord, well, as we magnify God, God magnifies us under the magnifying glass. And it's like, uh-oh, I just did this, and now it's being magnified for everybody in the world to know about over the broadcasts. Yet it's humbling, right? It's humbling. And sometimes we get exposed, little things get exposed. Why? Because if they don't ever come out, we can't resolve them. So expect everything untoward and the good things to be exposed in your life. If we desire the exposure of darkness in the world and the fallen angels and the deep state, we have to be willing to go through the initiations of the full exposure. So expect that when you make those calls, every little aspect of your not self will be like brought to the surface, It's just the way it is. So, okay, back to the Holy Family. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Some people swear using their names, but we avow the beauty of Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. Let's say, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, we love you. 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 The Goddess of Beauty would like us to celebrate the beautiful essence of our souls. And so you're invited to come forward and be very bold and humble in a divine sense, and speak of what you feel that you model as a soul of light through your specific essence of beauty that is within your soul. Now, all of you are very humble, I know, and you may not even desire to share, yet this is a test to be bold and to say, this is what I perceive as my chief or primary essence of the beauty of who I am as a being one with God, moving in this cosmic stream toward oneness, eternal oneness with my source, with my God. And we will all celebrate, not criticize, we will celebrate your beautiful essence. So sometimes we're called to actually affirm and reaffirm and be very almost dramatic in how we present ourselves to the planet. And I know that hearing what you will say will help all of us, because we will, as I say, celebrate your beautiful soulfulness, your heart, and what you came to earth to objectify in our picture. Now, early in the Heart Center, we all came forward and said that we were a messenger of something. Remember that? Hercules came a number of times, and so we've done it more than once. So this is kind of like that. It's like you're saying, I'm a messenger of this or that, this virtue or whatever. Well, and this is just a little bit different, but very similar. What is your beautiful essence of your soul? What is that? So let's just take a few moments to meditate, maybe 3 minutes in silence, and really go within. And maybe you already know it and you're ready to affirm it, but for some people they may have to consider it a little bit. So just take about 3 minutes, and then you can all come forward one by one and share. And those online, you are absolutely encouraged and welcome to share through the chat, and then Anthony can read what you share. There's many more of you at home than here, so we intend that everybody's voice will be heard. Okay. I'm going to begin so I can get it out of the way now. For me, I think it's the poesy and the musicality of love that I came to share with this planet and anybody that will listen. The poesy and musicality of divine love. So, anybody else?
Well, I'm a Taurus, so I love beauty. Beauty's one of the primary things with the Taurus. And outward beauty and inward beauty, the beauty of meditation, what I see and what I experience. And God is beautiful. The Holy Spirit is beautiful. The angels are beautiful. The holiness and the sacredness is beautiful. And so to share that, how to create an environment where people can experience that, that's what I'm doing right now.
My gift is inner joy, and I get to share that with Jeanette's 2 sons, Jordan and Gabriel, that I get to when I get to visit them, and with Serena and Charles's 3 beautiful children, Michael, Mary, and Aurora. So I've adopted all 5 of them and just had such joy when I get to go visit them.
I am Virgo, and I am a very practical person. I am spiritual, but mostly practical. Okay, and I'm going to be very honest. I enjoy seeing people laugh, smile. And sometimes I make funny jokes so I can see these people laugh. I be silly. And I know I'm making myself silly, but I like to see them smile. It makes me sad when people have sad faces. And I enjoy, people feeling happy. I mean, young. I will be always the eternal young. My mom says that I'm a child. Yes, but I enjoy being that way. I always be a child. My mother calls this is my hija parida. That means a child with babies. Well, I will always be that way because I enjoy it. When you feel yourself old, you let yourself down. No, we are children of God and we are entitled to be beautiful. We'll always be beautiful. So if you feel old, come on, go get a pin and fix your hair. Do something. Color your hair, paint your nails. So you see, I could paint my hair purple and yellow, all those colors, and I would like to be a fairy. And my son complains, my older son, he says, hey, you better not. But I am that person. I'm always ready for something new. And when I see those girls so putting all these things, I say, oh, beautiful. She looks lovely.
Thank you.
That's me.
I like to bring the compassion of encouragement. It makes me happy to encourage people to do their best and to be their best. And maybe if there's something they think they can't do, yes, you can. You'll do it great. I know you will. That's part of being a teacher that I really liked because I can encourage the children and adults, whoever I was teaching, yes, you can. And always say yes. Yes, yes, you can do it. Yes, I can do it. If I can't, my dad always said, if someone asks you to do something, say yes. And then if you don't know, figure it out and do it. So say yes, encourage people, smile. Thank you.
Yay. Our Heart Center cheerleader, Kathleen.
I believe I'm here to emanate my solar beingness to all and to hold all immaculately.
Thank you.
Well, hello. I feel a lot of love, but I feel the chief feature that goes on that's lovely in me is the love of truth. And that love of truth encourages truth to come forward where it may be obscure. And so, whenever truth comes forward, I feel love, and vice versa. So.
Yay.
Well, I just discovered fairly recently that the virtue I think, or that I know now, I most admire is the virtue of liberty. And liberty in the way it expresses itself. And I know to be truly liberated, you're not restrained or confined by form. So those who have transcended form are truly the liberated ones. However, while I'm in form and I am on earth, I really admire anything that I can observe where liberty and freedom of movement is expressed through form, which includes dance. So if I am given the option, I just thought of this the other day. If I am asked to return or required to return, I hope to return as a professional dancer in South America.
I feel one of my most dominant qualities is kindness toward everybody, accepting of people, and that when I meet people and talk with them, I strive to find common ground. The high ground. The high ground.
The high ground.
So I'm going to echo kind of what Stephen said. I think truth, temporal truth and divine truth is something that I strive to understand and emulate and align with.
Thank you.
So for me, never ever desired to do anything but be a mother. So it's what I love to do. I love to comfort and encourage and support others. So I'm now trying to expand it since my children are grown.
Yay. So while we're waiting for others in the room, do you have any online to share?
DK, David Kyle says, I strive to envision the rose in each child's heart.
Beautiful.
Okay, my virtue, I think, is compassion, and sometimes I have a difficulty differentiating it from empathy, but it's something that I chose to do for my previous work, being having empathy for people in need, and always I come across people who need things, and I am able to provide that empathy or compassion. So that's it.
Yay.
Lisa Delaney says, I am striving to be the Christ and Buddha each day. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this right. Eva or Ava says, I am an angel of ruby love, and I love art and beauty.
Yep.
And then William Starr says, I love to practice my yoga and breathing exercises.
Yay. Okay.
Nancy Locke. Compassionate healing, motherly love, and teaching others how to live a healthy life so they can best fulfill their highest purpose.
Yay. Nancy Locke. See you next month, Nancy.
Gloria. I am and live joyful. Even my license plate are live joyful. LVJOYFUL. Some people at the airport get miffed when at 3:30 a.m. I come in and make coffee for everyone and I'm singing. What are you on, they say. I'm on joy.
All right. Gloria, you have the perfect name. Yeah.
Finally, I believe this is Richard Lorenz, says, I love to share humor and wisdom.
Absolutely. Yep.
So this person doesn't have their name in the chat, so this person is a mystery.
Okay. Do you have an email?
Nope.
Okay.
Just a number. But this person says, I have a gift to see through child's eyes and enjoy making people laugh. But I also stand for truth.
Yay, whoever you are.
Judy says, I surround myself in beauty.
Beautiful.
So the previous mystery woman was, Geraldine Gower in Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, great, great.
She says, thank you for a wonderful conference.
Praise the Lord.
All right.
We have a couple live ones here.
We're both shy, so. Yeah.
We're two shy ladies.
Do you want to go first? Do you want me to?
I just want to say that I love beauty. I love Mother Mary. I love God. I love my family. I love my son. I love Dennis. And I love everybody. I know I'm not very expressive because I'm shy, but I love you guys, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Woo.
I don't know if I can top that. I've kind of discovered, like the last maybe 10 years, that the gift that I can give to others is listening. Women like to vent, and sometimes men just need to express themselves. And I've discovered that it's a gift that I give to them is I listen.
So this is from Cha-Ara 13. Oh, it's Dee.
Dee
Okay.
Stewart.
Hi,
Dee
Dee. She says, I love the possibility and opportunity of becoming a saint in this life and loving everybody and everything in God's creation.
That's Dee, all right.
I guess I'll share. I am a guard or a protector for those on the path, and I love to see those whom others didn't think would make it succeed. I love seeing that. I take joy in that.
All right.
This is from Ronald Dabrowski. He says, as Dennis is in Taurus, my Venus is in Taurus, and I love beauty in music, people, and nature.
Okay. Yay. We are the ladies of love. The feminine cherubim come into your midst through your devotion, which has made a pathway for us to descend into this temple of clarity, truly a temple of divine love, upon the western shores of America, an ancient land of Lemuria, come again. And through our love, there is descending in spirals of cosmic fire into the earth, brought forth heaven's investment of this angelic presence to safeguard your hearts one with God. In your meditation practice, you may access deeper and deeper states of beingness when you choose to associate with the divine world through the portal of your heart, where through mindfulness and heart-centeredness there is brought forth unto you the perfectionment of love within every feeling, within every emotion that manifests through your soul, your solar plexus, and your heart. Imagine now that from this day forward, you will only qualify your feeling world with the highest expressions of your divine self. That there will be no interruption in the stream of that cosmic fire of love manifesting through you. That it is a sacred, communal experience betwixt your heart and God's, whereby even the feelings of heaven are now broadcast through you, and the expansiveness of what is truly real in the divine domains may now freely manifest through the nexus of your heart as a blessing to all life. This, dearest ones, is cherubic love, and its outpouring as God has sent us to bring it to humanity. There are few who can experience the ruby ray love as that intense and fiery manifestation of co-creativity itself, through qualifying themselves through great love, great harmony, great peace, and the greatest of humilities. Yet when a spirit rises to behold God face to face through the purity of that one's soul wed to spirit, there is indeed the opening of a new and cosmic portal of love that we, the cherubim, step through to embellish those hearts with such fire, and even those darts and arrows of fire, that when impregnating their powerful quintessences within that soul, there is born a new world within, and love is indeed the dominating power of divinity that then moves that one forward in the light daily. Yes, we work with the other 8 choirs of angels to broadcast angelic light, love, and virtue everywhere. And these rosaries that you give, dearest ones, are invocative of our awareness, one with the eternal presence of God. If you give these rituals with your entire being, we tell you that you will never be bereft of that love that serves you day and night to engender cosmic co-creativity within your life, a freshness and a fullness of that presence beating within your heart, respirating through your lungs, and allowing there to be the Holy Spirit fully emblazoned within your aura and consciousness. Yes, this Spirit, this whole I Spirit, is available to true lovers of God, yet they must supplant human love with divine love. They must allow the streams, truly the cosmic heartstreams of God, to pour forth through them, and washing them clean each day, they arise in a new, powerful love domain in which the angels may sing and emanate their light, their crystalline frequencies 24/7 to alleviate suffering and to bring about the peaceable kingdom again upon earth. How many seek love and outer affairs within the human form that they gaze upon with revelry and desire. Would that they could desire God love, Elohimic love, pure love, first within self, and then within that divine selfhood reflected within all others, all souls, all divine spirits within their domain. Yet they compromise and settle for the titillating senses, awareness, that which is surely molded by man in another image than that which is of the highest order. And so they demean God love, and they leave off of accessing the truth, the way, and the light, and the life of Christly love in their lives. Dearest ones, it is time that more are quickened and awakened to Buddhic awareness, and Elohimic light love, in order for Earth to be transformed and the dawning age of Aquarius come again, manifest upon Earth. When you become true lovers with us of all that is divine and sublime, within and without, we assure you that your lives will be rich in the esteem and in the grace of heaven's cosmic permutations, alchemical gifts, and even daily surprises whereby joy arises within you through that love to embrace all with a newness of spiritual integrity and gnosis. Now, as you meditate in silence, in preparation for the coming a little later of the Lady Clarity, we, the cherubim, will open the petals of your heart chakra a little bit wider so that you may feel more of God within and experience the divine in the bliss of this silence and in the stillness of perfect peace. Thank you, blessed ones, for being here in the true divine sphere of the eternal now, your presence, one with the Son of the all-glorious One. Thank you. This is going to be a discourse, and the title is Clarity on the Path of Oneness and the Importance of a Merciful Heart. When we have a merciful heart, things become clear, because mercy clears the air and diffuses darkness and dispels animosity. And when all of these less than states are dispersed and transmuted, we have clarity. Clarity of consciousness, clarity of vision, clarity of feeling, clarity of knowing through our minds. In Spanish, I often hear people saying claro, claro, right? And what does that mean exactly? Clear. Clear, clearly, or clear, claro, clear. So when we are clear, there is no fear, there is no worry, there is no despair, there is no anxiety, because we clearly see, feel, know, intuit, and we have direction. Clarity says we have direction. Clarity leads us to perfect divine direction. And we can move forward swiftly, surely, intrepidly, courageously, because we know where we're going. We know what's in store. We know what's ahead. Our pathway is a surefire pathway, born of love, ensconced in wisdom, and empowered by our minds free and clear to see and behold God. When a master comes, he or she brings clarity unto us, because the master knows what's next on our path, right? The master is intent on helping us to reach the next level and the next higher level of awareness. And so the master inspires us with exactly what is necessary for us to embrace, to engage in, and to master. First, we have to embrace it. Then we have to engage in it. And then, as we apply our hearts, our minds, our wills to the equation, we master the initiation. And then, voila, the next initiation appears. And we are moving forward, ever forward on our path. When we have clarity about a project, an initiative, something that we're working on with others, because the communication is clear and everyone knows exactly what their accountability and responsibility and job requirements are, then everything hums. Yet, if we're not clear, if there's little irritating things that get in the way through communication or lack thereof, or through some projection of darkness, we have to stop and we have to clear the air with clair-de-lys and clarity. So now, we used to give this prayer, clear the air with clair-de-lys. Well, clair-de-lys sounds a lot like clarity, right? So now we can clear the air with clair-de-lys and clarity. And we'll have clarity of consciousness, clarity of awareness, mindfulness, in order that everything that we engage in, through that clarified and harmonic state of being, brings the brightness of heaven into play. And then our work becomes play. Our work becomes so joyous, so happy, so invigorating, that it's not drudgery or toil at all. It is embellished by light. It is charged by divine energy. It is sanctified by the spiritual blessings of God that just alight in our midst, because in joy we raise our consciousness. Levity and joy are co-equals. And so levity means levitation, means lightness, and we just go up, we go up, we go up. We're always coming up higher. Now, at times on the initiatic path, working with others, or even by ourselves, a little darkness is set in through depressive states because of our biorhythms, because of where the moon is and how we temporarily lapse into reactivity. And we sully our consciousness by the sullen awareness, right? Or lack of awareness. So to overcome this, what do? We go within, access divine love, allow that love to spin and sing and grow within us, and the love is what will then dispel the darkness and bring the clarity again. We have to have love. Perfect love casts out all fear. Perfect love gives us higher vision. The pure in heart shall see God, right? The pure in heart. So to develop a pure heart, we love with purity. We love as a child loves, as God loves. And then as we love that way, our way is cleared. And then we have clarity in everything that we engage in. Communication is the biggest test on the path between initiates in a movement, in a community, in an organization. And we have to practice love within our communication, Lady Clarity says, by reverently treating each other as God all the time. We have to be so reverent with everyone, even those with whom we may have astrological differences or hang-ups or problems or friction. Those are the ones we have to go out of our way to more nobly and courageously love, so that the communication becomes so wonderful that because we're in the groove and in the zone of that perfect communion through the higher self that we both live within, and we're on par with that person through our higher self, all past communication barriers and problems just break down or transmuted, and then we can move forward with great joy. It's really wonderful when we have this perfect alignment of our communication methodologies with others who may communicate a little differently than us. They may see things differently, feel things differently, intuit things differently. It's okay. Yet we all have to come up higher and match our communication type of words, verbiage, vocabulary, lexicon, so that we're on the same page, right? That takes courage, he says. It takes courage to be able to communicate lovingly, reverently, without any criticism or without any better than thou attitude or, you're off the wall attitude or anything like that, because that's where the communication then breaks down and then we lose clarity. We're all responsible, she says, for our communication, to make it optimal, to make it the best, to make it in a field of unity and harmony. And this is especially important in the workday world where, the IT people are more in their minds. This is a generalization, it's a total sweeping generalization. They may be more in their minds, where the creative people may be more in their hearts or solar plexus. So the IT people have to really practice love. And the super educated doctors in our midst who are super educated have to just have their energy alight within the heart more. Because the ones who do the physical work and who are serving and striving, like the Mexican people who are picking the fruit in the trees and changing the sheets in the beds in the hotels, they are typically more heart-centered. This is another generalization, right? And so those learned people who think they know better and they're so educated have to kind of become humble and meet those other people at a level where it's from the heart. And then the communication becomes authentic, real, beautiful, harmonic. And then we can all work as one in one community in one harmonic state, and everyone does their job. Not one job is better than another. Not one job is more important than another. Everything is important. If you don't have clean clothes, you don't have a clean bed, you don't have a clean home, you either have to hire somebody to do it or you have to do it. And so often it's better if you do it, because then you become humble again, right? And humility breeds spiritual integrity, she says. Humility breeds spiritual integrity. If we're not humble enough to clean and to clear and to transmute with the violet light and other techniques, we get arrogant, we get testy, we get, erratic in our divine thoughtfulness and state of being. And then what happens? That arrogance turns into something that we don't even desire to talk about. And then people leave the path because they think they know better. They think they know better than the messenger or God working through the messenger. And so they know everything. They just know it because they're so smart, right? And then they leave the path. They leave the community and they go it alone. And then one day they wake up and they have no friends. They have no one to communicate with because they're so arrogant and so full of themselves that they're on their own. They're not on the path. in a spiritual community of love and of harmony, and they rue the day that they lost it because they lacked humility. They lacked love. We, as initiates, don't desire to go there. So we have to buoy ourselves up in love of everyone as we desire to be loved. Follow the golden rule. Love as you desire to be loved. When you love with the golden rule, then your love becomes golden, and God rules you. The divine world is ensconced in your life. And then everything becomes magical, beautiful, harmonic, peaceful. You don't have any enemies anymore. Everyone is a heart friend. You can talk to anybody, anywhere, in a heart-centered way and enjoy life. So the purpose of all of this clarity of consciousness is so you can enjoy your life as a self-realized God, man, or woman, a son or daughter of God. You can enjoy your life. You can be fulfilled in your life. You can love who you are and love everyone as you love yourself. That is her message. There's little tidbits in there that are great for organizations because I've seen it all. I've seen it all in the summit. I've seen it all in the Heart Center. And really it's time that we just put aside every little difference and engage lovingly, affectionately, reverently with everyone. And then all of our projects are blessed with an aura of brother sisterhood and total love. Can we all pledge to love each other? Especially as we're working on projects. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, I was just thinking during the whole part of the meditation of the heart stream, just visualizing them next to the throne of Alpha and Omega. And I'd like to ask them how they perceive Father, Mother, God, where they are the closest to God. Is that correct?
The seraphim are, and then the cherubim, yeah.
So what their view is of creation and all that, if that's appropriate to ask now.
What I'm sensing is that it's not so much a seeing or a physical proximity as their vibration. And the vibration of God Almighty is pure, ecstatic joy love. I guess you could call it joy-love and love joy. And when you're in that presence, it is all light. It is just all perfection, all beingness, and all the virtues are wrapped into one giant gift. So it's more about the vibration rather than physical proximity per se. It's the energy of creation itself, which is really ongoing, because God is the creator, right? The source. Yet we think the creation may have been completed in 6 epochs or 6 days, as they say. Yet in the mind of God, aspects of that creation are still unfolding because people are still procreating. Animals are still procreating. Life is ongoing through all of God's emissaries. We're emissaries of God. And what is an emissary? Well, emissive, when you are emissive of energy, you emanate or you emit energy. So an emissary, or an angel in this case, is really one who emanates or emisses or is emittive of the energy of God. So when we are close to God in our consciousness through love, our vibration goes up. And then we become nearer and nearer to God, yet it's not a physical proximity. It's the quality of our vibration. It's the spiritual alignment of our essence with the all essence of the Divine One. So, why is it that some are further away? Well, because God is stepping down her energy to all realms. And so the angels are of the lowest order of the 9 choirs of angels. Lowest what? In vibration? Yet it's not that they're worse or they're less than any of the other choirs. It's just their station, their office, their command is to bring that love into the domain where humanity kind of lives, moves, and has its being in a denser field. So as we move closer and closer in vibration to the divine, we take on more virtue, we take on more light. We can hold and retain that light without it being dispersed or dispensed in a way that is not to our liking. So when the cherubim come into our midst, they're activating and energizing us with these high frequencies, hoping with great hope that we can retain them, right? All heartstreams are an emanation of God as a blessing, as a boon, as a bestowal of some aspect of God's awareness. And the great hope of the Ascended Masters, the Elohim, the cherubim, seraphim, and all the 9 choirs, is that we will first be blessed, we'll be receptive to receive it and feel it, that we can retain it, and that it will help us self-transform on an ongoing basis ourselves to live closer and closer in vibration to God. So all of our meditation practice, all of our decrees and prayers is really to facilitate us becoming one with God. And when we have enough love and enough light in our auras and in our chakras and our being, then we're just naturally subsumed into the divine eternal presence and we become eternal or immortal. So we gain our immortality by grace, yet it's through work, through striving, through service. Ultimately, though, there's the merging process, the ascension process is one of the greatest outpourings of God's grace into us and we into that by our surrender unto the divine. The cherubim can help facilitate that process of the ascension through love as we allow them to live, move, and have a portion of their essence in our world and in our consciousness. The more love we have, the more natural it will be for them to kind of energize us and lower their field to our level because we've raised our vibration closer to them. They can only lower it so far, and then they would have to receive a dispensation to like appear physically, right? I mean, angels don't normally appear to humans, but they do get dispensations to do that when God allows them to for a specific purpose, in answer to prayers especially, yet also in special circumstances when there is merit, when somebody has earned that right through merit to receive a visitation. And this merit is sometimes accumulated over lifetimes or through very, very heartfelt prayer and deep, deep devotion. A portal is opened and then an angel, a cherub may appear for either a very short period of time or in some cases a longer period of our time. It's really timeless in one sense because in their realms they don't have time as we know it exactly. It's more cycles of beingness, I guess you could say. Now there is a Valentinian legacy. Valentine himself, as a saint, was an actual person. And because he was devoted to God through divine love, this name, it was actually Valentinus, I believe in Latin, has come down to us as Valentine. We can translate that essence when we love our beloved, yet we can also send Valentines to every sentient being, to all of our beloveds, because in our community we have many beloveds. You know, we love each other as Jesus said to love each other as he loved us. And so really, as children, we did this in school. I remember, you know, as a kindergartner in first grade, second grade, third grade, and that seemed like after about third grade, it's like, I don't know if this is too cool anymore. We didn't really do it that much. You know, maybe in some schools. But kindergarten, first grade, you know, we just loved everybody. We were giving Valentines to every person in the class, even boys to boys. And it wasn't just boys to girls and girls to boys. We just, you know, we loved everyone. Well, if children can do that, why can't we? You know, we can. So I think that it's a great, happy, holy holiday in heaven. And it's interesting that on earth, Valentine's Day is not a national holiday, yet in heaven it is. It's a universal holiday. So everybody has off, so to speak, to express that love in heaven. So yeah, it's a universal holiday. Pretty cool. I am your Lord of the world, and I alight here in Vista. What an appropriate name for a city, whereby in 2020 we bring perfect vision into play for all. There is a plan for 2020 that the Buddhas, the Karmic Board, your mentors of the Spirit, and all divine ones have prepared lovingly, that will assist mankind in self-fulfillment, self-actualization, self-realization, and self-mastery. Remember, this acronym provided earlier in this retreat. FARM. And these energies that we offer in response to your letters, which shall soon be collected and consigned to the flame, will be great, dearest ones, when you are true to your words and vows, and when all the essentials that are indeed a part of this greater plan that we have prepared begin to be manifest in your worlds consciously through your work and service. Therefore now, 10,000 Buddhas stand around the earth and its atmosphere, raying forth the power of God for this transformational, alchemical matrix of light to manifest in 2020. And when you invoke these Buddhas and their rays, their wisdom teaching, their light, they will shine them forth, radiating every particle of your world with this higher frequency of beingness. And this itself will be a cosmic goad to humanity to arise out of mediocrity into the Buddhic fields of glory and the dynamics of a true life lived unto God. Yes, I typically come with a gentler voice, emanating peace. Yet the peace that I emanate this day is the power of God, whereby change will be the order of the day, and transformation the new norm toward harmony, understanding, brother, sisterhood, and peace through compassion. Now, dearest ones, I will bless your talismans, which you may bring forth. Yet within this talisman of your own Buddha heart, I will also place an aspect of myself within you, my own Buddha nature, for you to access in 2020 and beyond for perfect balance, harmony, and understanding. Remember these three words: balance, harmony, and understanding. Or should I say harmony, understanding, and balance? For then the acronym HUB may remind you of maintaining your center to emanate these three cosmic virtues. As you hold in your hands, your palms, your little Buddhas, I will first charge them and then touch your heart with one, and you will receive the divine spark and impulse from my heart to yours. Thank you, precious ones, for your attention and your light and love during this event. Go forth and be the Buddha, the Mother, where you are. Enjoy, and enjoy your life in your new Buddhic brightness, in your new Buddhic beingness. Oh, my busy bees, my loving, busy, busy, busy bees. Thank you. Buddhas in becoming. I emanate light and the all-pervading wisdom that mankind requires in this hour to deal with all that is transpiring in your realm. Resolving conflict for Buddhas is easy, for we have superseded all need for division, divisiveness, and inanity through compassion and through the understanding mind and heart fused as one in Buddhic beingness. Many of you observe through the news, both on the internet, in your newspapers, and on your television sets or personal devices. And it may be difficult for you delving deep into the details of mankind's illusory state of self-deception. Maintain a Buddhic field at the level that is required to help resolve conflict. From a very high state and level of being, knowing your source, practicing the presence, and living in the integrity of your own all-Buddha state, even through a flick of the wrist, there can be the dissolution of darkness and Maya. What is inertia, I ask? It is the way of the lesser self, unresponsive to divine impulse. Therefore, overcome inertia through love, wisdom, and abide in the totality of the self-realized state through conscious cooperation with the Buddhas, the star-fiery ones, whom you know, and many whom you will discover in coming years, decades, centuries, and millennia. You desire Buddhahood? You may have it through surrender of desire. You desire your ascension? You may have it through surrender of desire. For you see, when you are non-attached, in other words, attached to nothing, everything is at your disposal, which God will provide as required for your spiritual use toward perfection within blessing and in your daily lives as necessary. Divest yourself of what you are attached to and find a new meaning in life, a new level of awareness, a new auric field of blessedness. We take our cue from the All Buddha, who pervades everything. Who is everything. Who knows everything. For in the everness, the eternalness of the All Buddha, beingness resolves non-beingness. And this is the answer to karma and the fulfillment of dharma. Within the eight is the nexus of Alpha and Omega, complete. In an unending, spiraling beingness of Buddha light. Therefore, become the eight within the nexus of your heart. And then, integrated, you will know self. You will know all. You will be the one. Beloved ones, here in Ocean City, I anchor a talisman of violet light within the sacred center of the Heart Casa, so that every soul who enters this building will be blessed and charged with my radiance, my light, the mindfulness that is required to help in some humble yet personal way usher in the age of Aquarius. You are all initiates of love. You are all participants in the onset of the Aquarian diamond golden crystal age. As you utilize your own virtues and gifts, your talents, and the means by and through which you bring heaven to earth, so it shall be magnified within this talismanic auric field that will radiate out from this center 33 miles in all directions. Yes, this number 33 as an alchemical number I often use within the paths of the righteous, my best servants. And so as alchemists, utilize what Portia and I deem necessary here to safeguard your souls, to initiate new spirals of light within your lives, to assist you as energy workers of Aquarius to be instruments for the blessing, healing, raising, sealing, and protection of many whom you will serve in days, weeks, months, and years, and decades to come. Now an angel of the violet light steps forth before each of you to serve you an elixir of violet fire. Raise your right hand if you choose to receive it, and then drink this sacred substance, divine, prepared uniquely for you, each one. It contains essences of divine joy, that which brings you into your true selfhood as a child renewed by light, and that which will assist you on your path for many cycles to come, for your victory on the path, for love to expand within you, and for the joys of Aquarius to rest at your doorstep each day, so that when you open that door, you may welcome in an angelic presence, an elemental spirit, a friend of light who will assist you in sacred moments throughout your day to bring the healing touch of Midas to many. Aziavanata grimadana veate vri zeoalatano getriakaleama nea vimi atoyake lazoviamanata grezuiate vumi oke alaze dwi alatoa ne prikatia vole. Through an ancient tongue, I have anchored this talisman now, and it shall be sustained permanently so long as love is shared within these environs. Nurture and water this love, my precious hearts, and engender many to come to this fount of holy truth, divine wisdom, and alchemical compassion. Feed them with your love, your light, your joy, and grace will sustain them forever. I am your Saint Germain, loving you to the total fruition of your soul's ascent back to the heart, casa of oneness. Thank you. So Babaji has offered to share some interesting things with us. And he appeared to me today as a 9-year-old boy, very tan and shiny, filled with solar light and holy joy, beaming, gleaming, and even scheming how to liberate more of us, to help us be fully liberated. He says, our goal is oneness, the way is light, the means is divine love, and the path is supernal joy. For God is one, the sun lights the way, love is always the key, joy illumines the path. Your life is blessed, your legacy is your light, your essence is God's, and your spirit is victorious. He gave me this word farm, and I said, what is that about? And he said, it's an acronym for 4 words prefaced by the word self, meaning our higher self, our divine self. Self-fulfillment, self-actualization, self-realization, which is very familiar to many of us, and self-mastery. So fulfillment, activation, realization, and mastery. So first we go through the initiations where we fulfill our divine plan, our sacred mission, our dharma, our purpose. We fulfill our vows that we made eons ago and before each lifetime. We fulfill the balancing of our karma, and hopefully we do this with great aplomb and great joy without worrying too much about where we are on the path of balancing it. We just know internally through the fact that we put love into action through our sacred work and service. And finally, we do fulfill our work, our service, through giving. So, self-fulfillment. Self-actualization. We heard this term a lot in the 60s and 70s, right? And we don't hear it quite as much now, yet it still is a very important term. We actualize our spiritual talents and gifts. We actualize co-creative powers with the divine because we are all co-creators. We actualize love practically applied, which Saint Germain told us was the definition of alchemy. Love practically applied. And we actualize light that has been vouchsafed to us from the divine. We realize. What do we realize? Our true self, our higher self, our inner self. We realize oneness with God, our Creator, our great beloved. We realize sonship, S-U-N, as sons and daughters of the one eternal God. And we realize our Buddha nature, our divine blueprint. We must fulfill these things. We must actualize them. We must realize them. And finally, we master our thoughts, our mind, our feelings, our emotions, our memory, our very spirit, and our body temple, which is a temple of the Most High. Now, why is master or mastery after realization? Because we know that self-realization is the goal. Well, when we master everything, we become a master, as the great masters have. And so we are liberated from the wheel of rebirth through this realization of our oneness. We have fulfilled our reason for being, for coming to earth, karma no longer holds sway over us in a negative way. We have released the ballast of our past and embraced the divine fully. And through this complete surrender and embracing of God within ourselves, within every life form, and everywhere, there is the sanctity of this oneness with God. It is our high and holy calling as initiates, as masters in the making, to self-realize. We have the various yogas that we utilize in this self-fulfillment, self-actualization, self-realization, and self-mastery. And many of us have been yogis in past lives, and we've done tremendous amounts of meditation in the Far East. We've come to the West in this life, however. Why? To put all of that divine energy that we accessed in our meditation into practicality. It's a generalization. We still are meditating, we still are praying, chanting, doing all the things we do. Yet in the West, as a rule, we came back to actualize and to anchor in matter what we have learned, what we have been taught, what we hopefully have realized to the point where now we can use it fully through our gifts and talents to be a blessing to all life, to nurture souls, to enlighten, illumine, and empower them. So the various yogas that many of us know, Hasya Yoga is laughter yoga, something we've learned more about more recently. Hatha Yoga, physical yoga with the asanas, includes different types of yogas more recently released in the 20th century through various teachers, Shivananda, Iyengar, Light on Yoga, which was released in 1966, Bikram and Hat Yoga in 1973, Vinyasa Yoga, which is like flow yoga, and Anusara, or flowing yoga, the latter released through John Friend in 1997. Yin Yoga, which is kind of a slower exercise type yoga. And Jiva Mukti Yoga, released by Gannon and Life in 1984. It's kind of involved in activism, and it's kind of a celebrity type yoga in New York. And then restorative and prenatal yogas are all kind of under the overarching umbrella of Hatha Yoga. We have Tantra Yoga, also Kundalini Yoga, involving the raising of the mother light through our chakras to the crown and allowing it to do its perfect work in nourishing our sacred centers and communing with the Divine Mother within ourselves and within all life. We love mantra yoga, chanting and saying the names of God and invoking through the sacred word, the Logos, the second person of the Divine Trinity, who is the Word. Karma yoga, action yoga. We are all involved in doing our mission, and so we balance our karma often through interactions with others in our work and service. Jnana yoga, wisdom yoga. And in Vedanta, there's a lot of self-inquiry, and some of us in past lives have been involved with Ramakrishna and other great gurus of the East who were great masters of entering the bliss state of being through this self-reflection, introspection, deep understanding of that yellow wisdom ray. Bhakti yoga, which we all love, and devotion, singing bhajans and kirtan, and you know, at times maybe blissing out a little bit, and sometimes maybe too much, yet what happens when we enter into the true bhakti yoga spirit is that our love expands, our heart chakra expands, our threefold flame burns brightly, and that divine love becomes a magnet for greater love and greater divine love to pierce our hearts, like the hearts of Jesus and Mother Mary being pierced. You see it in the Catholic tradition, What is that piercing? It's the deep entree into the very heart of God through perfect love that allows us to be yoked in the infinitude of this divine essence that pervades the universe and that beats our very heart. Raja Yoga, royal or kingly yoga, and Ashtanga is a type of this Raja Yoga, which involves tremendous self-discipline and the use of other yogas, of course. And within SRF and Ananda, we have Kriya Yoga, going back through the Guru, Babaji, and back to Krishna. And it is a supernal, beautiful yoga. It's kind of the fast way to oneness and Godhood, a means of reaching that self-realization and enlightenment through the pathway that a great guru and a number of gurus have shown us. And so many of us have studied under either SRF or Ananda and had the initiations of Kriya Yoga and utilize this in a very dynamic way to make that contact with God and to sustain it. The goal of sustaining that contact is all important, right? We can reach those levels of a sense of our oneness and inner bliss and peace, and yet in the workaday world, the rub is always to sustain it and to manifest our divine destiny every day in some enlightened way. And finally, according to the master Omraam Mikhail Ivanhoff, a great master of the 20th century, the supernal yoga of the Aquarian age is Surya Yoga, Sun Yoga, where we literally enter into the sun presence of our divine, eternal Godhood. We commune with Surya, who crosses the heavens, and the light of the sun, which is all-powerful, all-loving, compassionate. So all of these yogas play into the final heightened yoga of solar yoga or Surya Yoga, Sun Yoga, where the radiance of our presence shines through us. We are involved in the emanation of light and of all of God's virtues. And when we embrace this pathway, everything becomes clear. We are clear. We're cleared of all of our past predilections that limit us, that keep us bound to this planet through karma, which is just gravity. And we live now in levity, which is joy. We levitate spiritually, and many of you have even had dreams where you're flying, right? And some of you have even had experiences where you're off the ground because you have so much light, so much joy, so much love in your heart that you literally now are untied from the bounds and the constraints of this karmic past, and you're free to pursue your divinity in a beautiful and dynamic way. Babaji says there are basically 9 steps in this process. Yearning as a neophyte, where you are in the state of need. Searching as an acolyte, where you question. Finding as a disciple, where you are responding. Learning as an apostle, where you are deeply studying. Knowing as a friend, where you are now relating more and more with God, or a guru as a representative of God. Proving as a brother or a sister, where you are beginning to provide resources and light and love to many others. Mastering, where you are the master, where you are now inspiring many. even thousands. Becoming as an arhat, where you can now empower others. You have the means to extend God's teaching, God's grace to many. And finally, teaching as a Buddha, a fully self-realized and enlightened one, where you in turn can enlighten others by God's grace through the light that moves and lives and has its being through you. Babaji says we must guard our will, we must expand our mind, encourage through our hearts, release everything through soulfulness, brighten everything by our spirit, intensify all with our light, refract the sun's radiance and rays, magnify the galaxies of God's presence, and glorify God throughout the cosmos. The power of the 3 times 3 is an alchemy itself. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, fulfilled and amplified through body, mind, and spirit. Brahma in my spirit, Brahma in my mind, Brahma in my body. Om. Vishnu in my mind, Vishnu in my body, Vishnu in my spirit. Om. Shiva in my body, Shiva in my spirit, Shiva in my mind. Om. When Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva in balance within you spin, there is an acceleration of light, and the power, wisdom, and love of God manifests through your being and throughout your universe, your consciousness, your presence. The grace of God then sustains you. The light of God manifests through you, and the living essence of the Divine One springs forth as a fountain of perfect eternal beingness through every thought, feeling, emotion, reflection, consideration, vision. So my holy brothers and sisters, let us follow Babaji all the way. Consider his presence in your life as a tangible reality. Invite him to walk and talk with you as you would Jesus or Mother Mary, or through any tradition, any great master. And allow him to continue to teach you throughout your day and even into the evening and the nighttime hours when you're in another temple, when your body rests and sleeps. Allow Babaji to empower, enlighten, and inspire you as an initiate, one who is in this process of total becoming of God. It is our sacred charge as initiates to be the way, the truth, and the life of the Christ, the Buddha and the Divine Mother, of Krishna, and of any great master, Zarathustra, the Buddhas, East and West. We have the capability to do it. We have all the teaching we require. We've been initiated time and time again in this and past lives. Now it's just up to us to be the nurturing ones, the spirited ones, the illumined, enlightened ones who can prove the law through our active, virtuous, and loving lives. So God bless you. Thank you, Babaji, for coming as a 9-year-old, reminding us that we must become like a child again to enter the kingdom and to fulfill our destiny. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Dearest ones, love is the fulfillment of the law. Yet what is that love that fulfills one's purpose, one's very being on the path of initiation? It is love that is transcendent, love that is selfless, love that sees the whole picture and in its offering of self toward God and toward all engenders through its harmony and peace the bestowal of a grace untold, the multiplication of divine factors and holy equations of light that give birth within the being and the soul of the one who loves more of God, more of the flower of divinity, more of that inner brightness and tender glory by which the universe was created and is still sustained. Although we are called the karmic board, we see our roles more as advocates of the soul's victory through the pathway provided by God for the evolution of beingness toward oneness. We see that the wisdom that we have been privileged to glean during our lifetimes upon earth may also provide an understanding for souls caught in the temporary web of selfhood outside of the circle of divinity. We understand your plight, dearest hearts. We know the journey that each of you is walking on your pathway. We see and feel with you both your struggles and your victories, both the initiations that test the very metal of your beings, as well as those spiritual flights of fancy and boons that you revel in when you encounter more of God within your life through a virtuous heart, a beautiful friend of light, or even the appearance of a master in your midst. Through this understanding of exactly who you are, where you are, and the whys and wherefores of your specific and unique journey on your pathway back to the source, we provide that deeper understanding, knowledge, and wisdom teaching to assist you gently and yet definitively to overcome all that assails your victory and to master self in all ways. Because we all know that love is at the center of beingness, and that love and its co-creative power and energy provides the impetus whereby all beings may make the mark, may indeed take their place among the immortals in due time. We see it as the seminal point through which karma may be resolved, dharma may be fulfilled, and all may come to fruition according to the cosmic timetables of each soul's circuitous yet involved flight home. When you place your trust in God within and love the Lord with your entire being, as you have been coaxed and cajoled to do by many masters, you learn through the lessons of life itself how love is that X factor by which you manifest your divine selfhood each day, each hour, each moment. And how in the expressions of love, the nuances of love's creative power, that the Aquarian way and walk may be manifest in your life and in the life of your loved ones. We all are rooting for you. We are pulling for you. We are helping sustain you in these graces and frequencies of divine love that are even now aborning in greater measure upon the earth for initiates and disciples of the living Word. When you are able to capture these quintessences within your very soul, your aura, your mind, your heart, your will, and then utilize them for the victory of each day's testings, of each day's opportunities, we see your angelic victories. We know your overcomings, and we provide that balancing factor whereby all will be sustained and acclaimed according to the holy will, wisdom, and love of the Eternal One. Now from my retreat over New Bedford, I send forth cosmic frequencies, rays of divine love to thousands and millions of those whom we have prepared for greater works, greater service, and the greater testings within that work and service for their victory. As you accept this higher walk with God through pure motive and indescribable joy in service to the one eternal God, we of the Karmic Board will be there to support you, to engender all manner of interesting dynamics as well as blessings and boons along the way, so that your lives may be rich in co-creative flair, inner joy, and the harmony of serving one with another splendidly, with hearts on fire and lightened through the air of the Spirit, the breath of the universal, omnipresent one in your midst. Breathe deeply now and ingest these love fires of the Spirit, and utilize them in your meditation practice each day to feel and engender that love in greater measure for the benefit of all, for the healing of your own spirit, and the gracing of your soul in light. I am your nada, loving you unto your perfectionment within compassion's heart of joyous and eternal fire. Thank you. The title of this heart stream, as published in our program, is Clarity on the Path of Oneness, the Importance of a Merciful Heart. She says that on this path of oneness, we are commissioned to clarify all of our goals, our spiritual, educational, family, career goals. All of these educational, family, and career goals feed into our spiritual goals, the ultimate goal of oneness with God. And the spiritual goals guide all the other goals. They actually clarify everything when we put God first in our life, right? When we put God first, everything becomes clear. When oneness with God is our goal, the pathway is illuminated by angels of illumination and clarified by angels of clarity, sanctified by angels of devotion and love, and glorified by the glory angels. There are glory angels. And some of these angels are the ones that sing glory, 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 or Hosanna unto the highest. They are glory angels. Clarity comes through a balance of vision and love, clear seeing and charity. And note how the words charity and clarity are so close. Clarity is a choice. We often must clarify things in order to bring understanding. In effect, we must verify and even certify something in our work, in our communication with others, before finalizing plans or acting on inner promptings or requests from others. Haste makes waste. Clarity creates harmony. A charitable heart facilitates a claritable mind. That's a new word, claritable. Or to use normal language, a heart full of charity precedes a mind rich in clarity. A heart full of charity precedes a mind rich in clarity. Even though clarity involves our vision center is close to the crown chakra, and therefore really part of our mindfulness. Where is clarity important? In meditation, in communication, in relationships, and collaborative teamwork. Have you had a meditation that was so cosmically defined and rarefied and beautiful that it changed your life forever? It brought you heightened awareness. It facilitated your closer connection with God. If you choose, every meditation session can have this level of clarity when you surrender, let go, and allow the angels of clarity and the ascended hosts and many divine beings to create around you a flow field of light that brings clearness into play. Clarity is important in designing and building and culturing. And Lady Clarity says we should use this term, culturing. What does that mean? Well, we think of maybe biology class and we have these cultures and we see what grows in them. We are a culturing community. We're creating a new divine culture through our expressions, our words. The decrees are creating a new culture. The prayers, the videos, all of what we say and believe in what we say is creating this new Aquarian culture. Day by day, we're feeding the atmosphere around the earth and the subtle regions in the earth with the cultural glyphs of divine light and divine power and divine wisdom and especially divine love. Clarity is important in teaching and learning, in responding and in aiding. Remember when we've taken first aid and CPR, one of the first things we're supposed to do is to make sure that the person that we're helping is free from danger. Let's say if there's been an accident. So first you have to remove them from the danger of a fire or other vehicles that may run them over, etc. So that's bringing clarity. And then we say, are you okay? Are they conscious? We check for consciousness. We check for breathing and we check for a pulse. When we know if they have awareness, breathing, and a pulse, then we go to work on what is necessary to help save them or to mitigate their injuries. Yet the first thing is really clarity. We have to know what's at play in order to serve. Well, we can translate first aid and CPR physically to the spiritual life of our holy brothers and sisters. And in meditation, we can ask the angels of clarity to save souls. In the rosary we gave earlier today, I am saving sentient beings. I am teaching sentient beings. I am loving sentient beings. I am freeing sentient beings. I am healing sentient beings. I am raising sentient beings. I am sealing sentient beings. When we do all of these, we're bringing clarity into play in the lives of those whom we are serving. We're not doing it. God is doing it through us. And yet, through our crystal clarity of consciousness, the angels can more easily facilitate all of these verbs that we invoke as part of our spiritual work for humanity. When we have clarity in our own consciousness, our communication becomes virtually effortless. You can feel the clarity of the words of the masters when they overshine me and speak through me, because humanly, there's no way I could speak so off the cuff with such beauty and grace as when heartstreams occur. I don't think I have the outer attainment. I never went to college, except for a couple classes in accounting and supervision. So how does this clarity come through these words? Well, I'm anointed, and through the anointing of the Holy Spirit speaks the words. and brings the clarity and the beauty and the harmony of these divine words and expressions into play to nurture us, to feed our souls, to bless us and encourage us, to literally raise us up. So our communication can become virtually effortless with others who we choose to associate with, interact with, and work with. And then there is the grokking one to another of the essence of what we like to share and communicate, because there's no interference, there's no division, there's no energies of ego at play between us, because we've all surrendered the ego and the egoic awareness that divides us rather than unites us. Now, the Masters and Lady Clarity do have a concern about our verbal skills and even our reading skills. I've noticed recently, and I've kind of winked at the fact that even people reading heartstreams are not saying the words that were on the page, changing them. Maybe they have a little dyslexia. They're omitting words. Why is this? It's an opportunity to self-assess and say, okay, I have to work on myself so that the words that are on this page, I'm going to say them. We had a Meru class recently, or maybe it was a morning broadcast, and people read a heartstream, one paragraph. And I noticed how those that were reading slowly and very considerately said every word perfectly. And those that just tried to get it done were missing words or saying wrong words. And not that I'm judging them for doing that, it's just that when a master speaks or writes or communicates verbiage, there's a reason for every word. And so we should try to emulate their example, and those words as cups of light and formulas are important. So the more we read and don't gloss over things, but consider them and meditate upon them, the deeper we will go in understanding. And then the words will live through us. And when we communicate through verbiage and our languages, the entire message will be complete and authentic and illustrative of what God intends that phraseology and that verbiage and that language to be. So I encourage all of you who are reading the Master's works in these book study classes, Monday nights through Baltimore, etc., to slow down a little bit and to really, as you read the words, tap into the essence of the Christic, logoic language and allow that to play upon and within your being so that you are actually eating up those words. It's like John the Revelator in the book of Revelation, the little book that he ate up. It was as sweet as honey in his mouth and bitter in the tummy, right? Why was it bitter in the tummy? Because it required assimilation. And so it was feeding, it was so sweet, and we were in bliss when we heard it. And then we had to apply the teaching, right? And that's when the rubber meets the road, and it's like, okay, I've been initiated by what the masters are saying, now I have to prove the law. And so we'll be tested almost immediately after a heartstream to see whether we will live those words and realize them in actuality, or whether they're just kind of glossed over. We were blissing out during it, and then we forgot the whole thing. How many times have you, 10 minutes after a heartstream, you couldn't remember a thing? Now, the radiation is important, and that's fine, and you can go back and study the words later, and that's fine. Because I don't think any of us could humanly remember everything. We don't have photographic memories. And it's not important that we photographically remember what the masters say. It's more the essence of it that's important. And yet, when we do study, let us study with clarity. Let us read with a consciousness wed with spiritual fire to the living Logos, the Word, so that those words become alive within us, rich in the drippings of the candle wax of heaven's altars. We are infused with these essences. We become these essences. They live, move, and have their being within us in a continuous manifestation of flow. And the flowering of these words as engrams of light then actually precipitate transformational change, alchemical change in our lives. So the words of the masters are for alchemical change. If they were just words on a page, they would benefit us, yet for the transformational change, we have to eat them up. Clarity comes to us when we assimilate the word. And so slow down and read and digest the master's engrams and consider them. Read them twice or 3 times or more if necessary. Every time you will gain a deeper understanding. It's been that way with me. I watch the master's heart streams after the fact, after they're edited for publication, and I'm amazed at how beautiful the masters are and their expressions and their renderings of words that are so specific and so powerful and dynamic that when I watch it later, I'm transformed again. Because the first time I'm transformed in the energy field of the master, now I'm transformed in the logoic light field of the wisdom aspect of the word. This golden yellow, beautiful illumination ray that then feeds my higher mind and illumines my soul. So the masters do have this concern, and I'm not going to be one to judge or analyze this. You know, we can smile and overlook and love the person no matter how much dyslexia or issue they have, because we know each other's hearts. We're not here to critique and criticize everyone. Yet I think Lady Clarity is speaking tonight to help us all to clarify things so that when we are done with our mission, we are so crystal clear that when we go up in the ascension, there will be virtually no ash left, right? Because we've transmuted all the ash, the black stuff, ahead of time. And all that will be left is maybe a couple raindrops, a couple. It's like these Buddhas, these Buddha beings that in their ashes, they're actually these little pearls, like white pearls, right? You've heard of that? And the Buddhas the saints that have made their transition and ascended. So call to Lady Clarity. Check your work before submitting it. Double check it, triple check it if necessary, before posting, sending, or publishing. Claire and I work on these books with our editor and our layout person, and we pore over it again and again. And so we do our best. And then after the book comes out, we find a few little things here and there. So if you find something in this or other books that you know is a mistake, let Claire and me know, and we'll clarify it for the future. And, we're not seeking human perfection, yet it's nice to present our highest and best to the world, showing that we care, right? So part of clarity is caring. It's caring enough to be so clear that when you communicate, when you share, you are in that cosmic ovoid of white light fire that presents the best, the brightest, the most beautiful, rich in the nuggets of spiritual wisdom and the pearls of divine truth, and the engrams and the gemstones of beauty and harmony. Now, that was the first part of the message. Before we talk about the importance of a merciful heart, let's sing another song. I love the song at the beginning of the Kuan Yin Rosary.
Mother of mercy, I call for your presence, so sprinkle life's nectar with your willow branch. Pour forth your stream of compassion and wisdom to bathe me in waters that heal my own soul. Blessing hands of purity, offering me your sanctity. Blessed one, you care for all beings. I choose you, I call you, I trust you, please hear me. You took the vow of the Bodhisattva and promised to answer all cries and all pleas. You are my mother, and I will now follow your footprints of vision, forgiveness, compassion, transcendence, and inner peace. Mother of kindness, I bow for your lotus. Teach me forgiveness in words and in deeds. Show me the nexus between earth and heaven that opens my heart with compassionate beats. Loving words of empathy, saving souls in unity. Blessed one, you care for all beings. I choose you, I call you, I trust you, please hear me. You took the vow of the Bodhisattva and promised to answer all cries and all pleas. You are my mother, and I will now follow your footprints of vision, forgiveness, compassion, transcendence, and inner peace. Avalokita, now enter my being. Hold me, I feel you. Thank you.
I think we all know how important it is to have a merciful heart. What Kuan Yin and Lady Clarity share is that it is a very swift way to liberation. Because when you have a merciful heart, first you're merciful toward God, then toward yourself, and then toward all others. Now, why is it important to be merciful to God? Does God require our mercy? Not really, yet we require being merciful to the God within all life, ourselves, and others, because when we find God within self and all others, we enter the unity field of oneness. And then our differences, our problems, our issues are very easily resolved. Having a merciful heart brings the polarity of justice into play so that judgment isn't so intense. Remember the Sephirotic tree. On one side you have the intensity of justice, judgment, and on the other side, mercy. So these two are on the balanced scales And since this class is about the karmic board, you can imagine that there could be some dynamics even on the karmic board, and there are discussions about how souls' karma will be adjudicated, etc. With Kuan Yin often plying her trade and seeking for, an extension of mercy and grace, whereas maybe Cyclopeia and the Divine Director are a little more forceful in the sense of desiring justice, and maybe even Portia. So, a merciful heart will facilitate the clarification of karma and dharma to resolve things in a beautiful, harmonic way. A merciful heart brings harmony wherever it exists. A merciful heart brings harmony wherever it manifests. And the harmony is the peace and is the essence of the peaceable kingdom that we all desire to live within, rather than a caustic world smitten and bitten by divisive elements and all that stings our energy field. Vituperous and divisive speech that we see outplayed in the media and through those who are constantly out there clamoring for attention or opposing things isn't facilitating the answers. Yes, at times we have to be bold and we have to speak up. Yet the divisiveness of always demonstrating against something is not facilitating the harmonics of Aquarius and the peaceable kingdom. It exacerbates it. Do the masters condone demonstrations? Well, when they're done with love. Gandhi did it well. Nonviolent demonstrations. Martin Luther King Jr., by and large, did the same. And when people demonstrate with a vision, and they do it with understanding and a desire for righteous change, then it has a divine authority manifest through it that actually facilitates mercy coming into play to resolve dictatorial methodologies, etc. But in and of itself, violence, throwing rocks at police and demonstrating in an intense way, does not resolve the problem, the issue. Prayer first, demonstration last, the Master says. Only as a last result, as a last-ditch effort, when leaders aren't listening or facilitating the righteous change. Use the lawful system and a democracy for change, and if that fails because the change isn't happening to the benefit of most beings, and you've worked through the lawful efforts that you can, then you have every right to take it to the next level. And after very deep prayerful consideration, use demonstrations if that's what you feel you have to do. As a whole, light bearers are more interested, though, in changing themselves first, because that changes the culture. When we internalize what we desire the culture to be, and we are the examples of it. A merciful heart will facilitate planetary change, cultural change, a change in our civilization. Heart by heart, light bearer by light bearer, light worker, light sharer, when we develop these blazing, merciful hearts, the power that we will wield together will be phenomenal. because we will all be, in essence, living Christs, living Buddhas, living Krishnas or divine mothers. And then the energy and the cosmic weight of the collective of that mercy field will be transformational and transmutative on a planetary basis. Remember, we were told a while back, well, how many Buddhas would it take to transform the Middle East? And it was something like, I don't know, 20 or 30? We could transform the entire culture of the Middle East if 30 of us became Buddhas and we were emanating these pure streams of light 24/7 to counterbalance all of the acrimony and darkness and the interplay of culture clashes left and right and all over the place between religious groups, etc. How does that happen? Because the mercy flame is strong within an initiate and a Buddha or a Bodhisattva to the point of actually creating these ripples and waves of light. Can you feel those ripples now? I mean, I'm so suffused with these ripples of light from Lady Clarity and Kuan Yin that it's transforming me as I speak. And I hope and I pray that you feel these same frequencies during these heartstrings, because you then become an anchor point and ascending a broadcast station or a crystal for their light flowing through you to then go out to the world and be a blessing for others. So let us meditate tonight when we retire in the etheric retreats on how clarity and a merciful heart will facilitate planetary change in 2020, and what we will specifically do and what commitments we will make, what vows we will maybe re-communicate to the karmic board and to our mentors, so that as we move into this new decade, the third decade of the 21st century, we're going to bring that love field of light and that mercy field of joy into such a powerful, moving spiritual force for planetary change that naturally it will facilitate all kinds of cultural changes that we will actually see in our lifetime. We will see a more peaceable kingdom. We will see our media changed to be less caustic. Even our entertainment industry changed so that we have many more positive movies without all the violence and the treachery and the horror. I mean, if we can get rid of horror movies completely in the next 5 to 10 years, can you imagine the change on the planet? If we can get rid of all the sexual perversions broadcast through the media, even showing, whatever they show nowadays. Imagine the change in the consciousness of young people and those who have problems in their psyche. They can be healed if they don't have all these things out there to watch that bring them down over and over and over again. Imagine if the music was more like in the 17 and 1800s with classical, romantic, and Baroque music, rather than all the cacophony of rap and the insanity of some of the heavy metal, rock, and all that, which disturbs our soul and grates on our psyche. It actually grates on our psyche and our auric field to the point where we become less sensitized to light. We become desensitized to all this overstimulation. And then we're burdened by everything that flows into our consciousness because we don't have our energy field strong and sure and protected. So the youth of today, don't even know that they're being bombarded through this rap music by the energies of hell and the words from hell. They don't realize it because they've grown up with it, and they don't know anything better because it's embedded in the culture now. We have to bring the beautiful, seraphic, classical, and higher music of the spheres into the earth, Kuan Yin says, and that will facilitate planetary changes. Like in ancient India, they required the musicians to be high initiates. They could not be a musician unless they were trained over a long period of time how to bring harmony through their music to the whole culture. The highest initiates were those who were musicians. Nowadays, the worst of the worst are rock musicians, and their vibrations are going out ad nauseum, creating continuous dissonance and an actual erosion of our spiritual culture. So in the name of the living God, in the name I am that I am, beloved Karmic Board, before our letters are collected and offered up, we commit now in 2020 and beyond to helping facilitate a new divine culture upon earth. Use us as your instruments. Inspire us with your message. Communicate through us day by day in our meditations and our spiritual practices so that we are ready for the change that is required of us to be the initiates of light, to initiate spirals of grace and peace and beauty and joy and love, harmony and understanding. Beloved Kuan Yin and Lady Clarity, thank you for sharing your teachings with us this night and for broadcasting to the world through our Heart Center movement and this event all of these higher Edenic and spiritual Aquarian frequencies. Thank you for protecting our children, illumining them, and raising them up into the light of the presence. We are so grateful for your love. Amen. So Lady Clarity blesses you each one with a pink ray that you can take to your heart. And those on the broadcast. It will protect your heart. It will seal your heart in light and give you clarity of consciousness 24/7 as you are able to receive it and manifest it. Thank you. I come with a flaming emerald headdress of light, as one that you would consider a chief of an ancient tribe of natives. And I do this, dear ones, to engender within the earth what those who are close to the earth desire: harmony, purity, collaboration with what God created in the beginning. And who were those gods and goddesses? Indeed, the Elohim, the great us. Because we created these worlds that you see in the heavens and the one that you live upon, we hold them in the highest esteem and God vision, as immaculate, as undefiled, yet as innocent and pure as a newborn child. We hold them and all life waves evolving upon them in this idyllic sense of their destiny already fulfilled, illumined in light, ensconced in divine fire, replete with all of the drippings of heaven's graces. And you, each one, are a part of this divine equation. In fact, your formula, unique to you as a God-conscious spirit, are divinely impressive from our vantage point. And each of you is essential to the divine plan and the divine matrix of the fulfillment of every planet, of every solar world, of every solar system, galaxy, and cosmic family throughout the universe. When you know your purpose, when you see with clarity that which is true and real, which is God, and you highlight it in your life daily again and again, and maintain your pure gaze upon this higher reality, then you assist us in our work, both as the creators and progenitors of worlds, and in our work and service, even in our humble offerings in committees such as the Karmic Board. You ask, why is an Elohim on this august body? Dearest ones, I reveal to you that it was Sanat Kumara himself who requested that I come and serve in order to bring the original divine blueprint or green print back to Earth, because Earth had become a center point for many laggards to embody from other systems, from fallen planets such as Maldek. And so the scourge upon Earth was so great that Sanat Kumara impelled me to come and hold that harmonic balance through my pure vision for each of you, for all life, and for nature itself, so troubled and burdened by the laggard consciousness of those who had forgotten God, who had forgotten themselves, one with God, and who became embroiled in all manner of deceptive and illusory practices and nihilistic thoughts, feelings, words, and lives. We have indeed turned around this dialectic of darkness, and we are in that state of both resurrecting the earth and of bringing her to the brink of her ascension. Yet it requires that each one of you, ennoble yourselves in this frequency of perfection so that you can be an advocate of this pure and holy vision of the all-seeing eye of God. What is within your heart follows through your vision. If your heart is pure, your vision likewise will be undefiled and immaculate. When your heart is on fire for and with God, then your eyes blaze forth the beauty and the supernality of heaven, and your vision co-creates the new worlds that you seek even now while you live consciously walking upon the earth. Yes, dearest ones, what is outplayed within your conscious life is in league with and directly impacts and affects all life upon this earth. You know this law of the one. You know the import of your soul, your spirit, reconnected and plugged into God. You feel that connection and you know your divine source, the fountain of beingness that wells up from within you, and therefore sustaining this grace, this blessedness, this belovedness. You do indeed focus within your frequency a portion of the all-seeing eye of God, where you live, move, and have your being. Consider this truth. Consider this responsibility. Consider how important you are to the divine equation every day as you outpicture love, as you fulfill love through the heart virtues that you now have, and a little rhyme to reconsider and to utilize with pure eyes, I say. Oh, how some upon earth have captured a number of the essences of what the Elohim and the great God men and women, the ascended masters, continue to objectify within the heaven worlds on behalf of mankind through the comics and now on the video screens across your world. Whether it is the Marvel characters or the X-Men, these are indicative of an ancient race, even which many of you evolved through when you had these higher powers, dearest ones. And if you reclaim them through conscious and pure living, they will be yours to utilize for the resurrection and the ascension of the earth. All cultures evolving hereupon, the entire civilization of mankind, and then a solar quickening and awakening will manifest, and there will be the new world made manifest before your very eyes. I somewhat like that character, the Green Lantern. And I love his ring, which in my case has the focus of the all-seeing eye of God within it. And if you would have it, I have prepared a replica for each of you this day, and so I offer it. Place it upon your right hand on what has been called the ring finger, to utilize as a powerful, energetic talisman to perform alchemical feats of God light. Where you shine forth this ring, the power of the emerald ray will go forth, investing great quotients of cosmic fire to annihilate what is untrue, unreal, and dark, and rekindle what is beautiful, divine, and holy. This annihilation is not destruction. It is the evaporation of illusion and the restoration of great purity and God beingness. So you may use this divine matrix. Imagine it, and it has a higher reality than you may even feel physically. For what is imagination? It is eye magic in action through initiates of the sacred fire who conceive and give birth through that conception of a divine green print of light, and then who work assiduously to make it a reality through their love kindled within their work and service. Yes, you are great cosmic and spiritual beings if you will reconceive of yourself as God originated you and created you in the beginning, divine, rich in spirit fire, and the living quintessences of God's own immaculate being. Therefore, dearest ones, I extend to you my love, my purity, and my vision, and Virginia herself will work to help you to maintain your own vision of yourself as clear, as pure, as one with God. Alia vamiate zaya vo keate hayaho a heyaho vianada leta me kiayavo a aladata vamiata lohi ha ho yavo ahi yavo ahi aleo heo ha ho ha hi ha va nia nia heo heo ha ho ha hu hi alo a he a. I have called the chieftains of the past who have ascended over millennia and even eons of time to come to earth and to engage in spirit work. Some would call it warfare, and we would call it peace fair, in order to restore the planet Earth, Terra, in the light of divine beingness. Would you work with these chieftains of the sacred fire, dearest ones, each day? Yes. Then behold the work of God fulfilled immaculately through the spirit and fired ones who come once again to give birth within the earth of what is true, holy, and great, godly, divine, spirited, wonderful. I pray that you remember this heart stream and use it whenever you require a boost. And during my chanting, feel free to get up and dance as the native peoples do. For this is my dance of the sun within the earth for all. Thank you. I indeed come wielding my sword, yet today, dearest ones, it is a sword of joy. Imagine a world rich in the joy of the Lord, the presence of the Holy Spirit, the happiness of heaven manifest within the eternal now of each day's happenings. It is yours to accept through joy. It is yours to live through that joy spirit that God gives unto his sons and daughters, unto her children of light. That which has attempted to thwart your joy, I now dispel through the action of this sword. That which has been a burden upon children especially, whose lives should be free to live in the integrity of joy, I now carve away so that they may laugh and play in the parks, in their schoolyards, in their home backyards, or wherever they choose to jump and run and frolic and dart here and there, accompanied by angels, joyous in their laughter and revelry. Yes, this planet must become a planet of joy, seventh ray joy, through the release of the violet fire everywhere. And you, precious ones, have been advocates for Saint Germain's great gift to humanity, this divine accelerant of powerful spiritual light that transmutes and consumes on contact all that is less than real, holy, and pure. You may use this replica that my angels offer you of my sword of joy to dispel anti-joy energies. And so where you point this sword, divine joy will arise. Where you deliver the light through this action, joy will be there to originate new cycles of illumination and love, as well as power and balance for the new world that all seek to arise magnanimously, victoriously, joyously. We have spoken, and Jesus has spoken of joy as a virtue. Think on this. If joy is a virtue, then all of you can participate in its release throughout the earth, because it is such a stupendous boon to life everywhere to live in the spirit of divine happiness each day. You have heard that if souls knew better, they would do better. I say that if they had joy in their doings would be complete, holy, and victorious, because joy raises up work and service, not toil and labor as a negative concept. Joy infused in work becomes hallowed and allows there to be the magnanimity of divine amour manifest within your lives. The most joyful place is heaven. So rise with me now into this special heaven world, to perceive how the angels of joy, the masters of joy, the Buddhas of joy, the Bodhisattvas of joy, even the Elohim of joy come to ensconce the earth at this season through joy to the world, manifest as all kinds of light essences, even that which you adorn your trees with as the tinsel, and your doorways with as the ivy, to bless your environment in this radiance, in this true virtue of godly beingness. When you are joyous, life proceeds without the angst and the woe is me spirit, where burdens and onuses do become the reality of the moment. Joy frees you from your lesser self. Joy freezes the lesser self in its tracks, so that it may have no hold over you and the new environment in which you live, the joy field that you desire to abide within. When you are loving, joy is there, nurturing your souls. When you are joy-filled, love is fulfilled through your heart, wed to God and to the angels' hearts of joy. The eyes of the joyous shine brilliantly and reflect the heavenly culture God created in the beginning. Whether you call it Shambhala or Eden, it matters not. It is a sacred place where all are free and there is no darkness whatsoever, only light, love, and peace. So create this joy field here, there, and everywhere through the release of this spiritual fire directed by your higher self whenever and wherever required to bring peace, understanding, patience, and truth into play through that joy. As you sing now to beloved Jesus, his keynote, joy to the world, preferably with, if our video men can find it, a version by the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. Thousands of angels of the sacred fire of joy will release their holy offerings to planet Earth. And Jesus, multiplying himself over and over and over again through all of his images across the earth, will radiate such a great and stupendous action of light, Christic light, crystal light, that every man, woman, and child will be buoyed up in this radiance, will be temporarily at least free to pursue his or her divinity, blessed by this archangelic light and saturated in this divine radiance. All will know the Lord in time, and though some ignore him, though many do not know him, though some even attempt to thwart his efforts or defile his image, yet the Lord stands supreme in this hour, the Lord Jesus, the living Christ, to proclaim as a Messiah the new day, the new way of love, of light and levity for all to live within, and the Aquarius cycles dawning, and the fulfillment of Pisces through this new hallowed joy spirit. So sing and praise God as your voices are raised, and hallowed hallelujahs in the sound of angels, so adorning this cosmos with their harmonies and melodies of vibrant light sound. I am your Portia, balancing the scales within you, always with my love, and nurturing your souls with new opportunities to live justly, mercifully, victoriously in the light. I am yours with my beloved Saint Germain for the new solar civilization that together we are co-creating daily by God's grace and through his love. I thank you. Precious ones, I see you all as flowers of mercy. For in reality, when God created thee in the beginning, in your divinity, you were already self-realized. And what is a flower save a realized bud of a plant who has come to fruition in a beautiful array of glory, able to glorify God within the colors of the petals, within the sacred aroma of what she aerates unto the atmosphere of her essence. When you enter into your beingness in God, you are indeed a flower, multicolored, beautiful, holy, pure. Every bodhisattva, as a flower of God, emanates her essence unto the one eternal all Buddha. And in glorifying the great light of the presence, which is everywhere, she fulfills her purpose. She bears burdens, and yet, more importantly, she manifests her co-creative artistry through her heart, through her mind and soul and very being. When the karmic board considers the evolution of souls and all of their deliberations, they understand the nature of life itself and of life within every life form, every being created by the one eternal God. The karmic board sees all within a sacred continuum of divine existence, where in the oneness of the presence manifests throughout the cosmos, every individual has divine self-worth. And when that one is honored and appreciated in the integrity of her very being, there is a means whereby that one, though temporarily beset by burdens, the burden of the not-self, can be gently coaxed unto her original glorified blueprint, and then to find surcease from all distress and oneness in the presence again. As an advocate for the mercy way, I infuse my essence of godliness to inspire souls to be merciful, to be understanding and kind, to live in that nurturing essence of the mother, whereby the return to that unity field will be much easier, even delightful. When you follow this way and path of the Bodhisattva with me, precious ones, you become an advocate for the resolution of so much suffering, division, and that which assails the souls of humanity. And then the majesty of God is restored within every life. The beauty of each flower arises and then perfumes the glorified air with her beauty. Oh, how nurturing you may all be when you live within your presence, ensconced in this divine co-creative power vested within you. Oh, how easy it will be for the Aquarian age to dawn fully when the awakened ones emerge from within all cultures to embrace each other and to know the pathway home through the heart of mercy, through the way of the Bodhisattva. Show them, blessed ones, that you indeed mean spiritual business in this dynamic, whereby you prove that law of kindness and love, gentility and sweetness, and how you comport yourself, how you respond to negativity and challenges, and how all that is true, beautiful, and divine may indeed shine forth through your visage, through even your unique individual spirit, when you are in alignment with the mercy flame born within your soul and manifest through your heart. Oh God, let these, your children, now arise into their bodhisattvic selves to perceive as the All Buddha does, the mystery of life, the harmony of creation, the glory of all that you have set forth, both within the heavens and upon and within the earth. Let them feel your presence everywhere. Let them know your essence within self. Let them respond to the kindling fires, O Lord, that they must know in order to rise unto thee and return to that oneness that is always available through loving kindness and the Buddhic way of peace. As we deliberate the coming year and see each of your unique travels and pathways within 2020 and beyond, when you call to me, I will do what I can, precious ones, to make your pathway a little easier, a little more infused with joy and with the flowering aspects of your higher self coming into play daily to mitigate what could occur if you indeed do embrace the mercy way daily, and to mollify that which often comes as irritants or even deeper suffering of your body temple. When you are kind to yourself, reverent toward yourself, loving toward yourself first, and then bringing this kindness, reverence, and understanding to all, you merge through the oneness field of your being with others, all into that self-same spirit of compassion known by the Buddhas of East and West. And there will be harmony and peace again. So my flowers bud and bloom daily, and I will draw you unto my gardens in heaven, and we shall commune, and we shall sing, and we shall dance, and we shall play as children again, undefiled, innocent, and understanding of all through mercy. I thank you for your presence here, and I thank you for your love, always shared with a smile in your heart. Bless you ever, my loving ones. It's a wonderful life that we can live if we choose. And this wonderful life is opportunity through free will to engage in our blessed state of being one with the eternal. Tara comes tonight to fan the inner flame, the inner fire within us, to provide an impetus for us to access more of that divine light, that holy fire, so that we can transcend our former state. We can maintain our state of oneness with God. We can bring forth more mercy, more grace, more of God's virtues and divine gifts of spirit. Tara is a very powerful being, revered in both Buddhism and Hinduism, and now more and more in the West. And often we see her as the white Tara or the green Tara. Tonight she comes in a unique appearance as a golden Tara to provide wisdom and understanding, the nurturing of our minds, the nurturing of our hearts and our souls. We focused on Kuan Yin, and whether we revere one Divine Mother or her appearance in one form or another, all Divine Mothers hearken back to the Mother of all Buddhas and the Mother of all Mothers. And whether we speak of Avalokiteshvara or Tara, kind of rhyme there, we can enter into the beingness of her presence and the essence of her very beautiful and noble selfhood, one with the Divine Mother, who is expressive throughout the cosmos, whose very energy is actually the materialization of the universe. The Divine Father, as pure spirit, impregnates his energy within the chalice of the Divine Mother, and then the physical manifestation of the cosmos is really the body of the Divine Mother. And we are a part of the Divine Mother's body, her great essence. As we live, move, and have our being in time and space in this dimension and plane of being. So if we choose to represent her in form, whether in male or female form, we can attune to her purpose, which is to facilitate spirit and its descent into matter, and then facilitate matter's ascent into spirit. And at the nexus of this equation, as above, so below, there is born within us the Christ essence, the Buddha essence, the Divine Mother essence, that we uniquely represent through our particular individualization of the God flame. We were born into this world to fulfill our purpose, our divine plan, our dharma, our mission. And so many of us, having been called in past lives and into this one to be an advocate for truth, an advocate for beauty and harmony and peace, gentility, and especially divine love, are here to nurture other souls. We're here to serve all beings with our highest essence, our greatest gifts and spiritual talents. So when we draw these forth from our divine selfhood, when we access them through love and divine intention, and then in a very gentle offering, like a lotus or a rose opening, there is the perfuming of the earth and the atmosphere with our unique, holy oil of beingness. And so we actually anoint the earth and all sentient beings with that grace that we are destined to promote and to offer to those in our circle of influence, to every soul that we make contact with, our co-workers, our family, our lovers, one or more depending on how many times you've been married or with others. And we just are divine love. We are divine mercy. We are divine grace. We don't have to strive to access it and try to become it. We allow it. We receive it in a sense of divine receptivity. We acknowledge it, we feel it, and then through that divine allowance, we had allowances as children sometimes. Well, your parents gave you something either through the gratitude of their heart or just because you did chores or whatever, and that was your allowance. Well, we have this universal allowance that the Divine Father, Mother, God is gracing us with. So let's use it. Let's afford all life the opportunity to receive what through our allowance we magnificently represent. Now, we can all be representatives of Tara if we choose. We just were representatives of Kuan Yin during this 33-minute and 33-second ritual that our staff put together magnificently, beautifully, that we all, when we engage in it on a weekly or monthly or even daily basis, enter that field of Kuan Yin's divine presence, and through that field of energy, of mercy, we are both raised up ourselves, and then we in turn can be a point of emanation for that flame of mercy to all life. So how do we represent the Divine Mother every day? We can ask this question when we arise. O Lord, O Divine Mother, O Kuan Yin, O Tara, O Mother Mary, O Lakshmi, Durga, Saraswati, O Kali, Mother Kali, how would you like me to represent you today? How would you like me to emanate your frequency, your divine spirit, your particular qualities and virtues today through my being? Use my chakras, use my aura, use the harmonics of my light body, my Merkaba, to so bless the cosmos that all in my circle of influence will feel your love through me, through my heart, which is one with your heart. When we say just a little prayer like that, that doesn't even take 1 minute, it sets in motion a sacred dynamic through our offering of our life, ourself, to the universe, to then engage through us and with us to bring the harmonics of heaven into play. The harmonics of heaven, what a great concept. We can access these harmonics of heaven as we choose to associate with divine beings. And first of all, our own divine presence, our inner Holy Spirit. And the harmonics of heaven will assail the darkness in a magnificent yet peaceful way. This is spiritual warfare at its best, where the enemy, so to speak, is disempowered through love and then evaporates, and there is no enemy. There is no dichotomy. There is no dualism. It's so gentle and so beautiful in the rendering of the powers of immaculate vision and immaculate love that the powers of darkness, as they have existed, are just nullified. They're neutralized. And we don't really have to do anything in this dynamic. It's just entering beingness, entering our presence and remaining there in the still state of divine silence, and the magnificent, powerful framing of our divinity within this point, this singularity of stillness. So when you feel your presence, there is nothing more powerful than to stay there and amplify that presence through your love and the virtues that you are so familiar with. Some of you have great, phenomenal minds. You can conceptualize all kinds of wonderful, even enigmatic, alchemical formulas, and then create them first through your intention and then draw them into the physical through all manner of virtuous enterprises, through your work and service, through your vocation. Some of you are literally geniuses in terms of what you can draw forth through current modern day technology. Yet now we are called to utilize the technology of heaven, which really are the virtues of the Father, Mother, God, to utilize these in our highest and best offering of all of our lifetimes, now coming to fruition in this which could be our final round of rebirth if we so associate and work diligently and work humbly with great love. And then, as we are called each day to draw forth this powerful light from the divine worlds and then distribute it with great grace and aplomb, then all that is transcendent, all that is beautiful, all that is holy and pure will just alight right within the nexus of our heart and then radiate forth and be a blessing. And we will be the first ones to receive that blessing because as it flows through us, we are supercharged with light. We are almost immobilized in the ecstasy and the cosmic joy of this transcendent state of being as the Father, Mother, God uses us as an instrument. You know, we had St. Francis' prayer, Lord, make me an instrument of thy peace. Where there is hatred, let me sow love. Where there is injury, pardon. Where there is doubt, faith. Where there is despair, hope. And where there is darkness, light. O divine Master, grant that I may not so much seek to be consoled as to console, to be understood as to understand, to be loved as to love. For it is in giving that we receive, it is in pardoning that we are pardoned, and it is in dying that we are born to eternal life. So as we accept and utilize the gifts of the Spirit, the lesser self dies, yet what is born simultaneously is even more transcendent than what we let go of. We're no longer attached to this human creation in the sense of being earthy, and yet we love ourselves yet as God loves us, and then a new divine materiality is engendered and manifests through our form and the formless energy of Spirit moving through us. I love these little beautiful statements in the Kuan Yin Rosary that begin with I am. And through them we enter the Prajna boat. Through them we go into the formless state. Through them we enter non-duality. And ultimately we merge with the all in all, the all Buddha, the all Bodhisattva, the one eternal God. Yet that merging takes place a little bit each day. If we were to try to merge right now in our current form, we would, as we know, be burned up because we can't plug into that level of divine light and cosmic power. So how do we reach that level of the ascension? Every day we do our disciplined work, our meditation practice, our prayers. We humbly give and serve. And then part of us ascends. The energies of our physical body even begin to mutate into a higher form. Our DNA is transformed. Our Christ consciousness takes hold. The energy of our divine presence is restored magnificently more and more in the cells of our body and our bloodstream and our mind and our lymphatic system. And we take on a new vitality. We become lighter and lighter. The light of levity starts to expand through us, and then the Merkaba comes into being. It looks almost like a spaceship, like these Sufis dancing, where their garments start spinning. And then we develop what's used to be called the deathless solar body, or we like to call it the eternal light body. And then we learn to live and move in that light body to do our work wherever we are called, whether just for 10 minutes to a half an hour, an hour in the morning, and our spiritual practice, maybe some at night, or whether we can sustain it throughout the day. And the background of our consciousness, really it's within the superconscious state, even while we are going about our day, doing our work, engaged in our sacred labor, in our vocation. So we maintain through our superconsciousness this state of inner presence at a subtle level of being. Having done that work, now the fire, the divine light, begins to rotate and spin and manifest through us, and the physical cells of our body change, and people notice, and we notice in the mirror that we're just more light. We feel lighter. We feel more air, if you'd like to call it, or really it's prana, chi, it's ether. We actually feel lighter. And this sense of our lightness is the attenuation of this divine energy through the nexus of our heart into all of our organs, all of our chakras, the 7 major, the 5 minor, and then the 132 other points of light of our electronic fire body. And now we feel this greater yearning to just be one with God all the time. And when we have that inner yearning that nothing else will suffice for us save being in the very living and vital presence of the Father, Mother, and of our ascended master gurus and teachers and guides and guardians and friends, then we are literally raised up. We feel the bliss state. We know who we are. We know our purpose. More is revealed each day. We don't have to force anything. It just comes through a natural progression of spiritual education. It's downloaded to us in our dreams and our visions and our meditations. Every day we get these little downloads and inspirations, and we have to write them down or record them so we don't forget them. Some of them are sacred and we should never share them with others, but some are fine to share with those who resonate with us, who are on basically the same path as us, or who are, close to us as spiritual brothers and sisters, if it will edify them, help them, and we in turn can, not through ego, but through joy, just share, some of these inklings and deeper experiences. You will know by the Holy Spirit what is appropriate to share and what you should retain inside, as Mother Mary did, and the scripture says that she held all these things in her heart. You will know, and you will feel if the ego is engaged and sharing something that's really inappropriate, So sometimes we just have to wait a little bit, right? We wait on the Lord, and we kind of touch base, like Dennis said earlier, where we just kind of are, what's the term you use? Checking in, right? You check in with your divine presence. Many times throughout the day, I just stop and I ask questions of the divine worlds. Okay, what's next? What is my main focus? I make my lists, I have my to-do lists, but then things change. I get a phone call, you get interrupted, you have to deal with a crisis or an issue, a family issue, your personal health issues. Our beloved Mary here had an issue recently. We were all praying for her. Praise God she's here today. And she made the long trek from Arizona, and I'm so happy. So, we go through these stages and steps, and everything is wonderful. Coming back to the original premise, it's a wonderful life. It's a wonderful life if we accept that it's a wonderful life, even as we're going through, the decay process as we get older. And, we look in the mirror and we kind of don't relish what we're seeing. And we think, oh, okay, I've got to do more of this or more of that, or I have more green juice or celery juice in the morning, or I have to be more disciplined, but you know what? What we really require is just being still, listening, obeying, following the inner direction. And when you do that, everything seems to work out magically and miraculously. You don't force anything. You're living a magical life, in your magic presence, your I am presence. You're living a magical life. Tara will help you to live a magical life. And she'll almost be like your magical wife if you're a man. Or if you're a woman, your magical husband. I guess she'll morph into a male form. And then in that magic of the sacred moments of your connectedness, there is just a new joy dawning within your life every day. Joy, just like the sunlight, is new every day if we allow it to take hold of us and recreate us. The sun, as we know, when we meditate on the sun in the morning, or meditate with the sun, recreates us in a higher field and vibration every day if we give the sun the authority and the permission to do that. But how often do we commune and then actually make that contact and say, okay, I am willing to be recreated today. I am willing. I am ready to be recreated. This is true recreation, recreation, right? And then you can still go out in nature and recreate in all the normal ways, yet your recreation will be suffused with the recreative power and divine majesty of your presence. And then when you have your weekends, time off from work, the daily grind, if you want to call it that, not the coffee grind in the morning, but the other grind, then when you come back on Monday, you won't regret anything. You'll actually be raising up everybody in your life through love. I actually love Mondays more than any other day. Some people despise it because I'd rather be home having fun or doing my weekend stuff, but I actually love to serve and to give, and Mondays are like the day of love for me. So it's all about attitude, right? It's about attitude. So if you find that something bugs you, like in that Ho'oponopono prayer, just let it go. It won't bug you anymore. A lot of things in the past have bugged me, and occasionally maybe they still do, little flies here and there. Like the other day, my wife and I were at home, and it was like, been 20 degrees outside in Montana. All the bugs are in a latent state of hibernation somewhere. But then it gets up to 50 degrees outside, and then they start awakening. They think it's spring. So one particular fly was just buzzing around, and I needled that guy and I said, you better leave here. Otherwise, you're going to get it. Well, fortunately, I opened the door and he flew right out the door. Isn't that great? I didn't have to swat him. Because I want to practice ahimsa, I desire nonviolence. So even with bugs, flies, roaches, whatever, not this type of roach, but the other ones, you can just totally be who you are without violence. Ahimsa. You've heard that term, right? So how are we nonviolent? Come on in. How are we nonviolent every day? Well, we enter this perfected state of the glory of God where there is never violence. We rise above duality. We're never even going to be tempted to get angry, reactive, or emotive in a way that we don't, appreciate. Now, for an actor or an actress, you are supposed to be emotive. That's the name of the game when you're an actor. Yet, even though we're all actors on Saint Germain's stage of life, we can choose in our real self to maintain that non-radioactivity of holiness and purity and love and kindness. Because if we enter the reactivity state, then we, as they say in Spanish, echando chispas, you know what that means? Giving off sparks, right? Echando chispas literally means giving off sparks. Echando chispas. I remember hearing that term when I studied Spanish too, and they said it means giving off sparks. I thought that's exactly what it is. So we don't want to be, in a state of peril. What do they call it? Not imperil, where we're giving off sparks, because that's where we make karma, right? So no mas echando chispas, baby. No mas. No mas. You choose to give off divine sparks. You're going to be a sparkler for God, but it'll be the nice sparklers like on the 4th of July. We don't want to give off the other stuff, the red, edgy stuff, because as soon as you start emanating anything that's kind of red and black, you feel yucky, right? I mean, you know it. You've just done it. You just misqualified energy. And we all do it at times. I mean, the best of us at times. It's just the way life is. Things are set up to test us. The best of us, myself included. So if you end up giving off the wrong type of sparks, forgive yourself, ask for forgiveness, and just let it go. And it's like it's gone. It's under the bridge. You don't want to dwell on it very long. Because it's the human condition. We can't condemn ourselves for making errors, right? We transcend it, and we have to forgive and forget. And by forgiving and forgetting and fully letting go, we really make greater progress. It's just a fun thing. So I thought that earlier we weren't going to have sharing, but we are going to have sharing tonight, because Tara would like to hear from you. One little wisdom thing that's occurred to you maybe in the last week or month or year, where you had a revelation, an inspiration, a transcendent experience that moved you beyond where you were in consciousness, and some dynamic that was just, you look back at it and you think, oh my God, that was awesome. It's like it happened in spite of me, or it happened in a meditation or whatever, because sometimes when we share these insights or revelations, it edifies the rest of us, and we can make progress in a similar way by choosing to act as you did or whatever. So if you have something to share and you're saying it to Tara and you're revering her tonight, and maybe Kuan Yin too, or any Divine Mother that you love, Lakshmi, Sarasvati, Durga, whoever, and you're just telling the Divine Mother about you're witnessing to some experience that was ultimately wonderful. And maybe it wasn't wonderful at the time. Maybe you went through hell and then you got through it, and then afterwards you thought, that hell wasn't so bad. I actually learned and I grew, and I would not give up doing it again if I had to, or I would still want to go through what I went through in order to come out better, and I feel better about it. So just come on up here, whoever would like to share something. And even those of you at home who are watching tonight, if there's something that you would like to text in, if you're watching on YouTube or watching through the other means, if Anthony can see it, then he can share with us later.
This is about my socks. I like my socks, especially my wool socks, because they keep my feet warm. And so the other day, yesterday, I washed them here at this lovely washing machine. Thank you, Dennis. And I had to leave before I was able to put them in the dryer. But actually, I don't put my socks in the dryer. I put the other things in the dryer and hang my socks out because I don't want them to get too small. Well, I came back from doing whatever it was, and the socks had been put into the dryer by some helpful person who was trying to help me dry my things. And at first, I could feel myself getting upset. Someone put my wool socks in the dryer. How could they do that? Such a little thing, you know. But I thought, okay, well, I'll try not to speak about it, because if I speak about it, I'll probably be speaking with anger, so I won't do that. So I took them out, and I took them to my room, and I was going to fold them or doing something. And then I realized that they hadn't been dried completely. They were almost dried, but not dried completely. So actually, they didn't shrink. They were okay. And I was very happy. And then I realized that one sock was missing. That one of my purple socks, which is my favorite color, was missing. And so I was missing one purple sock. And I thought, okay, I'm going to get this through this test also. I won't say anything, and I'll just know that the angels will bring back my missing sock. And lo and behold, a little later, I found it under the bed. I had forgot to put it in the washing. And so it was really there. So thank you. I felt like I passed some sort of test. So thank you very much.
Yay.
I was the guy who put the socks in the dryer. So,
in order to test you.
An instrument of the Divine Mother, your tester. It was a trying couple of days as we were setting up, and imperil was definitely something I was dealing with also, and trying to find my center. Thank goodness for the Kuan Yin Rosary, which brings you back so easily and gently, and Ho'oponopono. And I'm sorry, Kathleen, I love you.
Did you say you were having a trying experience or a drying experience?
Lately, I've been reading this wonderful book. It's called Esséens, Children of the Sun. And it's this one character in the book who's been regressed with hypnotherapy, talks about his experience with Jesus and how Jesus is like a sunny day, and he's so warm and forgiving and in the now, and all the things that right now, you know, Eckhart Tolle, and The Power of the Now, the things that we are learning right now, this is what Jesus taught to his disciples and to the Esséens. I just thought, geez. Anyway, he said and there's this beautiful prayer by the Esséens, and it talks about, it's an Essén prayer, and I read it over and over this morning, and it was about how you surrender to your presence. You surrender to your presence. And I had an opportunity like that today. I got an email from an individual asking me to do something that I didn't want to do. I had just made it through the grocery store, battled my way to the end of the line, and got everything in their sacks. And I'm just getting my, checking out at the grocery store. You know how that's like your favorite time, right? And I get this email, and I'm going, oh no, I cannot do this. I cannot do this. And the bell went off, surrender. So I pushed my little cart out to my car, put all my stuff in the cart. I went back in, and I did what I was supposed to do. And, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad. Just getting away from that checkout stand was great. Anyway, so it was a good moment. That was my good moment today.
All right, day before yesterday, we went up to Disneyland. And the night before, I didn't get much sleep. And then I had to drive for 2 hours through this horrendous traffic experience, and I was really feeling, I was complaining, and moping around, and oh boy, my one time going to Disneyland, I feel lousy, and so then I got on this roller coaster. It was called the Matterhorn, and it was throwing us around, and I started laughing. I just like, ha, 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 it's just like, It just shook it out of me. And when I walked off of that, it was like I felt like a new person. And something happened. Something magical happened. You know, I think it was probably the laughing or whatever it was. But I was better. I was fine the rest of the day.
My name's Steven, and I just wanted to say thank you for everyone meditating together. It's been a wonderful experience. I just went to Conscious Life Expo this last weekend to see you speak and a bunch of other, great speakers, and it's been a life-changing experience. And it's exciting to be awakened and just start this new journey of speaking love and speaking truth. And I just want to thank everyone for joining in meditation with us. It's awesome.
All right.
I went to a store, Alexandria. I guess you know it. They sell spiritual books. And I saw a set of cards. And it says, Indigo Angels. I said, oh, what is this? I said, you're an Indigo Angel. He says, oh, okay, so I got to get these cards. So I got the cards, and I wanted to learn to do these cards. So some time passed. So the other day, I was feeling a little sad, but I got the book, the cards, and I put them over my bed. I started reading it. I got 3 cards out of that. Still didn't know how to use them. And then I had one that was Archangel Michael, and then another one. The first one was Show Appreciation. The other one was Be Patient, and Archangel Michael. So I started, okay, so I had to read the meaning of each of those cards. So, what is this? But I still was doubting, but it says Archangel Michael, and the pictures on the cards are great. Anyways, I went to my couch, and I was just a little sad. And all of a sudden, this lady came. I said, who are you? So beautiful lady with a dress, with the sleeves like in bumps over here. Short hair, and so lovely, all with an aura in green. And I was saying, because I usually don't know who is that person, that being. But I said in my mind, who are you, beautiful one? Who are you? So can I know your name? And then since that she said, Nada. I said, are you Lady Nada? I said, God, I've never seen Lady Nada. So anyways, and then she talked a little bit about healing. And I was so grateful. And then after that, a lavender light came and surrounded me. And then it was Kuan Yin. So I said, who are you? Kuan Yin. So it's beautiful. I just want to say that those cards work. It's an answer. The answer to my questions here. Are these cards going to work? They're called Indigo Angels. You might try to get them.
Indigo Angels. Thank you.
Last fall, I had surgery on my left hand. My thumb was like a roller coaster, and I had it reconstructed. And I was so grateful for the experience to be able to go through the cast and the surgery and everything. And I was looking online to see if anybody was had created anything to help people for the short term of going from two-handedness to one-handed, and I didn't see anything. So I created videos of my experience each week as I was going through the experience to someday be able to put it onto YouTube to offer help to other people that were going through experiences of going from two-handed to one-handed, even for a short time, like I did. So I was really grateful for that experience. And now I have 2 fabulous hands because I found a supplement that's taken all the arthritis out of my hands. And so I'm really, really celebrating.
Wow, congratulations. So what's the supplement called?
It's a little white capsule called Joint Health from Costco. And it's got 3 trace minerals in it. And over the 3-month period, I just really didn't think I was going to have strength back in my right hand. I was really concerned about it after having surgery in the left. And all of a sudden, I came to the realization, oh my goodness, my hand is strong again. I can push buttons. I can do all the stuff that I didn't think I was going to get to do. When I went to visit my family and I was left taking care of the baby last summer, I was really scared and frightened because I couldn't push any of the safety things on the gates or the thing that harnessed her into the high chair. And I was really scared. And I made it through that night, but I thought, am I not going to be able to take care of a baby or reach out and be a grandma to other children? It was really scary. And so now I'm celebrating.
Wow. Congratulations.
We have a sharing online.
Okay.
This is from Marion David. She says,
Marion Davidson?
Marion Davidson, yes.
Okay.
I have been working with Lady Clarity daily on clarity and focus lately. She has been allowing me to go to her retreat over Vista, California, and has been so helpful in clarifying each step of the way for me on an alchemy I am presently working on, and my focus has greatly improved. I am very grateful to and for you.
Yay. And we're going to hear from Lady Clarity tomorrow on her birthday, which is also happens to be Valentine's Day. So, anybody else? These are great stories. Back in 2005, we visited all 21 California missions in 8 days. So we averaged over 2 a day, almost 3 a day. We started in San Diego and went all the way up to Sonoma. And you may notice that throughout California, there's this amazing plant called the bird of paradise. Bird of paradise. And in fact, I'm staying at the a hotel near here, the Hyatt Place, and they have a small pool and then a jacuzzi, and all around the fence by the jacuzzi are birds of paradise. I mean, dozens and dozens of them. The first time I stayed there, I think I saw about 20 little hummingbirds. It was the perfect time for them, and I was just in seventh heaven. Well, anyway, Dennis Willett, who did the cover of the book that we produced from that tour of all 21 missions, put a bird of paradise on the cover. And I think it does represent the missions, kind of, because they're all over California. I mean, you just don't find those in Montana, where I live. You know, you have to have a certain temperature. But it's such a magnificent plant, and it looks like a little bird, you know, with the beak as part of it, and then the tuft, almost like their hair or something. And it's just magical how the orange flower, and then the green of the rest of it. So I love birds of paradise, and I was in doing my 2 rosaries this morning when I was in the hot tub. No one else was in the pool, so I could really kind of let loose. And I just was experiencing the bliss of California again. Vista, like the perfect place in Southern California where the temperature is just even keel all year long. It's like a little paradise. So the birds of paradise were really in paradise. You know, this is a paradise here. My spiritual teacher for 30 years, at the end of my quarter of Summit University, which Hilarions quarter, we came down to Balboa Park in San Diego, and she told us that Balboa Park, that area, was the spiritual center of San Diego, and that in that area was like the Garden of Eden long ago. Now, scientists will think the Garden of Eden is in the Middle East and all that, but really, when you think about it, if you were to try to create a Garden of Eden, I mean, this is about, temperature-wise and plant-wise, this is about as close as you could get, maybe, to a Garden of Eden. So those of you who live here, praise God that you're, living in with birds of paradise in paradise. Okay, anybody else?
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel. So at the beginning of this year, actually, I went through a 14-day vegan challenge to see how it went. And I guess you could say I kind of became an angry vegan for a little while. And but my dad has he's got 2 barbecues and a smoker, so he loves to cook meat. And so every time I open up the fridge, there's meat, and I go, oh man, I can't eat it. And so I was so frustrated and so upset. But then after a while, I started to feel a lot better, and I just started to just appreciate that my dad cooks such beautiful food, and I started to just realize it's about making conscious choices and not putting a label on everything. And once I started to just make that decision every day, and I kind of went back and forth between some healthy things on the celery, I do like the juice, so I've just been finding that balance between everything, and now it's just working out all for the better.
Thank you, Daniel. Well, I have to say, a beautiful man came tonight, Suresh Ramaswamy, and he's the author of Just Be, Transform Your Life and Live as Infinity. And this is a winner of the Body, Mind, Spirit Book Awards. And he just brought a gift to me. He read El Moria's book through me on the aura. And I just would like to honor him and thank him for this beautiful gift. And somebody else has it. Did you ever meet him?
Yeah.
Had you met him before?
No, I definitely have not. But I enjoyed reading the books. So far I read like 3/4 of it, and I didn't get to finish the last bit. But
Well,
it was really.
you can get another copy.
Great energy. I was like seeing the energy off the pages. Just feel.
Anyway, I held the book to my heart chakra, and I just felt, doing it again, I just feel my whole aura just on fire with love. So I'm already, without having read it, I am recommending this book, and I would like our store personnel to contact him and buy about 20 copies at wholesale. Hopefully we can get them wholesale, and carry it in our store in Montana at the Alchemy Exchange and online. This is a holy man that's here about 8 feet away from me. And I encourage all of you to get to know him and read his book, study it, absorb it. He's a living testament to what's in this book through his humility, his virtue, and his acceptance of the divine world, embodying through him. So thank you so much, Suresh. It's a pleasure to meet you. What's that?
You want to show it on the camera?
Okay. To show, it's a pleasure to get to. Okay. There we go. I'll put it right over my head. How's that? Okay. Just be. Just be. And now you can meet the author in person.
Amazing.
Yeah. So, would you like to just tell us a little bit about the book?
Sure.
Okay. How it came about? It kind of wrote itself, right?
Indeed. First of all, thank you, Dennis, for inviting me. We met not that long ago, and Dennis was gracious enough to make me aware of this amazing place that's not terribly far from where I live. I live in Carlsbad, so almost a stone's throw away. So delighted to be here and meeting all of you. And of course, today being here, it's such a treat. Meeting David in person, and I've appreciated his sharings through the Heart Stream previously. I'd somehow stumbled across it and was so impressed with the clarity, the love that was radiating, no matter what was being said, but to me that spoke very loudly. So I was almost like, even if you're not listening to the words, it's pretty good. And if you listen to the words, oh my goodness, it's just mind-blowing. And I think just as you were speaking earlier today, I was just so appreciating the precision, the vibration, the nuance. It's just amazing. So, and specifically one thing I related to was this experience which you talked about how we can, invoke the sun, connect with it, and I'm speaking in my own words here, but you can dissolve into it. And this is something I do almost daily, standing in my backyard. I look at the sun, really dissolve into the light. And after that, there is only light. There is nothing else. So you're still embodied in the physical reality, but it's really light living through you. And everything you were saying earlier, it just to me was just perfect. It resonated so strongly. So I'm delighted to see that, such a pristine expression of that through you and by you. And so it's a delight also to see the openness. You were asking about how the book came about. Well, for the longest time, I used to, receive these promptings to write this book. And I was reluctant, actually, because first of all, I don't see myself as a writer or anything like that. So, and writing a book is non-trivial, to say the least. So I didn't want to take on just a project. And I felt like there's so many incredible writings out there already, We don't need yet another book. So I was very reluctant and resistant. But the promptings got stronger and stronger. And my objection, so to speak, was, even if I write this book and just have the most incredible concepts in it, who cares? It's not about concepts. So it's just a compilation of great concepts. It doesn't matter. Unless, I said, the vibration is so powerful that will transform anybody who comes across it. And my objection continued that level of vibration has to come from elsewhere. It has come from a very high, pristine place. And so at that moment, I was given an experience which essentially said, how could it be otherwise? Why would it be otherwise? That vibration will be there. And I was shown that as an experience such that there's absolutely no way I could argue with that. It was just mind-blowing. And at that point, all I had to do was say, okay, I'll do my little piece, and slapping some words together. And so, of course, the writing experience was very joyful. There were many times I had to stop to just handle the bliss. And so it turned out to be quite, of course, now looking back, I feel I could have jumped in a little bit sooner, but how, we are as human beings, we try to, come up with stuff. So that's how the book came about. And just to give you a little sense of from where it came from, I feel all that we're talking about here is very universal, and I felt like, wouldn't it be nice to express all that in a universal language rather than language or terminology that belongs to any particular tradition, even though it's just absolutely amazing, the traditions that we have. But I was inspired to share it in a way that anybody could pick it up. They wouldn't necessarily consider themselves as even spiritual, religious, or anything. But here they are, a being, in this dimension, in this reality. How can we speak to them in a very neutral language that makes sense? And at the same time, underlying all that is the vibration that will help them get to, a higher place. And that is recognizing their own infinite self, that we're really infinity in a very finite package, and getting in touch with that infinity, and then living as infinity, as the subtitle says. So that's a little bit about what it's all about. So thank you for letting me share that.
Thank you. Well, I noticed you have the little bracelet that devotees of Paramahansa Yogananda wear, right? So I was born on his birthday, January 5th. And I'd say the Autobiography of a Yogi was definitely in my top 3 or 4 books of all that I've ever read. And the vibration is so clear and so perfect that if your book is anywhere near like that, I'm just going to be in bliss for weeks. It takes me, a book this thick, it's going to take a few weeks because I'm pretty busy as we all are, and I want to absorb it. So thank you so much. I appreciate it. So again, it's just be, transform your life, and live as infinity. Suresh Ramaswamy. Okay. Well, we're nearing the end. Do you have any more sharings? Okay, go ahead.
I have 2 more sharings. First, just Jenny says the bird of paradise plant is native to South Africa.
Wow, great. Thank you, Jenny.
Now you know. And I'm just scrolling down to the other one. Give me 1 second.
That was for you, Jenny, my sharing on that. I had no idea.
This is from someone named Asiya in Mount Shasta. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Talking about the birds of paradise, the flower, reminded me when I told my father that I went to Eden, Utah, and I told him the next place I wanted to go was Paradise, California. He said, "That sounds like a beautiful place. I'll go there." 2 weeks later, he passed away.
Oh. He went to Paradise and California. Okay. Unfortunately, Paradise kind of got hit pretty bad was it last year or 2 years ago? Yeah, last year, yeah. But Paradise, Phoenix will rise again. The Phoenix bird will rise again. Okay, that's it, Anthony?
That's it.
Okay. The presence of the Lord is in this place. The presence of the Lord shines upon you, within you, around you. The Lord of light speaks to your higher mind and says, "O soul, rise higher. O spirited one, incarnated upon earth, it is time for you to fulfill your divine plan." What is that plan? What is that blueprint? It is for you to discern in communion with God within. And if you require assistance, I am here to provide it with great discernment. For, dearest ones, your plan at times involves many details that change and expand throughout your life as you utilize the resources of heaven wisely to proceed with cosmic definition and determination. That impelling light within you, which is the will of God ensconced within your very soul, moves you forward if you allow it to so manifest. Through careful attention to the details of your daily affairs, that which your karma and dharma dictate must be addressed, must be met with due consideration, understanding, and patience. Oh, patience! What a great God virtue that many are still and very often lacking. When you utilize this one great virtue throughout your lifetimes and through all your years embodied here, dearest ones, there is a procession of light through your consciousness where you apply what you know virtuously, and you live in the spirit of your presence beautifully, rendering all that you do with grace, with humility. And this indeed moves you forward on that pathway to fulfill your purpose, your calling. When you have this patience broadcast through your auric field, it illumines all around you with that understanding of compassion, even of long suffering with others, to give you that cosmic edge that will allow you to pass your tests and to treat all as you desire to be treated, to love all as you desire to be loved, to appreciate even the challenges of the hour which come in order to goad you higher into the infinitude of your divine presence, into the graces of God, into the very living fire of your divinity, where you prove the law of being and where God, centered within you, is your motivating divine force, the energy that provides for you all the essentials of life daily. Yes, blessed ones, I charge you with this light of patience and understanding, so that you may make swifter and better progress on your journey home to the heart of God. Oh, that journey back to the center of pure beingness within. All mankind must discern the wherewithals and the nuances of this path of selfhood through divine self-discovery and through all of the training, the initiations, the testings along the way that will allow them to become whole and one again. Now, as one of the spokespersons of the Karmic Board, I stand before each of you to offer you an impetus of light and a resource of divine fire to make that swifter progress home that will then benefit all sentient beings in the wake of your ascent. If you desire acceleration, I am here. If you are not perturbed through the irritants that come, that are for your quickening and for your pruning, then welcoming them as opportunities for self-mastery, you will see exactly what is at play, what must be dealt with, mastered, overcome, and the joy of overcoming will give you that holy impetus that will mean much on this trek upward, which is always worth the seeming inconvenience. I direct you home to the heart of the One, and I lead you affectionately toward that holy union with your source, the I am that I am within. Thank you. Beloved ones, liberty is a virtue originating in God that allows the soul to experience its life essence, born of God, evolving through the experiential pathway of your life. When you utilize this virtue to liberate self from all deception, from all illusion of the lesser self, you are free to pursue, by God's grace, the infinite splendor and wonder of the heaven world within. You seek license and liberty to pursue many things. Would that you would use your free will to pursue God relentlessly until you are liberated in the joy of oneness, in the grace of beingness, in the eternal presence of divine love and light. I illumine your minds. I refresh your souls. I engender a spirit of unity through brother-sisterhood that is a living reality that you may enter in fraternal kinship with others of all cultures, of all persuasions, of all viewpoints. This kinship, one with another, is born of the fraternal attitude that God embedded within the heart of every sentient being, whereby a culture, a civilization, a world may progress virtuously toward its divine purpose. You have heard that children are born without any prejudices towards others. And it is true, because in the immaculate conception of the soul and the spirit, there is only light and understanding and caring and love. What is it that then allows there to be division and aggression and misunderstanding? It is, dearest ones, disassociation from the source, whereby the lesser self allows itself to be outside of the circle of that oneness of God's presence. Resolving this issue soul by soul, a culture may be rekindled in unity, and a people, all peoples, may again experience this fraternal kinship, facilitated by the golden rule. The golden rule. Oh, how important a divine concept. Mankind desires to rule others. Leaders here and there misuse their power. Yet, if all abode by the golden rule, peace would reign and fraternal kinship would be reestablished in every realm. Oh, blessed hearts, to resolve the immigration problem throughout the nations of this planet, know that oneness through love, reverence for life, and the understanding of the path itself of initiation must be taught, understood, accepted, and lived by every citizen and those who come for better opportunities to serve and to give and to win their freedom from deception, from enslavement of body, soul, and mind that originates from the bowels of hell, whether within a country or not. It comes from the nihilism and the darkness of the lesser energy veil. I clear this veil now so that all may see clearly what is real, what is true, what is virtuous, benign, and upright. You may notice that I stand tall in my mission to inspire all through both the book of the law and the torch of illumination. I encourage you, each one, to stand tall and first to resolve all internal conflict, whereby, standing tall, you may also bear a portion of my torch, which is God's understanding of divine wisdom through truth to liberate all in that light supernal. Feel the pulsation now as I send a holy frequency from this torch to illumine your minds, to expose that within which yet must be resolved, and to assist you by lighting your pathway forward to be victorious in all things, and to allow your superconscious self to supersede all the lesser trappings of the carnal mind and the self which is not the true self. Yer Fo Zamia Dabi Exclu Vadu Reye Zavi. I release this light formula from an ancient tongue of a culture predating Lemuria, whereby darkness is parted and light prevails. Now accept your initiations as opportunities for self-transcendence. Shy not away from what will illumine your world to provide a pathway for freedom and unto liberty. For when one among you comes to expose what has happened that is not optimal for you and your path, it would be better to simply be still and accept the word, to smile, and to thereby benefit from the eternal fire that will strip away that darkness, revealing what is internally the real you, which is all light. I am here for your pruning. I am here for your learning. Both are essential, dearest ones, for your victory. Thank you. Within this retreat, there is a fountain of clarity that we can be bathed in. When we attune to it, we enter into it, and we choose to be blessed by its radiance and its power to bring us this clarity of consciousness, clarity of everything. Knowing that when you come here to this physical retreat of the Universal White Brotherhood, Brother-Sisterhood, you can benefit from the radiation. And all that has transpired here through all the heart streams, all the love, all the release of light, the weekly events that transpire here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights, and soon on Saturday evening and maybe even Saturday morning, it's just amazing how you are uplifted, how you are supported in your spiritual work, how you can actually come up higher by stepping into the frequency that's here. The frequency of clarity is a very important one, which we'll find out more about soon. And when we focus upon and meditate upon this light of clarity, it will facilitate a greater awareness, a greater state of self-awareness, awareness of others around us, what's going on the planet, what is transpiring at inner levels in our lives and others' lives. It will actually even help to facilitate prescience or precognition of future things that will help us to avoid issues, problems, things that could interfere with our work. When we enter into the light of clarity and we have this heightened awareness, this more expansive consciousness, this more universal awareness, I think it makes us both more cautious in one sense and yet more audacious on the other hand, because we know what's happening. We are aware, we are awake. Clarity is what manifest in Gautama Buddha's awareness as he was under the Bo tree just bore the enlightenment, his enlightenment. He was crystal clear in his consciousness as he surmised who he was, realized that he was entering a heightened awake state, an awakened state of being, and then he was able to discover the Four Noble Truths and clarify them for others through his teaching later. Every teacher, all of us who are teachers, should pray for this gift, this sacred gift of clarity, so that when we communicate and when we teach, there is a grokking by our audience, by our students, of what we are sharing and facilitating, and that there is no interference in our communication and our ability to convey the truths, the wisdom teaching, the understanding that God, through us, is desiring to manifest. You know, one among us in this group speaks to a lot of people at a New Age bookstore and is able to clarify a lot for hundreds and over time thousands of people. And he was telling me, I think earlier today, that he facilitated the selling of like over 1,000 of Anthony Williams' books out of that store. Amazing, right? And how lives have been changed. One story was of a lady who came in. He facilitated the sale of the book. She had, what was it, stage 4 cancer?
They told her terminal cancer.
Terminal cancer. 2 months earlier? 2 years earlier. And she came back and said, I am a powerful spiritual being. And she used the information from Anthony Williams and was healed, and they could not find any cancer in her body. And the doctors were mad. Can you imagine? Why were they upset? Because they wanted to be in control of the situation, and their word was gospel, and yet here is a higher form of healing, natural healing, that a great spiritual healing medium brought to the earth through compassion, and thousands and millions are benefiting from it. So, do we always know how our words conveyed to others that we meet are going to maybe make a difference in their lives? No. Yet when the Holy Spirit is with us, when we are clear in our own consciousness, and we share from our heart and through our heart, not trying to convert or change someone, as I shared recently. We're not in the business of trying to change people. We're just offering light, awareness, maybe what we have been, by God's grace, fortunately been able to facilitate in our own lives. And then if we can help inspire people and they can benefit from what we shared, then they can be, do the self-work that's essential for their own spiritual evolution. So we're not a church like the Mormons who are going to go out 2 by 2 and convert people by all kinds of outer means. The conversion that occurs within souls that we reach will be from within them, by our example, by our love, by our awareness, by our precognitive, crystal clear consciousness. God will eventually show us things when we are open and receptive to what God can convey, when we are clear enough ourselves so that we can more righteously and in a beautiful and reverent way hallow everyone with our presence and bless them with heaven's benevolence and graces, right? So I think this is an Aquarian way. It's a gentle way to look at how the teaching can move through our planet, through our lives, and through our awareness and through our givingnesses to benefit sentient beings without us doing as much outer marketing and promotion in one sense that may not be quite the way that the initiates in the past have worked. Typically what would happen is you have a great master teacher, and the student would find that teacher through their own efforts of self-work and self-awareness. When the student's ready, the teacher appears. So, yes, we will continue to publish books. We will continue to broadcast every day for 3 hours free of charge. And we will continue to do expos and events such as this. And whoever comes, by God's grace, will be moved internally by the Spirit. And we must be welcoming and holy and simple, and not try to over-teach or give too much information all at once, especially the first time we're in someone's presence, because that doesn't work. TMI doesn't work on the spiritual path, right? It usually backfires, in fact. So no TMI in the Heart Center. And then we can apply our divine trade with great love and great respect and great integrity. And then there is a gentle persuasion that's like the Dale Carnegie approach of, how to win friends and influence people spiritually through our example, our love, our own adeptship. When we all get this, and many of you do get it, and most of you do, I believe, and we live it, and we are that integrity, then the figure eight is there through that integrity, uniting heaven and earth, right through the nexus of our heart and our heart-mind connection. And then when we share and when we teach, it will be God doing this through us in a beautiful, divine way. And we don't have to worry so much about all the outer words. It's our inner life that is persuasive. It's our inner beingness through divine love that converts through the agency of the Holy Spirit in such a disarming way that the person can't help but feel closer to God within themselves. And when they feel close to God internally, then they know that what we offer has divine value, and it's based on principles and precepts that are ancient and yet modernized through the language that we use and through the sacred glyphs of light that we're privileged to offer through our creative sharings. I think all of us now are emboldened to be creatives. One in our midst just brought this beautiful framed painting that she did in an art class. I'd like that to be brought forth in the front right now. So everybody at home who's not here can see this work by Lizette. She worked on it for a long time, right, Lizette? A long time with a lot of input from her teacher. And when you see it, you'll actually see her. Because she is a divine mother. And her essence, as a divine mother herself, is precipitated in this offering. We're just going to sit there and observe it for a few minutes. So you see and can intuit a lot. In fact, we're not going to have you share what you put into this because we are going to be clarifying in our own consciousness and attuning to your heart and mind, Lizette, by, when you go to art shows, oftentimes the artist may be there, but the person will stand in front of a painting for a long time trying to figure out what the artist was doing. And this is actually an exercise in discernment, for us to discern without you telling us everything, what you embedded in this. I can imagine what you were doing, maybe later, maybe tomorrow or the next day, you can tell us more. But you can, for those at home, this is the first time you're seeing it. Those who are here can look at it even more later, when we have an intermission. And then a little later on, we're going to ask you to share. And we'll see how much of what you're going to tell us you embedded within it, we actually intuited through our own meditation upon it, okay? And this is actually an exercise. And they do this in the retreats, believe it or not, where you'll have an image of something, a thought form, and a master will have created it. And before the master says anything about it, the disciple has to attune to the mind and the heart of the creator of it. And then we'll see how close you came to discerning what was in Lizette's heart and her being as she created this. So we'll have to add this to the program so I don't forget, because I would like you to share, but not tonight, okay? Thank you so much. We go now in meditation over the Capitol building of our United States of America in Washington, D.C., and we are the point of truth, the point of divine justice, of holiness, of beingness in God, of attentiveness to that which is true. And as we are attentive to that which is true and real, divine and holy, we hold a field of such beautiful light, radiant emerald light, that all that is less than that truth is dissolved in the perfect beingness of God. All that is unholy is exposed in order to be transmuted, and all that is divine is highlighted, divinely objectified, and held up as the ideal for all mankind to realize, to rise into, to behold, and to be, and become. As we meditate on pure emerald light and all of its glory and radiance, its transcendence and its joy, we are raised in vibration into our own state of divine gnosis, where we know what we know because we are aligned with our holy purpose. God resides within us in totality. We feel the emanation of light waves and rays and divine quintessences as we embody them and radiate them, as we manifest them and as they simply flow through us. We are a radiating center of great emerald light. Now, as Godfrey and the goddess of justice and the goddess of liberty and all who espouse freedom and truth, including Pallas Athena, stand with us over the Capitol building, we infuse our so-called leaders with this light, those who are meant to lead the American people by a divine example, and yet many who do not necessarily espouse the freedom that is the highest level of freedom, or justice at the highest level. And so we as initiates of the sacred fire hold this higher field of divine justice and truth, of freedom and virtue on their behalf. And we collaborate with ascended beings, great ascended masters who have espoused freedom and justice and liberty and divine opportunity and equality throughout their lives, live to the glory of God. And together we breathe in the sacred fire, and we emanate that fire now throughout the Capitol building. And all of the media who are not espousing truth are exposed, and all who do espouse truth are highlighted. And all is clear, all is clarified. And Lady Clarity stands now to accelerate the light over the Capitol, to clarify what requires to be clarified, to illumine what requires to be illumined, and to vivify within the atmosphere there truth, virtue, the greatness of the I am that I am, and that which our founding fathers and mothers espoused and manifest through their virtuous lives. As we hold this field of light throughout this service as testimony within the Judiciary and Intelligence Committees manifests as a day of reckoning, we call forth the light of Jesus, the living Christ, to manifest on the seat of authority, the Christ seat or throne of authority, the light of God that always prevails, and all of its infinitude, its power, its divine majesty, to bring forth that will, wisdom, and love of God through the Christ consciousness fully within America, the I am race of this nation and all nations. And we see the light of the living Christ and the law of the one manifesting through the very personhood of Jesus as he manifests that victorious current of the resurrection and ascension through his being to glorify God within the earth and to raise all souls. Beloved Jesus, stand forth now and call all back to the heart of truth, virtue, and justice. We acclaim that America is resting upon the foundation of truth, of justice and virtue, of the living Christ. And we acclaim e pluribus unum, many from one. We acclaim the light of God always prevails here. We acclaim the various mottos of this nation. In God we trust, and that trust is the collective energy of the Christ consciousness of all Americans, all citizens who have righteously and by law come here, and those who have not come here by divine decree and divine law, and have sought to abrogate our laws, are exposed and called to their own divine justice in the courts of divine jurisprudence. And even as all are welcome to come and to go through the process of citizenship, so there stands the living karmic board also over our nation's capital, adjudicating what is real, just, divine, and holy, and what lacks the light of that point of divine equanimity and perfection. And so the karmic board stands now with us and radiates its light and the full glory and splendor of its power, the richness of its humility under God. We live under God, not over God. We are not human gods. We live in the one presence of eternality, of the Creator of all that is. And we decry those who decry God, for they must awaken to the one eternal light that lives, moves, and has its being throughout the cosmos. And we say, awaken now to that which is real and true, O mankind, O America, and put aside your division, that which lacks unity, understanding, and oneness. O God, we acclaim and we affirm this day that you are the arbiter of our destiny, of America and of all nations. You are the ideal, O Lord. You are the living way, truth, and life through your Son and many divine sons and daughters who have shown us the way back to the source of all light, life, virtue, and beingness. And as we acclaim this, as we affirm this, as we are this, through the energy of our presence and the I Am name, America is righted. America returns to her perfect cause and purpose, to be virtuous, to be an example of the light of the living Christ, manifest through all peoples and all nations. O America, as Godfrey has called you to return to righteousness, so we as initiates of the sacred fire also demand of our leaders that you be in alignment with the will of God, the holy wisdom of God, and the love of God. And we accept it done as we are that light this day, as we are virtuous, loving, kind, compassionate, and harmonious. Let harmony be at the nexus of all deliberations within our capital, and let the divisiveness and the inanity and the insanity be stilled. You have no power any longer over America and her citizens. O ye who seek to divide and conquer this people, this nation, and its purpose, you have no power over the living witness of the Christ within America. And we stand and affirm in our oneness through God's representation of divine justice and true leadership, that America is on the mend. America is ascending this day, and through the resurrection and ascension spirals of light that now manifest through our causal bodies, and a collective action of sacred fire, regenerative light, there is the rebirth of America. There is the rebirth of this nation. There is the rebirth of truth, of understanding, and of the dynamism of what we came to fulfill through our lives lived to the glory of God. Thank you, beloved ascended ones. Thank you, beloved Cyclopea and Virginia, whom we see now illumining and overshining all testimony, all questioning, all answering this day. Let the holy will of God manifest victoriously in this cycle. We accept it done in the I Am name and in the name of the living Christ, through Yeshua, Jesus, our holy brother. Amen. In the presence of the Eternal, I come to bless disciples whose inner fire, whose God desire has reached the heart of God through these devotions to the great masters of India, the great lords of the flame, the divine mothers who revere all life and provide upon earth sanctuary for the souls evolving here. As your mother, Claire de Lys, I come to inspire you with greater God desire. For God is siring within you a new view of the universe of self. God has always envisioned you as perfect and divine, and blessed ones, it is time for you to reconceive of yourself in this immaculate image. What will it do for you to perceive self as holy, as pure, as all light? I say that it will increase the dynamism and the power of all God virtues within your aura, within your life. It will allow you to begin to feel a greater impetus of that solar radiance manifesting within you, so that your aura may always shine like the sun, like Surya and the great ones of both East and West. And within the comfort flame of knowing, with a certainty that you were created in this image and likeness divine, you will move through cycles of timeless spacelessness to understand your eternal nature and to be all that you can be while yet embodied in materialism upon our blessed Mother Earth. The material world is meant to reflect the divine worlds of heaven. And you are meant to reflect all of your God presence and its glorious manifestation while yet embodied in form and walking upon Terra lovingly, consciously. As you revere self as God self, so God lives, moves, and breathes, and has her being within you, His essence, His Spirit, shining through you. Imagine yourself as ascended and free, and bring that reality into the present moment of your life. Breathe it in, breathe it out. Accept it deep within, and then emanate it to all life. This is a simple spiritual practice, yet, dearest ones, in its profundity, it will allow you to come up higher as you aspire to that eternal fire of your divine selfhood in God. You will begin to touch the hem of heaven and feel what we all feel as ascended ones, eternally one with all life everywhere, fully clothed in light, pure love, pure beingness, omnipresent, omniscient, and omnipotent within the sacred space of our individualization of the God flame where we are. With Lanello, I am everywhere in the consciousness of God. And you too with us can so be, dearest hearts. Yet this consciousness must become an ever-present reality, manifest through your earnest striving to be awake and aware of all that is transpiring within the many-dimensional rooms of your own higher selfhood, within the spaceless, eternal sanctuary of your inner being, where God breathes life continuously through you, and where you experience that oneness state of total purity with the I am within. Oh, how powerful are these words, I am. And when you fully realize the eternal now within the present moment of uttering these sacred, scriptural and alchemical words, dearest ones, you put into motion the allness of God and her many manifestations as the I am incarnates through the words that you speak. Think on this. God desires to incarnate through the words that you utter with reverence, with holiness, with divine intention. And when you speak in the I am name, it is a manifest reality, as above, so below, within your life. Yet the full acceptance, the complete faith, and the total understanding of this manifest destiny and reality now fulfilled in the present tense is the alchemical key for the victory of those words as a part of the Logos fulfilled within you, precious ones. Oh, how often Mark and I spoke of the power of the spoken word. We entered into the words that we spoke, and within those words, the logoic light, the cups and the chalices of their meaning, their inspiration, their radiance, their power to transform. Yes, dearest ones, it was our mission to give this teaching again and again unto awakening disciples throughout America and the world. And as one of our primary missions as the two witnesses, we witness too the manifestation of those words made flesh through those dynamic prayer sessions, which many of you still yearn for, and their velocity and their cosmic reciprocity to bring heaven into play within the earth. Through the singing of these bhajans, you have also incarnated the I am as the Aum, the Om, from east to west, And there has been this night a great precipitation of that light to cast out darkness in many realms. That which has offended you and even affected you of late, precious ones. And therefore I use the energies that you have evoked and invoked this night to clear you each one from all that has assailed your soul, your spirit, your attitude, and even affected the momentums that you normally carry within your lives from your causal body. Burn through, burn through, burn through all dark layers affecting my disciples, east and west, in the summit, in the heart center, and even within other activities that some have become a part of. Blaze forth, blaze forth, blaze forth that word, and the light of that word now throughout the earth. For the two witnesses speak this night, and there is a new radiance come to earth. There is a new beginning, a new restoration of God consciousness, solar awareness through devotees who have cast out from self the dweller and who have inscribed and imbibed within self the dynamism of the presence, unfolding as light and life within. This is my birthday message, and though a few days after some have celebrated it, it is still potent with the power that I wield on your behalf in heaven, dearest ones. Yes, you can have your victory, 100% balanced karma, if you choose to so engage in daily service. Dynamic, powerful releases of light through your prayers, your decrees, your chanting, and your singing. I remind you of what I taught again and again, which some have left off of in deference to the pleasures of this world. If you would maintain your disciplines, if you would succeed in the acceleration of the light within, then I can assure you that Lanello and I will be there during your final years, months, weeks, and days upon earth to assist you in the final transmutation of your karma, blessed hearts. And there will be a great conflagration of the sacred fire within your being, even if it means for some that you transmute the final vestiges of your karma through suffering or physical pain. Let it be so. So what? The full complement of your causal essence, your Buddha nature manifesting through your physical temple, and your ascension in the light, having completed all, will be worth the effort. Yes? Yes. Therefore I will be a guru to those who would have me to compel them to greater self-awareness, self-realization, and through the God self, the enlightenment and the ascending awareness manifest as a daily reality. Yes, share my message with my chelas if you dare, for they will feel the veracity and the cosmic spontaneity of the Holy Spirit's power manifesting through this heart stream. And those who deny it will also be denied entree into the higher initiations that Lanello and I provide even at our retreat over Lake Titicaca. Yet for those of you who have allowed the greater investiture of this dynamism, of this acceleration through the 5 crystal rays, through this dispensation, you have been the beneficiaries of greater light manifest within you. So feel it, so experience it, so utilize it for the enlightenment of all. And bring this teaching, bring this understanding of the higher path to thousands and tens of thousands. For Lanello and I are desirous of bringing a new 10,000 to this dispensation over a number of years. Yes, you have heard of Lanello's 10,000. Well, I say we are preparing many more now to receive the light, the energy, and the words through this activity. Yet you must each manifest your God consciousness. For this to become a reality, you must cast off all darkness and reach that 75 percentile and more of balanced karma, so that you can carry the weight of the opposition to each one coming unto your doors, unto your activities, blessed ones. If you can feel the power of this intention from us, if you know it as a new possibility, then I can say with certainty to the karmic board that we have the wherewithal to receive the dispensations required to invest this greater light, to inculcate within the earth the power of the presence and the new energies of progressive revelation, as it is destined to be outpictured through David and through future messengers of light. Yes, there are some that even now we are preparing on the inner. And lest anyone think that David is the last, well, I say, they thought the same in the summit, and yet what transpired? A new opportunity was awakened within those who are willing, able, and ready to receive it. And you are these, precious hearts, and thus you have been messengers in your own right to deliver these words through many resources, modalities, and media. If you think that what you have accomplished in the first 14 years of this dispensation are great, I can say, just wait for what is coming, yet don't wait. Rise into your presence. Get on board. Do the work. Serve, 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 without thought of the lesser self and its desires and its ways. The greatest among you is the servant of all. Take heed and know that when pride begins to cloud your vision, it is time to reassess your life, your momentums, your daily practices, and enter again into the modality and the disciplines of the Good Shepherd as the servant of the sheep. Yes, blessed ones, many have fallen by the wayside through pride, through arrogance, and through the denial that God could work through another anointed one. And therefore, we have awakened in some the sleeping serpent of the nihilistic lesser self unto their own demise. Yet it is time for the truth to be known and for this dispensation to receive its true accolades as a viable representation of Ascended Master discourse, Ascended Master releases of light, Ascended Master progressive revelation. You have the vehicle, you have the anointing, you have the fire, and you can feel it. Yes, blessed ones? Yes. Therefore, lest I wear out my welcome, though I know that you welcome me into your hearts and into your midst, I will allow Lonello to speak the final words this night from his magnanimous heart. I am with you always, disciples of the Word. I am with you always, initiates of fire. I am with you always, throughout your days, when you decide forthrightly to manifest your God presence consciously, hour by hour. We have not let go of our disciples, and you are them. Therefore I bring a blessing of the Holy Spirit, of Shiva upon you. And this will be a restoration of certain divine cities, God powers, when utilized only for God good, to bring greater spiritual momentums and powers into the earth. Through your lives lived to the glory of God. For some it will be a new sense of holiness within, to assist them in overcoming the ongoing self-denials of the love of God within. For others it will be a greater creativity and access to the muses of heaven and their glorious works. For others it will be a new joy arising spontaneously to overcome what has burdened them, what has weighed them down, of the burdens of life upon earth. And for others it will be simply a new sense of complete acceptance of the God light, so that that glory and that oneness, that virtue and that blessedness may always manifest without the great opposition to it, through dark clouds and the miasma of the dark spirits that taunt and tempt our greatest servants to leave off of the path or to compromise in any way their great light and beingness. Yes, we are with you to illumine you daily, if you choose to so engage in the solar sciences and utilize them righteously. And we will be a goad and at times a thorn in your side, through David if necessary, to compel you to greater awareness, wakefulness, and God's self-realization. Would you rather have a disciplinarian through the messenger, or someone who would just tell you over and over how great you are, how wonderful you are, even when there are at times dark elements manifesting in the folds of your garments or within the subconscious, the cloud, the great ideal, and the full-blown manifestation of your solar reality? You see, dearest ones, if you knew how often I was disciplined by Moria El, and even by Kathumi and the divine director and Hercules, you would know that what David has delivered, even of late to some, has been but a pittance in comparison with the energy and the fire of heaven that I had to accept and be burnished within in order to be ready to deliver ascended master messages of light. Therefore, if you would be fully compliant with the law, accept what comes your way, because the delivery is often of that fire which tinges and chars as it also tingles on the inner to give you the higher warmth and inner fire that you require to make greater progress. Just like us, David is invested in being the words of Moria El for disciples who are willing to accept the totality of their own I am power. Yet how many of you have yet signed up for that discipleship session? Are you fearful of what may be released? Well, fear comes from the lesser self, never from the great I am that I am. Therefore, if you have any fear, cast it aside and accept the power of love to transform you. For Moria El loves you so much that you will know that love in these sessions and be the better for receiving that light. Those who have had a session, I encourage you, before the morrow's dusk manifests, to write your testimonial of just how El Moria's words struck a divine chord within and gave you a new impetus forthwith to make greater progress. Thank you, precious ones, for listening and participating this night in this sacred alchemy as we begin also to broadcast through a new media. Now and on Easter Sunday, so that we may reach others of our greater fold we desire to be initiated and to be accelerated through our dispensation and our love and our light. In the I Am name we have come, and the name of Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva, we abide, and in the eternal radiance of all divine mothers, we manifest perfect love and divine virtues to bless our own with the radiances and glories of God, and for the victory of the light in their lives, as above, so below. We are Lanello and Claire de Lys. All is clear for a new wave to appear. Ride that wave in victory and ascend. Thank you.